Chapter 574. The simple and crude campsite and the dusky sky were filled with a sense of desolation. Qin Yu stood in front of the house, looking at the corpse covered in white cloth as well as Sang Zhu's sorrowful expression. He couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. Was he thinking too much? Secretly shaking his head, he suppressed his tumbling emotions. Regardless of whether this woman was as he thought, he shouldn't be careless. Sang Zhu looked up, revealing her slightly red eyes. Everyone, fellow Daoist Zhongxian's wounds are too heavy to be treated. But he died to help everyone escape. I will bring his corpse out of the sea of purgatory and return it to his family. These are fellow Daoist Zhong's belongings. In accordance with his final wishes, I will hand them over to the person he designated. Now, please check the records. Sang Zhu swears that she will absolutely complete Zhongxian's task. Everyone was instantly moved. After entering the Sea of Purgatory, no matter who it was, there was no guarantee they could escape unscathed. In other words, since everyone had come here, they were prepared to be buried here. He could not help but think, what if the person who died today was me? Will someone help me collect my corpse and return my belongings? Regardless of whether or not everyone thought that Sang Zhu's actions were to win over the hearts of the people, all of their faces were moved. All right, I'll be the witness. This is a dangerous place. Who knows what the road ahead will be like? If I am unlucky and meet with misfortune, I will leave it to you all. I hope that in the future, I will be able to personally witness Her Highness Sang Zhu delivering her belongings. He addressed Sang Zhu as Your Highness because Sang Zhu was a princess of the Qi kingdom. Because of this, when she spoke up in front of everyone, people would believe her. Although the princess of the Qi kingdom wasn't qualified to inherit the throne, her status was still incomparably noble. If he went back on his word, the entire Qi Empire's sovereign clan would be humiliated. Naturally, his credibility would be extremely high. Sang Zhu solemnly said, I will not disappoint you all. Her eyes swept around. I have already calculated that the strength of the array formation will weaken tomorrow. The key to life and death lies in this gamble. Everyone's eyes lit up. They were slightly uneasy, but more than that, they were yearning. No one is willing to welcome the arrival of death, but sometimes the dawn you see, can it really illuminate yourself? That might not be the case. At almost the same time, the rotten corpse that was following its instincts and walking through the Sea of Purgatory suddenly stopped, its eyes shining as it stared at the ground. He seemed to penetrate the barrier of the earth. His gaze fell into the depths of the earth. His breathing became rapid, and his body began to tremble. This aura, there was no mistaking it, it was it, the decayed corpse's thoughts were in chaos. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he knew that it was what he longed to obtain. In fact, the reason why he had fallen to such a state was because of it. The zombie let out a low roar, and black flames ignited around its body. It was so terrifying that it could even burn the ground. His figure sank into the ground bit by bit and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next day, in the camp, Sang Zhu explained everything in detail, including the key points of breaking the array. She asked carefully to make sure everyone understood, then said, let's go. The Yellow Springs fog covered a large area. Perhaps it was the influence of the invisible baleful aura that caused the life inside to be extinguished. Along the way, Qin Yu didn't see any vegetation or life. There was only a deathly silence. However, the further he went, the more pressure he felt in his heart. Even the deathly stillness in the surroundings had gained some sinister aura. This feeling was like a collapsing mountain. Although it wasn't strong, it was still extremely terrifying. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He glanced at Sang Zhu, who was leading the way. His eyes flashed and he slowed down several steps, falling behind the several people in the group. A moment later, a mountain valley appeared in front of them. To their surprise, this mountain valley actually had 4 entrances, and they all looked exactly the same. Sang Zhu stopped. The restless people behind her all revealed happy expressions. There were only 4 paths. She let out a deep breath and said, it looks like my calculations were correct. Time is pressing. Let's split up and proceed according to the plan. The group divided into 4. Qin Yu was in the 3rd position on the left. Sang Zhu swept her eyes around and then headed straight for the group. "I'll go with you." The several people beside her all revealed happy expressions. Although they had some confidence they could break through the array formation and leave the Yellow Springs fog today, no one could be sure whether or not they would succeed. But whether it would succeed or not, no one dared to be sure. Walking together with Sang Zhu, there was no doubt that it would be safer. And this point had already been confirmed during the last test. Qin Yu maintained his composure. A bit of caution rose in his heart. Even if Sang Zhu's performance was normal, he still chose to believe in his own intuition. Although the other cultivators were unwilling, they knew they couldn't force it. They all nodded and said goodbye to each other before quickly walking into the channel. Unexpectedly, this channel wasn't long. After a dozen or so steps, they arrived at the depths of the mountain valley. Unlike the deathly stillness outside, the mountain valley in front of them was actually filled with life. Green grass and flowers bloomed everywhere. Qin Yu was startled. At this time, Undying shouted out in his mind, "Wake up!" His eyes blurred. When they cleared up once more, there was no longer any life in front of him. All he could see was black gas. It tumbled about like a pure black fog, without any aura leaking out. But as Qin Yu looked at it, his pupils instinctively shrank. This feeling was as if he had encountered a natural predator. Or to be more precise, it was something extremely terrifying. He didn't know what this black gas was, but he knew that if he fell into it without any precautions, his fate would be miserable. Besides him, Sang Zhu and the others all had dazed expressions. They looked ahead in a daze as they walked forward step by step. "Hide well. Don't worry about them." Undying's voice continued to ring out. Qin Yu wasn't a good person. Since Undying reminded him, there had to be a reason. He maintained the same rhythm as everyone else. Because he was at the back, he could see everyone's movements. They approached the black fog. As Sang Zhu stood at the front, she was about to step into the black fog, but there still wasn't any abnormality. After several steps, Sang Zhu was the first to enter the black fog, followed by several others. As Qin Yu hesitated, Undying continued to say, "Master, there is no need to worry. Just follow." Although Undying could be trusted, when Qin Yu stepped into the black fog he still felt a chill crawl up his back. But something terrifying didn't happen. An invisible strength separated him from the black fog outside. Qin Yu's eyebrows shot up, surprise on his face. This was because this strength was the power of an array formation. Since when did Undying possess such a high-level ability to form an array formation from the void? Or had he been hiding it all this time? As if guessing Qin Yu's confusion, Undying said, "This is not my strength, but the strength of the Endless Sea's great array formation spirit." Qin Yu's eyes widened. He immediately thought back to when he rushed into the road of sea burial and the terrifying ambush he encountered at the end. Wasn't it said that the Endless Sea's array formation spirit had been destroyed? Undying said, "His consciousness has already been annihilated, leaving behind only pure strength. This matter is complex. If Master is interested, I will tell you in the future." Qin Yu nodded. He thought to himself, "What do we do now?" Undying smiled. "If there isn't an accident, all you need to do is wait. Someone will naturally send you away." The taunting tone in his words was undisguised. Mountain Valley, outside the black fog. Sang Zhu's figure appeared out of thin air. She stared at the tumbling black fog, her usually gentle eyes now filled with callousness. It was just that there was now a bit of hesitation in her eyes. That cautious Xuanfeng had been dealt with so easily. She thought there would be some trouble. Chapter 575. Another entrance to the mountain valley. The passage was unexpectedly long. After walking for a long time, several people still couldn't see the end. Luckily, they remembered Sang Zhu's arrangements and were cautious, so no accidents occurred. "Brother Xu, is there something wrong?" a person in the group asked. The others all revealed concerned expressions. They didn't completely trust Sang Zhu, but they were forced by the situation. The cultivator surnamed Xu had studied a great deal of array formations. He thought for a moment and said, "I won't hide it from you all. This great array formed from the Yellow Springs fog contains the cycle of yin and yang in the world. I can only see a few parts of it, but from what I can see, there shouldn't be any problems. Everyone's expressions relaxed. In truth, they already knew this, but hearing the cultivator surnamed Shu say it again gave them some psychological comfort. At this time, there was a loud explosion above their heads, like a thunderclap in broad daylight. The scene in front of them suddenly distorted. The cultivator surnamed Shu shouted out, "This is bad, this passage is about to close. We must retreat." Everyone turned around and fled for their lives, but it was already too late. The shattered space swallowed them in one gulp. In the third passage, the ground dissolved, turning into tumbling crimson liquid. Faint strands rose up. Although they seemed small and weak, they were actually terrifyingly tenacious. They were like some sort of well-developed root system. No matter how the cultivators desperately resisted, they still stubbornly and tenaciously crawled over their bodies. Then, it forcefully contracted, pulling these cultivators into the crimson liquid. With a burst of bubbles, they completely vanished from sight. The fourth passage. A group of people were trapped in the fog, their faces filled with fear. Luckily, as long as they didn't move, the black fog would remain still. Although there wasn't any immediate danger, the fear of the unknown still left them tormented. Not too far away from them, Sangju's face appeared in the black fog. Her icy cold eyes fell on the group of people before fading away. From beginning to end, these people didn't discover Sangju's arrival, nor did they know that they had just brushed shoulders with death. Of course, the reason she let them go wasn't because she was soft-hearted. Sangju wasn't certain that the sacrifices she prepared would be able to achieve her goal without fail. Leaving them behind was just bait. If the sacrifices weren't enough, she could use these people to attract more cultivators. Deep within the mountain valley, shrouded in endless black fog, there was a blood-red cocoon that constantly beat like a heart. Countless blood threads drilled out of its surface, intertwining with each other to form tentacles. At the end of each tentacle was a translucent bubble, within which was a cultivator. If one were to sense carefully, they would discover that the life auras of the cultivators in the bubbles were slowly weakening. That was because all of their life force was being continuously plundered and sent into the blood-colored cocoon. Suddenly, the black fog roiled and Sangju stepped out. Her eyes indifferently swept over the scene in front of her, and she lightly stepped forward. In the next moment, a vortex appeared on the ground, from which emerged the unconscious cultivators from the 3 tunnels. The blood-colored cocoon's pulsation rate suddenly increased, as though it was extremely excited. In the next moment, even more blood vessels emerged, intertwining with each other as they extended outwards, dragging the cultivators away. Those strands of blood drilled into their scalps. The unconscious cultivators' bodies twitched and then fell silent. Then, the transparent bubble slowly opened and completely enveloped them. Sangju's complexion slightly changed and her eyes turned bone-chilling cold. Because they were missing one person. Zun Feng. She took a deep breath and suppressed her tumbling emotions. She closed her eyes, and the quiet black fog around her suddenly began to tumble. Rumble, the momentum was vast and mighty, like a roaring sea. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. Within the tumbling black fog that resembled boiling water, Qinyu was like a shadow, completely unaffected. Looking up, he could clearly see Sangju's increasingly gloomy complexion. Undying, she's already suspicious. Even if she had a plan, hiding in the dark was the best. Once she was discovered, the effects would be greatly reduced. Undying lightly said, "Master, there is no need to worry. With things having come to this point, she has no other choice. You will understand once you continue watching." Shua Sangju opened her eyes, anger burning in her heart. Because this matter concerned her future, she had been careful enough, but she never imagined that at this critical moment, she would make such a big mistake. A living person had actually disappeared. Within her sleeves, Sangju's pale fingers clenched into fists. Her eyes drooped as her thoughts raced. After a long time, she let out a long breath, her eyes cold and sharp. No one could escape here. Even if she couldn't find them now, once she resurrected the evil spirit and refined it into her body, she would be able to see everything. As for whether or not Xuanfeng would cause trouble, Sangju's eyes were icy cold. If he jumped out, That would be for the best. Since she had decided to do such a dangerous thing, she had made full preparations. Even if it was a calamity immortal realm existence, she wouldn't fear them. Humph. With a sneer, Sangju said in a soft voice, "You little rat running for your life, just wait for me. I will definitely catch you." She lifted a hand and pointed a finger. The blood-red cocoon trembled. In the next moment, it contracted and expanded, its beating rate rising by several times. Bang-a-bang in the deathly silence, this sound was particularly clear, as if it came from a real heart. The blood tendrils connected to the air bubble suddenly rose up, pulling the cultivators wrapped in the air bubble into the air. These unconscious cultivators violently trembled within the air bubble. Their complexions rapidly paled and their life auras wildly flowed out like a broken dam. Sangju's eyes burned with a burning heat. She stared at the scene in front of her, her chest heaving up and down. From the day she was born, she had been unwilling to accept her fate. Why couldn't she inherit the throne even though they both had the imperial bloodline? Was it because she was a woman? How unfair was this? She wanted to resist. Ever since she was a child, she wanted to be strong and do her best in everything she did. But no one cared about her. Even if they praised her, it was just a light and fleeting word that was quickly forgotten. Sangju was angry, she resented, she struggled, but she didn't have the qualifications to resist. She could only gradually sink into depression. But just as she was about to accept her fate, the heavens had given her an unexpected chance. As long as she could accomplish this, she would truly have the strength to cause the entire imperial bloodline to turn their head. This was Sangju's final chance. Whether it was for herself or for the woman she intimately called mother when she was a child, the woman who had been beaten to death. She had to succeed. Even if she had to pay a heavy price, even if she had to stain her hands with blood. Sangju stood up straight. Her breathing gradually steadied. She didn't regret it nor did she feel any guilt. In this world, the weak were prey to the strong. These people had died under her hands, so this was their fate. No one could stop her. If there was, she would just kill them. Chapter 576. P. Undying was silent for a moment. He asked, "Does Master know what this blood cocoon is?" The Yellow Springs fog is not naturally formed by the heavens and earth, but is caused by the dissipation of a vicious being's aura. This vicious being is called a hell evil spirit. Since ancient times, there have been rumors that there is a mysterious domain between the heavens and earth where the souls of living beings return to after they die. This is the Yellow Springs of Hell. The so-called evil spirit is only a title. Master, you can view it as a special life form born from hell. It has the ability to control 100 ghosts and command a ghost army. The Yellow Springs of Hell truly exist. Master, although I don't know why this blood cocoon would appear here, if I'm not wrong, then it is the evil spirit embryo. Undying paused, giving him time to consider. In my plan, Master has a high chance of seizing this evil spirit embryo today. Once you can refine and tame it, you will obtain the power to control 100 ghosts. Master can only resist ordinary tribulation immortals right now, but if you can obtain the help of 100 ghosts, your strength will multiply. Qin Yu's heart shook. He never imagined that this blood cocoon would have such an origin. Since Undying spoke, it wasn't baseless. He must be confident in his plan. With his current cultivation, every step forward had become extraordinarily difficult. Multiply his strength, the opportunity was right in front of him. The temptation was truly astonishing. Moreover, he didn't need to do much. He only needed to quietly watch from the sidelines. If he said his heart wasn't moved, he would be deceiving himself. But, his eyes flashed and he slowly shook his head, his expression firm. Undying said, "This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Master needs to carefully consider it. Is it worth it?" With a decision made, his heart calmed down. Qin Yu lightly said, "In this world, there are always many things one cannot do. But, one should still hold on to the most basic bottom line. If he were to stand idly by today, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Perhaps it really wasn't worth it, but it was precisely because of this that they could be called people. Otherwise, how would they be any different from wild beasts?" Undying sighed. I hope that master won't regret this in the future. His tone was a bit helpless, but there was also a bit of gratification hidden within. At this time, within his soul space, the cosmic sea-cross bell and the hanging purple moon, as well as the blue sun phantom in his Dantian sea, all of their energies seemed to slow down. It wasn't just Undying alone who was touched by this. Perhaps from this day onwards, the several guests within his body had established true trust with Qin Yu. Between the gains and losses, it was hard to say for some time. It was just that Qin Yu didn't know this yet. Undying's voice returned to tranquility. If master wishes to save her, then the plan must change. I must make some preparations. That woman Sangju should be prepared, so master must be a bit more cautious. Qin Yu nodded. After entering the Sea of Purgatory, he had been a bit distressed. This wasn't because he was weak, but because the Sea of Purgatory was far too terrifying. In terms of cultivation, someone that could fight with an early calamity immortal was absolutely at the peak of all the cultivators that entered the Sea of Purgatory. What's more, he had many trump cards in his hands, so he wasn't afraid of Sangju. This wasn't arrogance, but rather the self-confidence he had gained after going through many trials and tribulations. Feng Yunyun felt as if she had fallen into a swamp. She was surrounded by pitch-black mud, and a terrifying pressure came from all directions. His chest felt heavy, and the bones in his body creaked. It felt as if his entire body was about to be crushed. Vaguely, she knew that she was not in the right state. She struggled to wake up, but her eyelids felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open them. Her body grew colder and colder. The consciousness that she was barely able to gather began to show signs of dissipating. She didn't know what was happening to her, but she instinctively felt fear. It was as if as long as she fell asleep, she would never wake up again. I can't sleep. Wake up. Hurry and wake up. She screamed in her heart, but it was useless. Her consciousness became increasingly muddled. Suddenly, a loud sound entered her ears. It was like thunder in the skies, rumbling straight into the deepest depths of her heart. The oppressive pressure around her suddenly dissipated. She subconsciously gasped for breath, and it was only then that Feng Yunyun discovered that she had woken up. Her body was sore and weak. Her joints ached, and she couldn't summon the least bit of strength. A layer of sticky film stuck to her body. Feng Yunyun moved her body and discovered that there was a strange object above her head. She reached out with difficulty and grabbed it. As she pulled, she felt an intense pain. This strange object had drilled into her body, and now it was wriggling as if it wanted to drill further into her body. She was horrified. She didn't care about the heart-wrenching pain. Feng Yunyun didn't know where she found the strength to pull that strange object down. As it fell in front of her eyes, she saw that it was a mass of blood vessels that wriggled in her hand, quickly drying up. What was going on? In her memories, she had clearly been with Shu Wanzi just now. Before she could think further, a shrill scream entered her ears. It was like an arrow piercing through her mind. Feng Yunyun's mind buzzed and she fainted. The black fog rapidly retreated. The Yellow Springs fog that blocked off the surrounding world began to converge like a tide, submerging into the blood cocoon. It howled far away, its speed faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight without giving anyone time to react. As he felt the resentment that came from that scream just now, he stiffened. In his heart, Undying was both shocked and angry. That evil spirit woke up long ago. While he was ashamed, he also rejoiced. Luckily, Qin Yu had decided to save her. If he had followed his plan and waited for this evil spirit to finish growing, the consequences would have been inconceivable. Sangju looked in the direction that the blood cocoon vanished, her mind blanking out for a brief moment. She had worked hard for all these years, paid a great price for this day, even sacrificed her innocence and blocked off all paths of retreat. But in the end, this was the result. She had used a wicker basket to draw water for nothing. At this moment, she truly understood the bitterness in those words. Then, from the depths of her heart, all of the anger, resentment, and despair that surged out turned icy cold. Sangju looked up. She stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, who appeared after the black fog dissipated. Her voice seemed to come from the 9 nether realms. I will draw out your soul and refine it. In her opinion, it was Qin Yu's sudden attack that had awakened the evil spirit that hadn't fully grown yet, causing all of her efforts to fail. She lifted a hand. A bell appeared in Sangju's hand. It was the color of black jade and its surface was slightly translucent. With a shake of her wrist, the bell rang out. The rapid syllables stirred up some kind of aura between the heavens and earth. Black arrows condensed in the air. Their number was like a torrential rain that flooded every inch of space. Whoosh, whoosh, as the arrows fell, they whistled through the air. Qin Yu lifted a hand and thrust forward. Layers of deep blue water light erupted, forming a vast and mighty momentum that turned into the phantom of a vast sea. Countless black arrows shot into the water light. Then, like frost beneath the blazing sun, they melted away. Although there were countless arrows and they caused violent vibrations in the sea phantom, they weren't able to break through it. Qin Yu held a hand in front of him, blocking the arrows that filled the skies. At this moment, the formidable power of the Path of Water was fully revealed. Although it hadn't reached large success, in terms of defensive power, it wasn't any weaker than that of an ordinary calamity immortal. Sangju clenched her teeth, her eyes becoming increasingly cold. No wonder he had dared to ruin her plans, he really did have some methods. At this time, she couldn't help but feel regret. She had already realized that Xuanfeng wasn't someone easy to deal with. If she had been more cautious, she might have been able to avoid today's outcome. But the more she regretted, the angrier she became. Sangju opened her mouth and spat out a bead. This bead was pitch black, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding temperature began to rapidly fall. There was naturally a reason why she knew about the evil spirit. Her innate yin body was the greatest reason she had the confidence to refine the evil spirit. Now that the evil spirit had fled, all of her preparations had failed. The only thing she wanted to do now was to kill the Qin Yu who ruined her plans. She didn't hesitate to pay any price. This bead seemed ordinary and only possessed the ice attribute. But Sangju had spent a great deal of time and effort to condense it from the cold yin energy of the world. Hesitation flashed in her eyes before turning into determination. Sangju lifted a hand and the bead loudly shattered. A black light shot out. It was like an illusory shadow, completely unhindered. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the deep blue water light and drilled into Qin Yu's body from between his eyebrows. But the cruel and fierce expression on her face only lasted for a breath of time before it turned to panic and fear. Because there wasn't anything wrong with Qin Yu, it was like the black light that drilled into his forehead was really just a shadow, or perhaps, he himself was a black hole that could erase any heretic that invaded his body. But no matter what the true reason was, it represented an extremely terrifying strength. Sangju paled and a look of panic appeared in her vicious eyes. She turned and left. Using some unknown method, her figure suddenly split into three, each with a similar aura as they rapidly fled in different directions. The rain of black arrows dissipated. Qin Yu drew back his hand and the water light faded away. As he looked at Sangju's three fleeing figures, his eyes were ice cold. This woman had an extraordinary status and her personality was ruthless and cruel. Since the two of them had an irreconcilable enmity, he couldn't let her go. Although the three figures had similar auras, their souls wouldn't lie. Through the cosmic sea-cross bell, Qin Yu could directly lock onto her true body. He lifted his right hand and bent his index finger like he was pulling a bowstring. Silver-white light rapidly gathered, releasing a terrifying aura. It was like 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers could be cut apart. Qin Yu let go. The silver-white light howled forwards at an unimaginable speed. Sangju could feel a terrifying aura rapidly approaching from behind her. She wanted to dodge, but her heart turned cold. This was because she discovered that this strike had locked onto her aura. She couldn't avoid it. Although she was strong, the disparity between her and Qin Yu's strength was too great. The path of metal that was filled with killing intent was more than enough to kill her. Moreover, this path of metal was stimulated by a portion of the Great Tao. It directly touched upon the rules of the world, so its might was even more terrifying. Ah! Sangju screamed. She crazily stimulated her protective strength and layers of light covered her. But beneath the path of metal, all of this was like a bubble, bursting apart with a single touch. She couldn't block it at all. Just as Sangju was about to die here, the air suddenly condensed and a layer of frost appeared on the surface of the silver-white light. Because the color was similar, it wasn't too conspicuous at first. Then, an icy cold aura erupted, sealing the entire silver-white light in ice. Catcher, the layer of ice shattered. The killing strike of the path of metal dispersed with it. Escaping from death, Sangju paled. She only stared blankly at the figure that appeared in front of her. A thin veil covered her appearance, but even so, one could still taste a certain unrivaled elegance from her body. She was stunned. At this moment, jealousy instinctively rose in Sangju's heart. But, she immediately woke up and lowered her head to hide her emotions. Who was this woman? She was even more dignified than the dignified princess of an empire. Qin Yu had already recognized that the one who had intervened was the veiled female cultivator he had worked with in the city ruins. As he thought about how just as he felt guilty, she had cleanly left. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. Of course, he would never admit that his current expression was to cover up his embarrassment. Thinking about it, he really didn't know what he was doing back then. Shen Yuanyin looked at the man in front of her and frowned. Her icy but pleasant voice echoed out, "It's you." Qin Yu's killing intent was boiling and his aura erupted. He naturally couldn't hide it any longer. "We meet again." Looking around from the corner of his eyes, he could see that the female cultivators that followed behind her had all disappeared. It seemed that this woman had encountered some trouble these past days. He carefully sensed her. Although it was blurry, beneath her strong appearance, there seemed to be a bit of weakness hidden within. Hearing Qin Yu's calm voice, Shen Yuanin's calm heart began to ripple. She quietly revolved her cultivation method, loathing rising in her heart. "I must protect this woman." Her voice became even colder, as if a single disagreement would erupt. Qin Yu frowned. "Do you know what she did?" Shen Yuanyin coldly said, "I don't know and I don't want to know." The sublime lost emotion code left behind or towards death. The only emotion that could be called recognition of the immortal sect. As the master of Nine Heaven Mirror Moon Palace, she couldn't allow a direct disciple of the immortal sect to die in front of her. When Sangju was on the verge of death, she had hastily activated her defenses. One of them was the power of the immortal token. Otherwise, with Shen Yuanin's current condition, why would she save her? As Qin Yu heard this, his intentions of explaining disappeared. He looked deeply at her and said, "As you wish." He turned and left. He wasn't blinded by lust, but this veiled female cultivator was unfathomably deep in his eyes. Her strength was tyrannical. If he insisted on killing Sangju and came into conflict with her, he feared both sides would be wounded. Carrying the unconscious Feng Yunyun, Qin Yu shot into the skies and soon vanished from sight. Looking at the two people leave, ripples appeared in Shen Yuanin's heart once more. Why was this person always able to disturb her mind? Just as these questions rose in her mind, they were immediately suppressed. Sublime lost emotion code, she didn't want to waste time on trivial matters. That's right, in Shen Yuanin's eyes, the current Qin Yu was someone she could ignore. She turned and coldly said, "Who are you? Why do you have an immortal token?" Sangju had already regained her composure. She respectfully bowed and said, reporting to Fairy Maiden, "I am a princess of the Qi Empire's imperial family. Although I haven't truly entered the immortal sect, I have been sheltered by the immortal sect since I was a child. When I was a year old, I was bestowed with an immortal token." As she spoke, she presented the token with both hands. Shen Yuanyin swept her eyes over it. It was indeed an immortal sect immortal token. She nodded and said, "The Sea of Purgatory is a dangerous place. You should immediately withdraw lest you die here." She turned to leave. "Fairy Maiden, please wait a moment," Sangju hurriedly said. Shen Yuanyin stopped, her eyes cold and indifferent. As Sangju saw that she wasn't easily moved, she quickly changed tactics. She no longer dared to use weakness to gain sympathy. She respectfully said, "Fairy Maiden's great graciousness in saving my life is something that Sangju will never forget. I wonder if there is anything I can do for Fairy Maiden." She glanced around and was overjoyed to see that Shen Yuanyin didn't refuse. The Qi Empire's imperial family has always respected the immortal sect. If Emperor Father and the elders of the family were to learn that Sangzhu has received Fairy Maiden's kindness without repaying it, they would surely punish me. I ask Fairy Maiden to give me a chance to repay this debt. As she spoke, she respectfully knelt down. Shen Yuanyin said, "If you are willing, then follow me for the time being and protect me while I cultivate." Qin Yu's senses weren't wrong, she had indeed been injured. But the most important reason was the backlash of her cultivation method. Shen Yuanyin shouldn't have activated the Sublime Lost Emotion Code in the near future in order to avoid triggering hidden dangers. It could be seen that Qin Yu's heart lake had fluctuated twice and he had no choice but to suppress it with his cultivation method. Thinking about it carefully, Qin Yu had to bear a considerable part of the responsibility for her current condition. Sangzhu was overjoyed. "I will follow Fairy Maiden's instructions." She bowed and lowered her head, her voice respectful. The hellish evil spirit fled and the Yellow Springs fog scattered. Qin Yu easily left. He flew for 2 hours before stopping. His divine sense erupted and swept out. After determining that he was temporarily safe, he landed and placed Feng Yunyun on the ground. In the infinite realm, Qin Yu had been framed by the immortal sect cultivators, and only this woman had testified against him. If it weren't for this, Qin Yu wouldn't have done anything and Feng Yunyun would have already died. Of course, reality proved that sticking to one's bottom line was always rewarded with good fortune. Qin Yu saving her was the same as indirectly saving himself. Otherwise, that hellish evil spirit that was pretending to be sleeping wouldn't be easy to deal with. As he hurried along, he had already examined her. Now, he placed a hand between her eyebrows and carefully sensed her for several breaths of time. Qin Yu revealed a relaxed expression. Although she was a bit weak, her condition was stable. She would recover after some time. However, this was the Sea of Purgatory, there was no such thing as an absolutely safe environment. With Feng Yunyun's current condition, she would soon die without protection. But Qin Yu wanted to hunt down the water demon, so it was impossible for him to bring her with him. This was a problem. He shook his head. He took out several recovery pills and fed them to Feng Yunyun. Then, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. He would wait until she woke up before discussing this matter. 2 cultivators flew at a low altitude. One of them suddenly stopped and turned to look at the ground, a look of surprise on his face. At this time, the other person also sensed something. He turned and their eyes collided. This fluctuation, there's something wrong. The second person licked his lips. That's right. It gives me the feeling that a treasure is about to appear. The air suddenly fell silent. The 2 people revealed a blazing heat in their eyes. The Sea of Purgatory was indeed dangerous, but there were also many good fortunes within. The 2 of them had already obtained some harvests. Come, let's go take a look. The 2 people landed. A canyon appeared in front of them. As they approached, the fluctuations became increasingly strong. Originally, they only had suspicions, but now they were almost certain that there was a treasure here. Although the 2 were pleasantly surprised, they didn't lose their vigilance. They used various methods to investigate the canyon and determined that there weren't any dangers. Without further words, the 2 cultivators jumped down. Soon, there were 2 excited cries from within the canyon, as if they had obtained a great harvest. But for some unknown reason, their cries were soon filled with panic. At first, there were some sounds of movement, but then everything fell silent. The canyon on the ground began to slowly close up. A moment later, everything was flat, without any trace of its previous appearance. After another period of time, dirt and sand rose up from the ground, condensing into a large bald man. He stretched out his waist and crackling sounds came from his joints. "Who? I woke up and there's dessert. What a comfortable life." He revealed a simple and honest smile. He sniffed his nose and couldn't help but frown. "There's a stench. That damned corpse actually hasn't rotted away yet. How disappointing. But since even he has woken up, there should be some movement. Haha, I'm really looking forward to it." The large bald man smiled and stepped forwards. His figure suddenly dissipated, and in the next moment he appeared far away. With several more steps, he vanished from sight. At this time, the young miss in the assistant governor's residence had a panic-stricken expression. As she looked at the insects crawling towards her from all directions, her eyes turned white from fear. Although she was a daughter that her father didn't care about, she was still the dignified daughter of the Chu Empire's third assistant governor. Who would dare to harm her? She couldn't think of an answer, because at this time, the young miss had already fainted. Before her consciousness fell into darkness, her last thought was this a dream? But in truth, this really wasn't a dream. Amidst the rustling sounds, extremely ugly bugs with legs under her abdomen crawled all over her body. With the sound of chewing to one's heart's content, her body thinned until all that was left over was a skeleton. With empty eye sockets, she powerlessly looked up at the dim skies. The only thing that comforted her was that all of this happened while she was unconscious, so she didn't feel too much pain. After the insects swallowed the flesh and blood, they all began to twitch. They rolled around on the ground, no longer having the comfortable appearance they had when they were eating. Bang, bang, the insects began to explode, one after another. They were so dense that they looked like firecrackers being lit. In the blink of an eye, the air was flooded with blood. What was even more strange was that this blood fog didn't disperse. Rather, it tumbled in the air, as if it were brewing something. Finally, a blood-red arm stretched out from the blood fog. There was no skin on its surface, so it was dripping with blood. It slowly pressed down between the eyebrows of the skeleton. Strange lines appeared, rapidly extending along the skeleton. When the lines covered every inch of the skeleton, the blood-red arm trembled and collapsed, as if it had exhausted all of its strength. The blood fog scattered with it. All that remained on the ground was a petite skeleton covered with lines. Two black flames suddenly ignited in its empty eye sockets. The skeleton stood up from the ground, its head turning as if it were looking around. In the next moment, it lifted a foot and stomped down. As this foot fell, the ground violently shook. There was a deep rumbling sound that came from deep underground. It was like some vicious beast that had been slumbering deep underground had awakened at this moment. Cracks appeared. Then, the earth collapsed and a giant stone tablet broke through the earth. The stone tablet was 1,000 feet high and a boundless aura wrapped around it. With a single glance, one could tell that it was an ancient object that had existed since ancient times. The words carved on the front were different from what they were now. It was unknown what they meant. On the back was a giant beast that was shaped like a snake. Its mouth seemed to swallow the sun and moon as it roared towards the heavens. If someone stood in the skies and looked down at the sea of purgatory, they would discover that at this moment, there were 12 stone tablets that drilled out from the ground. The words were the same, but the back of each stone tablet was carved with a different giant beast. When the 12 stone tablets appeared, a heart-pounding aura suddenly descended, covering the entire sea of purgatory. As Qin Yu closed his eyes, he suddenly awoke. A sharp light burst out from his eyes. That aura just now, although he didn't know what had happened, it was like an invisible mountain had fallen on his heart. Even breathing became difficult. At the peak of the snake-like stone tablet, the skeleton held its hands behind its back. Black flames surged in its eye sockets, as if it were waiting for something. But in the end, what it expected didn't happen. The skeleton was silent for a long time. Then, it opened its mouth and laughed. So it wasn't the only one who had placed a stone today. Chapter 577. The walls of the dark and damp cave were inlaid with some sort of green gemstone that emitted a weak light, making this place even more gloomy. On the uneven ground, skeletons were scattered about. Most of them were deathly pale. It seemed that they had died for a long time. But now, there were several new skeletons that were still emitting the stench of blood. His line of sight continued forwards. In the deepest depths of the cave, there was a seemingly small pool of water. At this time, there was the sound of waves and a shadow crawled out. It had hands and feet and its appearance was similar to a human's, but it was extremely ugly. Its face was green and its fangs were like those of a malicious spirit. Its slender eyes swept around its surroundings. It didn't sense anything wrong. It lay on the ground and used its hands and feet, nimbly arriving in front of the stone pillar in the blink of an eye. Right now, there was a woman bound to this stone pillar. She was exceptionally beautiful, but she was unconscious and her pale face made one feel even more pity for her. A scarlet tongue swept across its lips and its slender eyes flashed with lust. It lifted a hand and sharp claws emerged from its fingertips, tearing apart the woman's clothes. She was immediately assaulted by the light of spring. At this time, the unconscious woman suddenly opened her eyes. They were ice cold. She lifted her hand like lightning. At some unknown time, she had already broken free from her shackles and shot straight for the ugly humanoid creature's throat. The timing she chose to launch an attack was also perfect. Unfortunately, this strike didn't obtain the slightest bit of effect. A long tongue wrapped around her wrist. It was exceptionally long, wrapping around her arm until it arrived in front of the woman. The humanoid creature's eyes flashed with a playful light. In the next moment, its tongue violently plunged into the woman's mouth. Then, there was the sound of swallowing that made one's scalp tingle. The woman's eyes widened and twisted, but she couldn't break free at all. Her body rapidly withered and in the blink of an eye, she was nothing but a bag of bones. Its eye sockets were deeply sunken, revealing withered eyeballs. Then, it turned around twice before completely dimming down. The tongue retracted from the corpse's mouth, but it wasn't willing to let go of the slightest bit of flesh and blood. Only after the last bit of dried skin was it reluctantly retracted. On the ground, there was a new corpse. The ugly creature smacked its lips as if it was savoring the delicious taste of blood and flesh. Its bulging abdomen wriggled as it quickly digested and absorbed the blood. Suddenly, its eyes widened and a cold light shot out from its slender eyes. Then, it began to speak in human language. Interesting. Someone actually came specifically for me, the master of the 9-heaven mirror moon palace of the immortal sect. TSK, the exalted forgotten emotions and the great Tao. Her flesh and blood must be delicious. The one that had been cleanly swallowed just now was one of the female cultivators at Shen Yuanin's side. As for this incomparably ugly humanoid creature, it was the infamous water demon. It could only be said that Shen Yuanin's luck was quite bad. Before she even arrived, she had already been discovered by this monster. The water demon's eyes flashed. Although it had been slumbering in the sea of purgatory for many years, the name of the immortal sect still reverberated in its ears. Even with its strength, it didn't have absolute confidence it could swallow Shen Yuanyin, even if she had just become the master of 9-heaven mirror moon palace. The immortal sect's 3 giants each had their own terrifying inheritances. In a critical moment, each of them could erupt with a terrifying strength. Since I can't do it openly, I'll have to use some other methods. The water demon chuckled. A layer of black water suddenly wrapped around it. After it scattered, there was no longer any trace of its previous ugly appearance. It was actually another Shen Yuanyin. Her movements and even her aura could be mistaken for the real one. The water demon was born with supernatural powers and was able to transform into a myriad of forms. To it, this was easy. A good show is about to begin, Your Majesty Palace Master. The 27 crystals were scattered around, weaving together into an array formation. They temporarily sealed off the space so that it wasn't known to the outside world. Unless one stepped into the array formation, they wouldn't be able to sense anything even if they approached. Shen Yuanyin sat down cross-legged. Her face was cold and beautiful, and her aura was like that of a goddess. No one dared to blaspheme her. Not too far away, Sangju's eyes occasionally fell on her, revealing a deeply concealed burning heat. She didn't know the identity of this female immortal sect cultivator, but there was one thing she was sure of. Within this woman's body, there was a pure aura. It was bone-chilling, yet noble, like a halo of divinity. If she could take this aura for herself, she could definitely help her yin body evolve. Once she obtained an extreme yin body, even if she lost the hellish evil spirit, she could still obtain the qualifications to fight against her destiny. It was because of this that Sangju had schemed to stay by Shen Yuanin's side. She had been waiting for an opportunity, but Shen Yuanin's aura was far too terrifying. Moreover, her spiritual sense was terrifyingly strong. In these past days, Sangju hadn't been able to find an opportunity. She looked at Shen Yuanyin again and forcefully suppressed the greed in her heart. She closed her eyes and told herself that she had to be patient. Because there was only one chance. On a rocky hillside, a figure flew over at a low altitude. He landed on a stone and carefully sensed the extremely rich ice-cold aura in the air. He smiled. That's right, it was this strength. He wasn't too far from the water demon's lair. This figure was Qin Yu. On the day that he had saved Feng Yunyun, this woman had woken up half a day later. Although she thanked Qin Yu over and over again, her eyes were still guarded against him. After being saved by a stranger for no reason, it was normal for her to have such a reaction. Qin Yu was well aware that the reason was because he was hiding his identity, so he didn't care. After asking, Feng Yunyun said that she had a treasure on her that could isolate her aura and form a small space that she could use to recuperate. Qin Yu watched as she activated the treasure and carefully sensed that as long as his luck wasn't too bad, there shouldn't be any problems. Then, he bid his farewells. Time was tight to begin with and it was impossible for him to bring Feng Yunyun along with him. This result couldn't be any better. Because of this, Feng Yunyun, who had always been on guard against him, felt a bit embarrassed. But Qin Yu left just like that. Looking at his fading back, Feng Yunyun didn't even have time to apologize. She could only sigh inwardly, thinking that there were still good people in this world. After Qin Yu and Feng Yunyun separated, it was now the 14th day since they entered the Sea of Purgatory. Nearly half of the 1-month deadline had passed. Luckily, he was about to arrive. However, the water demon was tyrannical. According to the records of the demonic path, it had the strength of a Calamity Immortal Realm Supreme Elder. It was at least comparable to a 3rd-level Calamity Immortal. Originally, with Wei Jiao and the others helping him, he had some chances of success. But now that he was alone, his chances of success were less than 10%. If he acted hastily, let alone hunting down the water demon, he feared he might even lose his life in vain. Along the way, Qin Yu was constantly thinking, but how could the disparity in absolute strength be so easily made up for? In addition, the purple-back blue-wing ants hadn't completed their 2nd transformation yet. Otherwise, he would have one more card in his hand. He shook his head and suppressed these chaotic thoughts. When the boat reached the bridge, it would naturally straighten itself out. Thinking too much about it was useless. He would take things one step at a time. Perhaps an opportunity was right in front of him. Stepping forwards, Qin Yu continued forwards. But before he could find a way to hunt down the water demon, he first encountered a group of vengeful cultivators. "Fellow Daoist, please wait a moment." Several people stopped in the distance. One of them flew over and swept his eyes over Qin Yu. Seeing that he was hiding his aura, he didn't dare to be rude. To be able to rush deep into the Sea of Purgatory by himself, one didn't need to be a genius to know that this wasn't an ordinary person. Qin Yu asked, "What is it?" Although these people didn't show any signs of danger, he still didn't dare to underestimate them. The cultivator cupped his hands together. "May I ask, fellow Daoist, have you encountered this woman here?" As he spoke, he took out a jade slip. As he poured magic power into it, the jade slip emitted a bright light that projected the figure of a woman. Qin Yu's heart shook and he almost revealed a strange expression. Luckily, his mind was strong enough. He maintained his composure and said, "I haven't seen her." The cultivator revealed a disappointed expression but didn't say anything. He cupped his hands together and left. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Although the projection wasn't too clear, that cold aura and indifferent eyes left a deep impression on him. Just what trouble had that woman provoked? But thinking about it, with her icy cold appearance, even if she was beautiful, it would only take a moment for her to form a grudge. But after that, Qin Yu encountered 2 more groups of cultivators, both of them looking for Shen Yuanyin. This time, he was truly curious. He looked for a reason to ask a few questions. Although the other party's words were vague, he still understood the approximate reason. His complexion became strange. It turned out that these people were seeking revenge because their loved ones and friends had perished under Shen Yuanin's hands. And the reason they died was because they had been plucked to death. The so-called plucking was one of the yin and yang dual cultivation methods. In the cultivation world, it wasn't considered a shameful cultivation method. When one's Dao companion cultivated together, they would usually practice it once or twice. Plucking was one of the pleasures of the boudoir, but it could also promote the cultivation of both parties. There were many benefits to it. But in dual cultivation, there were also some extremely ruthless methods. Through the intercourse of yin and yang, one could plunder another's cultivation and life force in order to increase their strength. Killing someone was one of the cruelest methods. Although he had only seen her twice and the results weren't pleasant, after learning the truth, Qin Yu's first thought was that it was impossible. That woman's cold and indifferent demeanor wasn't an act at all. If it was said that she killed people in a fit of rage, he could accept it. But to say that she had done something improper to harm others, Qin Yu didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. But these three groups of cultivators had all held jade slips that clearly contained Shen Yuanyin. Even if they wanted to pluck her, there was no need for them to do it here. Moreover, they wouldn't do it in such an unscrupulous manner, right? This couldn't be explained at all. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He felt that there was something wrong with his brain. Why was he meddling in other people's business? Whether that woman was good or bad, whether she was seeking death or being wrongly accused, he would let her do as she pleased. In any case, they had only met by chance and there wasn't the slightest bit of friendship between them. However, for so many people to come to seek revenge was actually good news for Qin Yu. With just himself, it was nearly impossible for him to hunt down the water demon. Borrowing the strength of others was the best choice. And this place just happened to be not too far from the water demon's lair. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. His thoughts raced as he tried to think of a method to draw everyone out. Although it would be nice to be the fisherman that reaps the benefits, it wasn't a simple matter. Shen Yuanyin stopped. She took out a jade plate and probed it with her divine sense. After several breaths of time, she put it away. That's right, the water demon's lair was nearby. She turned and lightly said, "Sangzhu, you can leave." What followed was a bitter battle. Even she didn't have absolute confidence she could win. Sangzhu was anxious, but she didn't reveal any of it on her face. She only said, "I still haven't repaid you at all. I ask that fairy maiden allow me to stay a little longer." Shen Yuanyin was expressionless. "I don't want to say the same words a second time." Sangzhu clenched her teeth so hard that they nearly broke. But after spending some time together, she understood Shen Yuanin's temperament. Since she said something like this, there was no turning back. If she said anything more, it would be even worse. She squeezed out a smile and bowed. "If that's the case, then fairy maiden take care." Shen Yuanyin turned to leave. But at this time, two cultivators flew towards her. One was a man and one was a woman, their auras tyrannical. "You slut, it's you." The man was startled for a moment before he roared out in anger. His eyes were cruel to the extreme. "Give me back my son's life." As he spoke he attacked. Brilliant sword light instantly pierced through the vast skies, a wild killing intent shaking the heavens and earth. Shen Yuanyin frowned. She lifted a hand and thrust forwards, instantly freezing the sword light. "Who are you?" The female cultivator across from her screamed, "I am the one who will take your life." She lifted a hand and slapped between her eyebrows. The space between her eyebrows split open and a blood-red light flashed, turning into a sword. Shen Yuanin's eyes were icy cold. After reaching large success of the sublime lost emotion code, she killed as she pleased. She no longer had any compassion for the myriad beings in the world. This man and woman's heavy attacks had aroused her killing intent. She no longer held back. The frozen sword light shattered into countless pieces. The man stuffily coughed and blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. His eyes were filled with shock. "Little sister, be careful." But this warning was too late. Shen Yuanyin pointed a finger and the blood-red light condensed into a sword that trembled and collapsed. The light in the woman's eyes instantly faded away. Her life sword had been destroyed and her soul had been extinguished. The man held onto her corpse and roared out like a wild beast, "Slut, my family was kind enough to save you, but in the end you've fallen to such a state. You will die a horrible death." Bang! A terrifying sword intent shot into the skies. It was like a lighthouse in the dark night, known in all directions. In the next moment, this monstrous sword cut down. The man's face was drained of blood and he had died. Shen Yuanin's face didn't change at all. She flicked her sleeves and space twisted. As the heaven-shaking sword fell in, it was crushed to pieces. Although this seemed casual, she couldn't help but furrow her eyebrows, a weary look on her face. Sang Ju's eyes brightened. She had long suspected that there was a problem with this incomparably powerful female cultivator's body. Otherwise, why would she need to be on guard during their cultivation journey? The scene in front of her undoubtedly confirmed this. Perhaps the opportunity she had been searching for was now right in front of her. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of breaking air filled the air. From afar, one could see beams of light hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. In the distance, space began to collapse. There were even several people who didn't hesitate to break through the void to arrive. Without exception, when these cultivators saw Shen Yuanyin, they all gnashed their teeth, killing intent boiling in their eyes. It's her. You killed my beloved disciple. Today you will die. Kill her and burn her bones to ashes. You evil woman, let's see where you run off to. With a roar, a thick aura locked onto Shen Yuanyin. She frowned. She flicked her sleeves and a massive divine palace phantom appeared above her head. An icy cold and dignified voice, stimulated by her powerful cultivation, spread out in all directions. I am a direct disciple of the immortal sect. Who are you that you dare to surround me? Killing intent billowed around everyone. As they heard this, their complexions changed. Immortal sect, to be able to summon the projection of an immortal palace, there was no doubt that she was a direct disciple. Moreover, she was one of the highest existences, one with an incomparably honored status. The demonic path was famous for protecting their own, and the immortal sect's ability to hold grudges was also well known. If they killed this woman, there would surely be trouble for them. Seeing that she had awed them, Shen Yuanyin continued to say, I do not know any of you. There must be some misunderstanding here. A female cultivator screamed, misunderstanding? Even if you turned to ashes, I would still recognize you. Her eyes swept around. So what if you are a direct disciple of the immortal sect? A life for a life is the highest principle of the heavenly Tao. You might be afraid of me, but I'm not. At worst I'll just die. Shen Yuanyin frowned. Who are you? At this point you still dare to quibble. Do you think all of us have admitted our wrongs? The female cultivator's voice was shrill and shrill. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Is this woman in front of you your enemy? There's no mistake, it's her. Appearances can be changed, but aura cannot be wrong. Even if you are someone from the immortal sect, you cannot be forgiven for doing such a cruel and unforgivable thing. It's her, it's her. Shen Yuanyin coldly said, during this period of time, I have been together with this woman. I haven't taken a single step away from her. Sure, countless eyes gathered on Sang Zhu. The crowd cried out, Your Highness Sang Zhu. They actually recognized her. In the Qi Empire's diplomatic mission, there was a prince and a princess. They had both entered the Sea of Purgatory, and as soon as everyone heard their names, they were able to recognize them. If they could obtain the testimony of a princess, then even if it couldn't completely wash away the suspicions of Shen Yuanyin, it would at least calm everyone down. But at this time, Sang Zhu's mind was spinning with another thought. With Shen Yuanin's temperament, she was as cold as an ice statue. Unless she had no other choice, she would never explain herself. Now that she had said so much, the only explanation she could think of was that with her current condition, she wouldn't be able to withstand a great battle. Her thoughts raced. After several breaths of time, Sang Zhu made her decision. Now was the best chance, she absolutely could not miss it. With her mind set, Sang Zhu didn't hesitate any longer. She looked up, a look of panic on her face. Everyone, save me. Sang Zhu was forced by her. That woman was injured not too long ago. If I wait for her to recover, both you and I will die here. Her words were vague and unclear, but at this time, it was enough. Shen Yuanyin paused for a moment. Her eyes were ice cold as she looked at Sang Zhu. In the eyes of others, this was the anger of someone who had been exposed. What else do you have to say, you slut? Kill her. The law doesn't punish too many people. So what if it's the immortal sect? As long as no one speaks of her, how can the immortal sect know that she died under our hand? Sangju's words became the final straw that broke everyone's hearts. Of course, the other reason was that what someone said before was correct. Everyone present had been contaminated by this karma. Only an idiot would speak of it. The Sea of Purgatory had suffered countless casualties this time. The death of an immortal sect direct disciple wasn't remarkable at all. Killing her wouldn't be too troublesome. Shen Yuanyin could clearly feel the killing intent in everyone's hearts. She lifted a hand and pointed behind her. Sangju's heart chilled. She hid behind someone, and in the next moment, the cultivator in front of her was covered in ice. Catcher, catcher, cracks appeared and the cultivator broke into countless pieces. His corpse fell to the ground. This scene left Sangju deathly pale. If she hadn't been prepared, the one to die would have been her. Attack. Kill. Shen Yuanyin killed everyone, setting off the prelude to a great battle. Cultivators all attacked with hate in their hearts. To be able to rush into the Sea of Purgatory's forbidden land, whether it was alone or together, their strength couldn't be underestimated. Now that they attacked together, the light of supernatural powers flooded the world. The dazzling light was an extremely terrifying destructive strength. But at this moment, Shen Yuanyin erupted with a strength that surpassed all imaginations. She lifted her hands and the phantom of the immortal palace above her spread out, protecting her within. All of the supernatural powers fell into the immortal palace phantom. Their strength rapidly weakened until they vanished from sight. This scene caused everyone's pupils to shrink. To be able to block all of their attacks, how could the word terrifying describe her strength? Did an immortal sect female cultivator with such a cultivation need to pluck her? Thinking deeper, what sort of status did a female cultivator with such a cultivation have in the immortal sect? Their hearts trembled. They feared that there really was a misunderstanding here. But with things having come to this step, could they still explain it? Even if they did, would this cold-faced immortal sect female cultivator let them go? Would the immortal sect show mercy? Clenching their teeth, a cold light flashed in their eyes. Now, they had no other choice. Even if they knew they were wrong, they could only continue their mistake to the end, and kill her. As long as she died, everything would be over. Everyone would have a guilty conscience in their hearts and no one would say anything. Bang for a time, the light of supernatural powers didn't diminish at all. Rather, it became even more terrifying than before. Shen Yuanyin had a faint expression. She could naturally feel the changes in everyone's mood. The depths of her eyes became increasingly cold. She lifted a hand and pointed at the void. Several fingers fell down and strong winds rose up, causing the surrounding temperature to rapidly fall. White snowflakes fluttered down from above. They fell fast and dense, covering the earth in an instant. Each of these snowflakes contained an extremely terrifying coldness. As soon as they came into contact with flesh and blood, they would immediately merge with it. Soon, the surrounding cultivators all revealed horrified expressions. The magic power in their bodies stagnated and the flow of blood slowed down. It was as if their entire bodies were frozen solid. To block the attacks with one hand and then attack everyone with the other, and with such a strong and fierce attack, this awakened the fear they felt towards the immortal sect. The momentum of the attacks slowed down. Many people retreated, trying their best to avoid being covered by the snowflakes. At this time, a figure broke through the snow and appeared outside the immortal palace phantom. This was a handsome youth. He had a graceful bearing and a cold light surged in his starry eyes. He lifted a hand and punched out. Bang! A wild strength was gathered into this fist. The immortal palace phantom caved in and began to twist. The majestic palaces were twisted apart, causing chaos to descend. The youth was forced back by the formidable strength. Every step he took shattered space. His complexion paled and he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. But as he spat out blood, Shen Yuanyin frowned. She revealed a pained expression and her eyes darkened. The immortal palace phantom collapsed. The youth stopped. His eyes were as cold as lightning. Everyone, if you don't attack now, when will you? Everyone that had just retreated had a vicious light in their eyes once more. While she was sick, they would take her life. Shen Yuanyin took a deep breath. Faint traces of white light broke out from her body, making her seem incomparably pure and holy, as if she were about to ascend to immortality. In the next moment, this white light wrapped around her. She was like a meteor that cut through the horizon. All that blocked her was crushed to pieces. Her speed was inconceivably fast as she vanished from sight. She escaped. Everyone stopped, their complexions distressed. The youth formed hand seals and shot out several blood balls. I have already placed a mark on her body. With these blood balls, I can sense her position. We must eliminate all evil. We cannot allow this woman to escape and continue harming the world. These words were filled with righteousness. Everyone was overjoyed. They expressed their thanks and took the blood beads, howling away based on their senses. They could not allow this immortal sect female cultivator to live, otherwise they would all die. They were clearly seeking revenge and standing on the side of righteousness, but things had actually progressed to such a degree. It wasn't that no one regretted their actions, but that it was already too late. They had to kill her. Sang Zhu forcefully suppressed her shock. Brother 17? The youth turned around. His eyes flashed and he smiled. So royal sister was also here. Now isn't the time to speak. You and I should also follow. We must kill this woman. As he spoke, a cold chill filled the air. Sang Zhu respectfully nodded. I will follow Brother 17's orders. The two of them howled away. Sang Zhu fell behind. As she looked at the youth's back, her eyes were cloudy and uncertain. She never knew that the usually low-key and patient old 17 would actually possess such formidable strength. It really wasn't a lie that the emperor races were filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Qin Yu frowned, his complexion a bit ill. According to the demon envoy's instructions, he should have been able to lock onto the Watergloom's aura. But now, after using the secret art, his senses were blurred and blurred. Could it be that the changes in the Sea of Purgatory had affected the effect of the secret art? If so, then things would become troublesome. Although he had drawn out the approximate range of the Watergloom's location, this range covered at least 1,000 miles. If he wanted to slowly search through this area, it would take a great deal of time. He simply couldn't afford to delay. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's eyes became increasingly gloomy. At this time, there was the sound of breaking air in his ears. His heart chilled and he looked up to see a mass of white light howling towards him. Its speed was astonishing and the aura it emitted was swift and fierce. However, as he saw this white light fly over his head and not stop or reveal any ill intent, Qin Yu relaxed a little. He didn't want to meddle in the current situation, so he turned to leave. But suddenly, the white light that flew over his head collapsed and dissipated, revealing the unconscious figure of a woman that fell from the air. It was her. Her face was deathly pale and her aura was weak to the extreme. At this moment, Qin Yu didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart. By the time he reacted, he had already flown over. He revealed a hesitant look in his eyes, but in the end, he caught Shen Yuanyin by the waist and landed on the ground. She was unconscious and her appearance was still cold and distant, but she lacked the aura that pushed people away from her for 1,000 miles. She weakly leaned against Qin Yu's chest, looking frail and weak. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. The two of them couldn't be considered enemies, but they definitely weren't friends either. Thinking back to the unpleasant encounter they had before, it was already benevolent of him not to hit her while she was down. But if he saved her, would that cause trouble for himself? Reason told Qin Yu that he shouldn't meddle in this matter. But, after a long period of silence, he didn't let go. Damn, he really was crazy. In the past, he never discovered that he had the potential to be obsessed with women. Or was it because he never had a chance to put it into practice? Perhaps teasing himself was a way to comfort himself. He didn't know if it would work on others, but at the very least, Qin Yu felt a little better. He looked down at Shen Yuanyin and shook his head. Then, his figure flashed and he rapidly flew away. Although he didn't know who was chasing her, he didn't need to be an idiot to know that someone that could force such a powerful woman to such a degree was absolutely terrifying. Of course, it was best to leave as soon as possible. Saving her was already stupid enough. If he were to throw himself into danger because of this, then he really would become a joke. Shua. Chapter 578. The altar was made of stone. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. After countless years of erosion, it had been damaged in many places, making it seem bleak and desolate. But as one looked down, one could still feel the majesty and dignity of the altar that hadn't yet faded away. Several figures stood beneath the altar, looking at its dilapidated state. Their eyes were bitter but also a bit excited. One of them was an old man with white hair. His face was covered in layers of wrinkles, each one filled with the aura of time. With a loud thud, he fell to his knees. His body trembled as he kissed the earth. Turbid tears rolled down his cheeks. The descendants are unfilial, bringing shame to our ancestors. The people around him also knelt down. They clenched their fists, heavy expressions on their faces. Zhong Lingtian was the first to stand up. He slowly said, "Great-granduncle, since we were able to find this place, it is because our ancestors are protected by the heavens. There is no need for you to worry too much." The old man wiped away his tears. "Your Highness is right. It was all my fault. I couldn't suppress my emotions for a moment." He looked at the altar. "The Emperor seal is here. As long as you can obtain it, your Highness will obtain it. An invisible destiny will be added to your body." Zhong Lingtian bowed, solemnly saluting. "I'll have to trouble great-granduncle." The old man revealed a solemn expression. "This is my duty. My branch of the clan was born for this purpose. Your Highness, please wait a moment. We will immediately ask for the Emperor seal." He waved his hand. Several people behind him stood up. With a bit of silence, they scattered around the altar. "Begin," the old man said. Outside the altar, several people cut their palms at the same time. Dark red blood gushed out. But as the blood dripped down, it was attracted by an invisible strength and floated in midair. A humming sound came from deep within the ruined altar. It carried with it the weakness and exhaustion of countless years of slumber, as well as an unconcealable restlessness. The complexions of those who bled changed. Their faces paled. Then, the floating blood stretched out and connected to the altar. As it absorbed the blood, the ground trembled. Dark golden runes appeared on the surface of the altar. At first, they were messy and incomplete. But as they increased in number, they gradually linked together, forming an incomparably complex array diagram. However, due to the destruction of the altar, some parts of the diagram had been damaged, causing the power of the formation to be unable to circulate. The old man's eyes swept over the damaged parts of the array diagram. He paused for several breaths of time and sighed inwardly. Then, he made up his mind. "Your Highness, all of our clan's hopes rest on you. I hope that your Highness will be careful in the future and live up to the clan's expectations." Zhong Lingtian bowed, his expression firm like stone. "I will remember Grand-uncle's teachings." Lin Weiwei knelt on the ground and paid her respects in place of her elder brother. She knew very well what kind of price her granduncle and the others would have to pay. "Your name will definitely be recorded in the family tree and remembered by future generations. We will be eternally grateful." The old man smiled, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. He seemed much younger. He had been waiting for this day his entire life. Thinking back to the hesitation and unwillingness in his heart, he could not help but mock himself. Sure enough, after living for a long time, one would instinctively cherish life. Fortunately, although he cherished his life, he did not forget the responsibility he carried. He stepped forwards and floated above the altar. He spread out his arms and blood-red light drilled out from his body, submerging him within. This blood-red light seemed to have a mind of its own. It flew down on its own, falling onto the damaged parts of the array diagram. It wriggled and fused into it, repairing it. All around the altar, several people with blood dripping from their hands revealed expressions of sorrow. As they looked at the old ancestor being submerged in the blood-red light, most of the resentment in their hearts dissipated. Perhaps it was as the old ancestor had said. This was the mission of their bloodline, and it had already been decided long ago. Closing their eyes, Several people silently stirred the blood-red light in their palms. The humming from within the altar became even louder, adding a bit more strength to it. Golden runes slowly grew out from the damaged parts of the array diagram. When it was completely repaired, the blood-red light above the altar suddenly converged. The old man had vanished from sight, leaving behind nothing but ashes. He had used his life to repair the array diagram, exhausting everything. Bang! The golden runes shined brightly, condensing into a golden beam of light that smashed into the heavens. It shattered space, connecting to some unknown place. The cultivators standing around the altar with their eyes closed suddenly stiffened. Faint traces of ash gray rose up from beneath their feet, quickly spreading to every part of their bodies. This color was extremely gloomy and exuded a sense of extermination. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up. Just like the old man, their bodies disintegrated in the wind. There wasn't even the slightest bit of life left. Zhong Lingtian struggled to stand up straight, his expression deep with grief. Lin Weiwei's eyes were red and large drops of tears flowed down her cheeks. The bloodline of the Emperor clan had withered and there were only a few left. Today, another bloodline would be cut off. Was it really worth it for the Emperor seal? But this was her big brother's decision and the clan had prepared for this for countless years. She had no way of questioning him. She could only follow him and remember everything that happened today. If the Emperor clan truly returned to their glory one day, then those who sacrificed themselves today would receive the honor and glory they deserved. A golden beam of light shot out from the altar, shattering space and connecting to some unknown place. Invisible waves of energy swept out in all directions. However, this altar seemed to have an invisible strength that covered up space, not allowing the outside world to know what was happening. After a moment, a giant bronze coffin flew out from the shattered space. There wasn't the slightest bit of decoration on its surface, as if the person buried within disdained to use any external objects to show off their dignity. From this alone, it could be seen just how arrogant the person who was buried here was when they were alive. Zhong Lingtian's complexion changed. This was because the scene in front of him was completely different from what he knew. There was no emperor seal at all. Why would this bronze coffin descend through the altar? He grabbed onto Lin Weiwei and turned to leave. Although he didn't know what was in the bronze coffin, he could feel an endless pressure pressing down on his heart. But before the two of them could leave, the entire space froze over. An invisible dignity carried with it a vast and terrifying aura, imprisoning this part of the world. The bronze coffin fell onto the altar. The heaven-shaking aura it released suddenly vanished without a trace. Although Zhong Lingtian regained his freedom, he didn't flee with Lin Weiwei. Instead, he respectfully knelt down and kowtowed. If he wanted to kill them, he could have done so just now. Since he held back, there must be some other reason. Of course, the most important point was that after experiencing the might of the bronze coffin, Zhong Lingtian didn't have the slightest confidence that he could escape with his little sister. If so, then he might as well stay put. Creak, with a light sound, the bronze coffin's lid opened. A pale white hand reached out and grabbed onto the coffin. From the coffin, a middle-aged man walked out. He wore an emperor crown and 9 dragon robes. His eyes surged with divine light, as if he could control the sun, moon, and stars with a single movement. Within this bronze coffin was a great emperor. His entire body was filled with death energy, but he still retained a trace of vitality. Life and death energies intertwined, diametrically opposed to each other. But they flowed freely, forming a system of their own, stable and unending. It was truly strange. His eyes fell on Zhong Lingtian and Lin Weiwei. His eyes flashed and he said, "How many years have passed since the founding of the nation? How is the power of the nation?" Zhong Lingtian was excited. Although he found it hard to believe, he had already recognized that this great emperor in front of him who seemed to have come back from the dead was the founding ruler. The portrait enshrined in the ancestral temple and the jade slip that had been passed down to this day were exactly the same as the person in front of him. Moreover, that emperor aura that suppressed the highest heavens couldn't be faked at all. Reporting to the ancestor ruler, the Great Jew has been founded for 25 million years and the country has collapsed for 40 million years. The emperor clans have withered and there is only a single city left. Bang! The altar shook and the skies changed colors. Fog tumbled, as if a million divine mountains were condensing and descending. Zhong Lingtian's body shivered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. The founding emperor was enraged. When I was buried, I left behind a posthumous edict. If the country is unstable, I can be awakened from my slumber. How dare you disrespect me? Zhong Lingtian didn't dare to argue. He only lowered his head and admitted his crimes. Luckily, that sky-toppling aura soon dispersed. The founding emperor had a gloomy expression. Speak. What happened? There had to be some accident. Zhong Lingtian suppressed the discomfort in his body. He respectfully said, 40 million years ago, the empire was filled with the smoke of war. The ancestors of my clan wanted to summon the emperor seal to support the destiny of the nation. As for what happened, no one knows. All I know is that the summoning process didn't go smoothly, and all the ancestors that participated died in a single day. At that time, the empire was in a precarious situation. After this strike, it was unable to recover. A million years of war later, the land was divided into 7. Then, he explained the current situation of the 7 empires in the land of divinity and demons. As Zhong Lingtian finished speaking, he carefully glanced at the silent ancestor sovereign, his mind in chaos. The emperor seal that was passed down through the generations and could obtain the destiny of the emperor was actually the founding emperor. If the nation was unstable and the ancestor sovereign was awakened, could the great Zhou dynasty be preserved? But this hypothesis no longer held any meaning. No matter what the reason was, the great Zhou dynasty had already been destroyed for 30 million years. After a long silence, the founding emperor looked up. Divine light surged in his eyes, as if he had crossed through the river of time and returned to the distant past. After a long time, he gently sighed, as if he had gained some enlightenment. I fought for millions of years and finally unified the world. I established a transcendent cause, combining my body with the destiny of the nation to suppress all. Because of this feeling, in order to avoid calamity, I fell into a deep slumber, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to preserve the emperor clan and continue the inheritance of the nation. His eyes fell. Rise. The two of you have awakened me from my slumber and have performed a great merit for the emperor clan. In the future, you will be rewarded. Zhong Lingtian and Lin Weiwei hurriedly knelt down in thanks. The founding emperor flicked his sleeves and an invisible strength wrapped around the two of them. He put away the bronze coffin and stepped out, vanishing from sight. Ying Capital. Great Chu Imperial Palace. His Majesty the Emperor sat alone in a secret chamber. He looked at the star Atlas, at the bright star that suddenly lit up. His eyes were dignified. There were 7 emperor stars in the world, but now an 8th had appeared. Moreover, it was so bright that the instant it appeared, it erupted with light that nearly covered the entire star Atlas. The 8th emperor of the world, no, perhaps he should be called the first emperor of all eternity. The ancient rumors were true. The one who established the great Zhou dynasty, the one who ruled over all the heavens, was actually still alive. Although he was already prepared in his heart, as he witnessed this scene with his own eyes, endless waves were set off in the emperor's powerful mind. After a long time, Mi Ganyuan took a deep breath. He suppressed the tumbling waves in his heart and his eyes burst out with confidence. So what if the founding emperor of the great Zhou dynasty was called the first emperor of all eternity? The current world was no longer the territory of the great Zhou dynasty. He was the most powerful emperor in this world. If everything went smoothly, he could borrow the power of purgatory to suppress him, refine his flesh and blood, and plunder his imperial destiny. He would have a chance of inheriting the transcendent emperor godhood and obtaining the approval of the heavens and earth. At that time, what did the immortal sect or demonic path matter? Unifying the world wasn't without hope. On the long snake stone tablet, black flames rose up in the skeleton's eye sockets. He was silent for a long time and then he sighed. He is truly worthy of being the Chu Empire's great emperor. He actually has such courage and breadth of mind to do such extraordinary things. 12 stone tablets appeared. Everything within the sea of purgatory could be sensed. The solemn Chu Emperor dares to do such a dangerous thing for the sake of his great cause. Since I know of this, How could I not lend you a helping hand? In the peaceful and stable land of divinity and demons, how could it accommodate a race that had been expelled for 1,000,000,000 years? Only when the world was in chaos and everyone was in danger would there be no one who would care about them. The Chu Emperor had placed down a piece and opened a great chess game. He naturally had to add fuel to the fire and not miss out on this heaven-sent opportunity. The skeleton lifted a hand and slapped it. The stone tablets beneath him trembled. The 12 stone tablets connected together and their auras erupted at the same time. Originally, he was still hiding his aura, but now he didn't hold it back anymore. Deep within the sea of purgatory, there was an extremely terrifying and alluring aura that leapt into his senses. Of course, not everyone had the qualifications to touch upon this aura. Only when one's strength reached a certain level and touched upon the source of the world would they be able to sense its existence. In the darkness, pairs of deep eyes suddenly opened. Some were shaken, some were puzzled, but without exception, all of them were filled with joy. No matter what the reason was, hadn't they waited for endless years for this moment? Bang ere bang, aura after aura erupted from all over the sea of purgatory. Each aura was so solid that it seemed tangible. Like a burning beacon, it shot into the skies. Within the entire sea of purgatory, all living beings trembled. From the depths of their souls, endless fear rose up. After the Chu Emperor and the mysterious skeleton placed down their pieces, the true great waves arrive. Countless people were frightened and their complexions paled. Although they didn't know what was happening, a great fear rose up in their hearts. The reason for that was because each and every one of those auras were capable of easily crushing them to dust. Within a temporary cave dwelling, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. A divine light flashed within them, filled with a shaking intent. He lowered his head, his eyes widening as if he had seen something unbelievable. Sea of Purgatory. Sea of Purgatory, so this was the true origin of its name. That's right, at this moment, Qin Yu could feel a magnificent aura being released from deep underground. His cultivation boundary was indeed lacking, but within his soul space, whether it was the cosmic sea-cross bell or the purple moon, both of them could make up for this deficiency. I never thought it would be hidden here. Undying whispered. Qin Yu suddenly sensed something. He turned and saw that the woman had woken up. There wasn't a hint of panic on her face. Her cold eyes swept over Qin Yu before looking down at her feet. She had also sensed it. This good fortune is not something you can covet, otherwise you will only be throwing your life away. An icy voice came out from between her teeth, without the least bit of warmth. Shen Yuanyin stood up and walked out. She didn't say a word of thanks or even glance at him. Qin Yu's lips twitched. This was indeed this woman's style. Undying's voice sounded out in his mind. She is right. With Master's current cultivation, you do not have the qualifications to interfere in this struggle for good fortune. Her tone was filled with unwillingness. Qin Yu frowned. Just what is it? You seem to know. Undying bitterly smiled. I can't say. What? With Master's current cultivation, it is impossible for you to know of its existence. Now that you have sensed it through other methods, you have already broken through the taboo. If you probe any further and trigger a resonance of energy, you will surely provoke a disaster. Qin Yu's heart trembled and all the hairs on his back stood up. At this moment, it seemed as if some sort of attention had fallen upon him. Without further explanation, he already believed Undying's words. It was just that it was hard to imagine that there was something in this world that he didn't have the qualifications to know about. If he were to forcefully probe it, a great calamity might befall him. This is true good fortune. Undying couldn't help but say. Qin Yu was silent. He could clearly feel the other party's sigh from these words. Was he being looked down on because his cultivation was too weak? For someone who could at least fight a calamity immortal, for better or worse, it was hard for him to accept this sort of signal. Right now, Undying clearly didn't care about what Qin Yu thought. He bluntly said, Master, there will be great changes in the Sea of Purgatory. You cannot stay here any longer. Before his voice fell, terrifying auras erupted like volcanoes in the darkness. With peerless and tyrannical postures, they broke into his senses. These auras were strong, each one heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. One even suspected that if they were to collide, the entire world would be destroyed. Qin Yu's complexion changed several times. The sour feeling in his heart instantly vanished. Compared to these auras, he was far, far too weak. Standing in front of them, while he wasn't much different from an ant, he wasn't much harder than an egg. He feared that with just a little bit of strength, he would be torn to pieces. Helplessness flashed in his eyes. But Qin Yu knew that undying was right. He really couldn't stay in the current sea of purgatory any longer. With these terrifying auras appearing one after another, who knew what would happen next? If he didn't leave, once he was sucked in, he would die without a doubt. If he lost Shuiba, he could still find a chance. But if he died, everything would be for naught. He lifted his hand. Light flashed and several jade archives appeared in his hand. Each one was of the highest quality jade. After they were refined, they shined with a dazzling light. Tiny runes tumbled within the light. Before entering the Sea of Purgatory, the great Chu imperial family had bestowed a similar set of jade archives to everyone. With these jade archives, they could lay down a miniature array formation that resonated with Yin Capital's great array formation and teleport away. With a thought, the jade archives flew up, forming an array formation in the void. Qin Yu lifted a hand and poured magic power into them, activating them. Jade archives lit up and faint fluctuations appeared in space. But at this time, an inexplicable aura arrived, disrupting the array formation. With a series of cracking sounds, the jade archives shattered one after another. On the stone tablet, black flames danced in the skeleton's eye sockets. His lips parted as if he were smiling. Little fellows, for the sake of this liveliness, in order to achieve the best results, I will have to leave you behind. Perhaps you will die, but to be able to see peak powerhouses that have accumulated for hundreds of millions of years release their final energy, you should feel honored. Enjoy this grand ceremony. Shen Yuanyin suddenly stopped. A group of panic-stricken cultivators appeared in her line of sight. This was because it wasn't just Qin Yu who had tried to leave the Sea of Purgatory. It was clear that all of them had failed. No one knew what had happened. But it was because of their ignorance that they were even more terrified. Those that had fallen into panic and despair needed a place to vent. Shen Yuanin's appearance at this time was undoubtedly the best choice. It's all because of that slut. No one knew who said this, but everyone subconsciously acknowledged this point. If it weren't for her, how could they have gathered here? If they hadn't gathered here, perhaps this despairing scene wouldn't have occurred. This logic was far-fetched and even completely unreasonable. But in this situation, what meaning did logic have? Kill her. Those that were in despair could often erupt with an even more terrifying destructive power. If one considered things from the dark side, perhaps these people were thinking that even if they had to die here, they had to kill her first. It was like if they killed Shen Yuanyin, they would have one more scapegoat. You see, even if they all had to die, at least someone would die in front of them, right? A terrifying aura pierced through space. Dazzling divine light illuminated the world, illuminating Shen Yuanin's pale face as well as her furrowed eyebrows. At this moment, she was at a loss. Death was about to arrive. Had she ever left a mark in this world? Great waves rose up in her mind. Fragmented images splashed into her mind. Shen Yuanyin stiffened. Before the overwhelming killing intent arrived, she spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash of the sublime lost emotion code. Behind her, Qin Yu was stunned. He looked at Shen Yuanyin, suddenly finding a familiar feeling in her cold and strange back. His mind throbbed and an intense impulse erupted from the depths of his heart. Without any time to think or hesitate, his body instinctively responded. Bang! A formidable strength erupted, directly twisting space. Qin Yu's figure fell in front of Shen Yuanyin like a mountain. He lifted a hand and pressed forward. Deep blue light erupted, instantly forming the phantom of an endless sea region. Then, that blinding light, carrying with it a terrifying destructive strength, smashed into it. The sea region phantom violently trembled, instantly on the verge of collapse. Qin Yu stuffily coughed as blood flowed out from his nose and mouth. But he didn't take half a step back. He allowed the wild pressure to press down on him, causing his joints to crackle. Catcher, a catcher, the sea region phantom that was on the verge of collapse suddenly began to freeze over, instantly strengthening its defenses and sharing some of Qin Yu's pressure. Shen Yuanin's complexion paled and her eyes dimmed. She had exhausted all of her strength. She and Qin Yu were on this side. Across from them was a group of crazed cultivators, and in the middle was a frozen sea. Qin Yu looked at the frozen sea. His thoughts stirred and strange syllables echoed in his mind. Hummer above his head, the sea chart slowly unfurled. A transcendent and noble aura emitted from his body. He lifted his hand and pointed down. Bang! A terrifying beam of light tore through the skies. With unparalleled momentum, it suddenly descended. Beneath it, cultivators widened their eyes, endless fear in their eyes. But beneath this beam of light, let alone resisting, they couldn't even form thoughts of escaping. The ground fiercely shook. Great waves rose up, rolling out in all directions. A 10,000-foot wide hole appeared. It was pitch black, so deep that one couldn't see it. The cultivators that had been standing here had all disappeared. There was a light cracking sound in Qin Yu's mind. Then, he felt a sharp pain, as if a sharp wooden stake had ruthlessly stabbed into him. His complexion paled, without the least bit of blood left. He closed his eyes. Before his consciousness fell into complete darkness, Qin Yu felt himself fall into the arms of a soft and delicate body. A faint fragrance entered his nose. It was strange, but it caused his heart to race. He only felt that it was very soft, but what a pity, he fainted in the next moment. Chapter 579. After seeing the terrifying hole in the ground that seemed to lead straight to the 9 nether realms, the group chasing Shen Yuanyin dispersed. What nonsense! Although the current situation wasn't right and they might die here, who would be willing to die here until the final moment? What if there was a chance to live? Even if they were doomed to die, dying late was better than dying early. Continue to chase. What a joke. This was simply sending their head from 1,000 miles away. Sangju paled and her eyes filled with fear. If Shen Yuanyin didn't die, then even if she could leave the Sea of Purgatory alive, her fate would still be miserable. Although the Qi Empire was one of the 7 great empires, ever since it was founded, it had always been supported by the Immortal Sect. Although the Immortal Sect recognized the dignity of the empire, it was impossible to resolve the matter of plotting to kill a direct disciple. Moreover, the stronger Shen Yuanyin was, the higher her status was in the Immortal Sect. The 17th Prince Sang Ku frowned. He couldn't care about the cultivators that were scattering away. Light surged in the depths of his eyes. Thus, the events that occurred not too long ago were replayed in reverse, as if he were looking back in time. Because the strength was far too terrifying, it caused the surrounding aura to distort and the scene to be incomplete. But, he could still make out the approximate course of events. He saw Qin Yu attack, the slowly unfolding sea map, and the terrifying beam of light that crashed down from the heavens. His body instinctively stiffened. Although there was no expression on his face, great waves began to rise in his heart. He was actually the one chosen by God. This was troublesome. He didn't doubt the strength of a spiritual God, especially the might of that beam of light. Even though it was only a phantom image, he could still feel the destructive strength contained within. Even he wouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment of that beam of light. This was an extremely powerful spiritual god. Even though it had already perished, the remnant divine might was still terrifying. Sang Ku clenched his teeth and revealed an unwillingness in his eyes. But, he knew that he couldn't continue chasing, otherwise he might encounter a life or death crisis. He turned around and restrained all his emotions. He lightly said, "Royal sister, let's go." Sangju was in a trance. She subconsciously nodded, the fear in her heart increasing. What to do? What to do? As she followed behind Sangku, her thoughts raced. Since she was a child, Sangju wasn't someone who was willing to accept her fate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tossed and turned for so many years. If she didn't do anything and just waited for the final result to arrive, that would be impossible. 17th brother, Sangku stopped. What's the matter, sister? Sangju steadied her mind and said, in brother 17th's opinion, what level of strength is needed to create that deep hole in the ground? Sangku frowned. It can kill calamity immortals. Even if the shockwaves had already dispersed, there was still some residual chi in the mud and stones at the edge of the deep cave. It wasn't difficult to make such a judgment. Sang Ju's eyes brightened. The Great Chu's Sea of Purgatory is connected to Ying Capital's Great Array Formation. It is rumored to be related to the destiny of the Chu Empire. It is of utmost importance. Brother 17, do you think they will allow calamity immortals to enter? Sang Ku raised an eyebrow. My royal sister means, Sang Ju said decisively, it's very simple. He didn't know what method that woman used to unleash such terrifying strength, but it was definitely her life-saving trump card. Let's not talk about the price she would have to pay to use this trump card. Since she used this technique, she must be at the end of her rope. Brother 17th, everyone retreated in fear, but they never thought that this might be the best time to kill her. If this woman is not eliminated, even if you and I are of the direct bloodline of the Emperor clan, we will still be in great trouble. Her last words vaguely reminded Sang Ku that the two of them were grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Sang Ku's eyes brightened and he smiled. He said in a soft voice, I was indeed confused. Thank you, royal sister, for the reminder. He was well aware that the one who attacked wasn't that woman, but another strange man. But Sang Ju's words weren't wrong. Even if it was the one chosen by God, if he were to erupt with such a terrifying power, he would still have suffered serious losses. Perhaps he was currently in an extremely weakened state. If he could kill the one chosen by God, divine spark, thinking of this, Sang Ku's heart burned with a burning heat. Sang Ju was overjoyed. That's right. Brother 17th is tyrannical. If little sister is willing to help you, you will definitely be able to kill her. Sang Ku smiled. Then, I must thank royal sister. Before his voice fell, he lifted a hand and grabbed onto Sang Ju. A dark and gloomy aura rapidly drilled into her body. Sang Ju stiffened. Her eyes filled with horror. Brother 17th, what is the meaning of this? Emperor clans couldn't harm each other, otherwise they would suffer a bloodline backlash. Everyone knew this, so she had been careless. Sang Ku licked his lips, his tongue bright red. Of course it's to be intimate with my royal sister. As he spoke, he leaned over and kissed her lips. Sang Ju's eyes flashed with anger and shame before she immediately suppressed it. She no longer had a pure body, so this wasn't difficult for her to accept. Moreover, in the emperor clans, in order to protect their bloodline inheritance, it was common for close relatives to marry. However, she would remember this matter. If she had a chance in the future, she would make him suffer a fate worse than death. Her heart filled with hatred, but Sang Ju's body had already gone limp. Her breathing was rapid, her face flushed red and she had a passionate appearance. But at this time, her eyes widened and she wildly struggled in panic. Gulp a gulp, there was the sound of great gulps. Sang Ju's body rapidly withered away. Even as her eyes glazed over, she still couldn't believe what had happened. Sang Ku had actually dared to kill her, and she really would die here. Pater Sang Ju's withered corpse was casually tossed to the ground. Sang Ku had a satisfied expression. He lay down on the ground and cleanly ate her flesh and skin. After starving himself, only then did he realize that food wasn't easy to come by. He couldn't waste it. After licking the gaps between his teeth, Sang Ku destroyed the skeleton and erased all traces. Then, he patted his clothes and relaxed. They were truly worthy of being descendants of the emperor clans. All of them tasted quite good. He closed his eyes and digested and absorbed the memories he obtained from Sang Ju. After several breaths of time, Sang Ku's eyes lit up with joy. That little girl actually had a pure yin body. Sang Ju's yin receiving body had already benefited him greatly. If he could obtain a pure yin body as well, perhaps he would be able to complete his transformation. This was a pleasant surprise. Although the divine spark was good, its divine might was too heavy. He originally had some scruples in his heart. But if he could complete his transformation, his chances of fusing with the divine spark would be much higher. Sang Ku's eyes flashed. Suddenly, a light flashed and he thought of an idea. If he could do it properly, he might be able to achieve his goal without taking too many risks. After thinking about it for a long time and determining that it was feasible, Sang Ku smiled in satisfaction. A layer of black water gushed out and wrapped around him. When the black water scattered, another divine essence voice appeared. Whether it was the aura or the movements, it was exactly the same. How was this Sang-ku? This was clearly the water demon that lived in the sea of purgatory. What Sang-ju couldn't figure out was actually very simple. Her cheap brother 17 had already become food for the water demon. Thinking about it, it must have borrowed Sang-ku's identity to act more conveniently. Sensing with his mind, he determined Shen Yuanin's position. The water demon's figure moved, turning into a mass of black fog that howled in pursuit. Qin Yu felt as if he had a wonderful dream. Everything in the dream was blurry, but that soft and warm feeling left him intoxicated. He subconsciously wanted to touch it more clearly. Then, he felt as if he were falling down a cliff. After a rapid fall, he crashed into the ground. His heart shook. His body ached and he felt an icy cold sensation. Qin Yu woke up. He hurriedly opened his eyes and met Shen Yuanin's indifferent gaze. Her complexion became increasingly cold and a dangerous aura tumbled around her. It seemed that if it weren't for the fact that she wasn't feeling well, she would have rushed over and slapped him several times already. Qin Yu was puzzled. But when his eyes fell onto Shen Yuanin's chest, there was a dim palm print on her white dress that was particularly striking. Although he didn't compare it, Qin Yu instantly knew that if he pressed his hand against it, it would absolutely fit perfectly. This was just too embarrassing. After a second of daze, Qin Yu immediately looked away. He coughed and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist, for saving me." At this time, pretending to be confused was the only choice. Otherwise, if things were really made clear, how could they still interact? However, he was clearly the one who saved her, so why was he so muddle-headed that he had to thank her? Qin Yu bitterly smiled. His mind raced with all sorts of thoughts, leaving him in a state of chaos. He thought back to the familiar feeling he felt from this woman before he fainted. But looking at her now, she was nothing more than a walking lump of ice, so cold that it was frightening. Could this be a demonic barrier? Or could it be that he had really awakened his potential to become a hungry demon? Shen Yuanyin grit her teeth. Even she didn't realize that compared to before, she seemed a bit more human. Qin Yu was the first to speak, breaking the silence. "Fellow Daoist, how is your condition?" "Shut up," Shen Yuanyin coldly said, a hint of anger in her voice. After speaking, she was stunned for a moment and then closed her eyes. Although he was scolded, Qin Yu actually relaxed. As long as he said the first sentence, he could just let nature take its course in the future. Seeing that Shen Yuanyin didn't want to speak further, he was happy. He closed his eyes and sensed the state of his body. A moment later, he groaned inwardly. Although his confrontation with everyone had only lasted for a short period of time, no matter how strong his path of water was, it was impossible for him to contend with the combined attacks of so many people. The path of water had condensed a sea phantom, and after being frozen by Shen Yuanyin, it became even more real. But in the end, it wasn't a true sea region. Perhaps sensing that Qin Yu was in a desperate situation, the divine spark forcefully galvanized it, causing a terrifying beam of light to descend. But in the end, he still had to pay the appropriate price. For instance, Qin Yu's extremely weak soul. "Master is taking too many risks." Undying's gloomy voice sounded out, a warning in his voice. He had already bet his final chance on Qin Yu. For instance, Qin Yu's extremely weak soul. He had already bet his final chance on Qin Yu. If something happened to him, he would be beyond redemption. How could he calmly deal with the fact that Qin Yu had disregarded his own life and forcefully attacked? If it weren't for Purple Moon and the Cosmic Sea-Cross Bell resisting the backlash of the divine spark at the critical moment, even if Qin Yu didn't die, he would still be an idiot. Qin Yu could sense the weak auras of Purple Moon and the Cosmic Sea-Cross Bell. He felt a deep sense of guilt in his heart. "It was my fault. I won't do it again." He didn't defend himself. Rather, he blocked Undying's next words. He wanted to remind Qin Yu not to be captivated by beauty, but after hesitating again and again, he didn't say anything. In truth, Undying was also surprised. After knowing Qin Yu for so many years, he naturally knew that Qin Yu wasn't someone who lusted after beauty. But now, in front of this woman, why did he always lose his sense of propriety? Could it be that this brat Qin Yu was born with a love for ice beauties, and now that he encountered one, his masochistic tendencies were activated? As Qin Yu was ashamed, he didn't know that Undying was secretly looking at him with a strange expression. He opened his eyes and glanced at Shen Yuanyin, who was cultivating. Then, he swept his eyes around and saw that she had already made arrangements to isolate his aura. He took out the 9th province furnace to add another layer of protection. Qin Yu took out some pills and swallowed them down. Most of them were used to restore the soul. The Emperor-level demon body had an amazing regenerative ability. Compared to bodily injuries, soul injuries were undoubtedly more important. The two of them were silent. The space around them quieted down and Qin Yu's breathing gradually calmed down. It was just that he never imagined that as someone who was always cautious, he would place so much trust in Shen Yuanyin. At this time, Shen Yuanyin opened her eyes. She glanced at Qin Yu. Her eyes were still faint, but deep within them, there was a complex light. A mass of black water fell onto the ground and rose up, turning into a figure. This was Shen Yuanin's figure. She coldly glared at the cave in front of her. It was here. She closed her eyes and an invisible aura spread out. A light breeze appeared in the air, bringing with it a faint moisture. After several breaths of time, she opened her eyes, her expression dignified. That person chosen by God was really still here. After thinking for a moment, Shen Yuanyin took a step back. Her body became illusory as she melted into the shadows. Several breaths of time later, another gust of wind appeared in the air. It wasn't as gentle as before, but a bit colder and more austere. It wasn't to hide. Rather, it was the exact opposite. It wanted the people in the cave to sense that something was wrong outside. Shen Yuanyin and Qin Yu opened their eyes at nearly the same time. Their gazes met and they looked towards the cave entrance. Since that aura just now had penetrated in, it must have discovered them. I'll go take a look. Shen Yuanyin stood up and walked outside. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment but didn't say anything. He was well aware of his current condition. If he followed, he would only add to the chaos. It was just that although this woman's aura seemed to have recovered a bit, the feeling she gave off wasn't too good. He hoped that there wouldn't be any problems. Bang of fierce fluctuations of aura erupted from outside the cave. Qin Yu's complexion changed. Shen Yuanyin staggered backwards. Her face was pale and her clothes were dyed red with blood. Her aura was weak to the extreme. Before he could respond, another person flew into the cave. She wore white clothes and her face was covered with a veil. Her expression was cold and indifferent, like a goddess descending from the highest heavens. Shen Yuanyin. 2. Qin Yu subconsciously widened his eyes. Shen Yuanyin, who had retreated into the cave, coldly said, "Who are you and why are you pretending to be me?" The other Shen Yuanyin was expressionless. Die. With a flick of her sleeves, the air instantly froze over. An icy cold spread outwards. The blood-stained Shen Yuanyin lifted a hand and another extreme cold erupted. The two sides collided in the void. Catcher, massive layers of ice appeared in the air. A layer of white frost rapidly spread throughout the surface of the cave. Qin Yu shivered and instantly regained his composure. But no matter how he sensed it, the two Shen Yuanyins were exactly the same. But in this world, how could there be such a farce as killing oneself? For a time, his complexion paled. Kill her. Kill her. The two Shen Yuanyins confronted each other. Whether it was the shape of their mouths or the syllables, if it weren't for the difference in timing, it would have been like looking into a mirror. Undying, of the two of them, which one is the real one? After several breaths of silence, Undying said, "I can't tell." He could sense that the two Shen Yuanyins were exactly the same, as if they were duplicates. Before Qin Yu could ask, Mei Mei's weak voice sounded out, "I can't see any difference between her and Big Sister Purple Moon. You have to be careful." Beads of sweat dripped down Qin Yu's forehead. To be able to deceive Undying and the others, the one who knew the truth, was absolutely terrifying. But if such a terrifying person wanted to harm them, they could just directly attack. With his and Shen Yuanin's current condition, it was impossible for them to contend with her, so why would they need to put on such a play? Unless the other party felt some fear and didn't dare to attack. Qin Yu instantly thought of the sea chart he summoned and the terrifying beam of light that came crashing down. The other party must have seen the terrifying strength contained in that strike. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt a rush of urgency. He knew that he had to respond as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the fake Shen Yuanyin saw through their depths, all that awaited them would be death. If he couldn't distinguish the real from the fake, then he could only rely on his luck. Qin Yu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His soul had been severely injured and he had nearly lost his ability to sense things. Right now, he could only open his mind and sense the aura in the air. Two masses of ice-cold strength were like incomparably proud icebergs on a snowy plain. Their auras were completely the same. Slow down a bit more, the frequency of the aura fluctuations was infinitely magnified. In the cave, the two Shen Yuanyins were expressionless. They knew that Qin Yu was making his judgment. Time slowly passed. The temperature became increasingly low and a thick layer of white frost covered Qin Yu's entire body. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The white frost scattered in all directions, revealing Qin Yu's figure. His eyes opened and the awe-inspiring aura within them left one's heart shaking. Evil beast, you are seeking death. A loud shout like a thunderclap exploded in the cave. Above Qin Yu's head, the sea chart phantom slowly opened. His eyes fell on the blood-stained Shen Yuanyin and he lifted a hand. Bang! A black water erupted, instantly forcing Shen Yuanyin back. Like a shadow, she drilled into the earth and vanished. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. You bastard, you actually let her run away. He looked at Shen Yuanyin, his tone unfriendly. I told you to hold her back, so why didn't you restrain her? Shen Yuanyin spat out a mouthful of blood. A trace of fluctuation appeared in her indifferent eyes. My injuries are too heavy and you took far too long to prepare. Qin Yu coldly coughed. This wretch is too strong. If I had hastily attacked, the most I would have done was wound. The reason I did this was to eliminate any future troubles. How hateful, I was only a single step away. If she had run any slower, she would have died here. Shen Yuanyin said, what do we do now? Qin Yu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. After today's events, this wretch will definitely be on guard. Wanting to lure it in again will be extremely difficult. Let's leave this place first. Shen Yuanyin nodded, not speaking. It was unknown what cultivation method she cultivated, but besides being ice-cold, her toughness was also ridiculously high. In a short period of time, she had restored some of her origin energy. At least on the surface, besides her pale complexion, she didn't seem weak at all. Humph. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and put away the 9th province furnace. Shen Yuanyin followed behind him. After leaving the cave, Qin Yu pulled Shen Yuanyin and stepped into the shadows. The two of them instantly vanished from sight. A moment later, faint traces of black water vapor seeped out from the cracks in the cave. They gathered in midair, condensing into the figure of a water demon. Its slender eyes stared towards the entrance of the cave. While it was surprised, it was also filled with joy. The art of infinite transformation was its innate talent. As long as one had seen it before, they could imitate it without any flaws. Even if a calamity immortal were in front of it, they still wouldn't be able to distinguish it. But now, it had been easily seen through. The water demon was even more certain that the divine spirit that had perished was absolutely terrifyingly strong, otherwise it would have been impossible for it to have such a keen divine sense. Luckily, it had reacted quickly, otherwise it feared it would have died here today. As it thought about how it was a hidden hunter, it had nearly been hunted down instead. The water demon felt depressed. However, compared to preserving its life, a bit of depression wasn't anything at all. When Qin Yu left, he was still able to bring Shen Yuanyin along with him and use some sort of teleportation technique. This dispelled the last bit of hesitation in its heart. What bullshit killing someone while they were weak. That cheap slut Sang Zhu had dug a hole for him even before she died. After using Shadow Step dozens of times, the blood in his body tumbled and the stabbing pain in his soul caused his field of vision to darken. Only when he determined he couldn't persist any longer did Qin Yu stop. When he turned around, Shen Yuanyin, who had been silent this entire time and had allowed him to pull her along, finally fell to the ground with her eyes closed. Qin Yu exerted strength and pulled her into his arms. This small movement caused his chest to tumble. Finally, he wasn't able to hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Drops of blood splashed onto Shen Yuanin's white dress, like plum blossoms in the snow. Several drops fell on her cheeks, making the contrast with her pale complexion even more obvious. Qin Yu inwardly apologized for his offense. He reached out a hand and wiped away the blood. When his fingers touched her cheeks, they were cold and soft. However, in his current state, it was hard for him to have any blasphemous thoughts. Looking at the sleeping Shen Yuanyin, Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Even something like fainting had to be done first. He also wanted to blissfully faint. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the heaviness in his chest eased a little. Qin Yu took a deep breath and held her as he walked into the distance. In their current state, it wasn't suitable for them to move about. If their luck was bad, even if they ran into some monster beast or evil being that they could casually destroy, they could still take their lives. Luckily, nothing happened after that. Qin Yu stimulated his strength and opened up a hiding place with the path of metal. Then, he took out the 9th province furnace and let out a breath of relief. His soul twitched and his body was exhausted to the point of death. Qin Yu closed his eyes and instantly fell asleep. But now, he couldn't relax. Although he had scared away the water demon just now, who knew when it would react? Qin Yu rubbed between his eyebrows and said, "Undying, find out what's wrong with this woman." The first time, not long after Shen Yuanyin left, she had encountered a group of cultivators and now they had caught up to her. If this was a coincidence, then it was far too much of a coincidence. There was definitely something wrong. After pausing for several breaths of time and not receiving a response, Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. "Undying?" This time, a weak voice sounded out. "Yes. I am undying. Master, place your hand on her." Qin Yu was startled. He immediately felt ashamed. Before this, he had only been concerned with escaping and had pulled Shen Yuanyin along the way, using shadow step dozens of times. No matter how tyrannical Undying's strength was, he must have suffered severe losses. It was no wonder he hadn't responded. In such a state, he shouldn't have bothered him. If he didn't eliminate this woman's hidden danger, he feared more problems would arise. "I've troubled you." Sensing the apology in Qin Yu's words, Undying sighed with emotion. "It's good that you're fine." Just how dangerous had the situation been? To be able to rely on an empty city strategy to scare away the water demon was already a stroke of luck. Qin Yu didn't speak further. He lifted a hand and placed it on Shen Yuanin's body. "Let's begin." Luckily, even though he had lost a great deal of strength, he still had his undying realm. After spending some time, he finally discovered something. Search 3 inches below her chest with your magic power. Find the yin cold energy and pull it out. Undying fell silent. He really needed to fall into a deep sleep as soon as possible to restore his strength. Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression. Although he said 3 inches below her chest, looking at the woman in front of him, he found it difficult to do so. This is a matter of life or death. "I apologize for offending you." He reached out a finger. Even though he was prepared, a soft feeling still spread through his body and he stiffened. Luckily, his mind was strong enough. He immediately restrained his thoughts and carefully probed her with his magic power. Soon, he found the yin cold energy. Qin Yu was overjoyed. He revolved his magic power to wrap it up, but at this time, a change occurred. The yin cold energy seemed to sense something was wrong and suddenly exploded. Qin Yu was caught off guard and in addition to his weakened body, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Luckily, with the explosion, the mark on Shen Yuanin's body was also broken. 10,000 miles away, a black water vapor that was flying around suddenly froze. In the next moment, it crazily tumbled around. It clenched its teeth and roared, its voice filled with endless hatred. "You bastard, you actually dared to lie to me." The mark was left behind by the water demon so it could naturally sense it. When it was broken just now, it discovered Qin Yu's weakness. It naturally reacted and realized that what happened just now was nothing more than a scam. What was tragic was that it had fallen for it. It thought back to not too long ago when a pure yin body and a formidable godhead had been placed in front of it, but it had let them go on its own initiative. Regret gnawed at its heart like a viper. It could be said that at this moment, Qin Yu was the person it hated the most in this world. "Ah, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." Bang, a terrifying strength erupted, instantly sweeping out in all directions. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Qin Yu's fingers moved. He slowly opened his eyes and immediately realized that something was wrong. Cold. A cold that penetrated to the marrow. His entire body was nearly frozen stiff. As his eyes fell on Shen Yuanyin, he found the reason. This woman's face didn't have any color at all. It was a translucent color, pale to the point that she looked like a true ice sculpture. A terrifying chill was constantly gushing out from her body. The temporary hiding place she had opened up had now turned into a world of ice and snow. Carefully sensing it, Shen Yuanin's aura had become extremely weak. She was like the flame of a match in a winter night, about to be extinguished at any moment. Something was wrong. Qin Yu didn't believe that this was because of her cultivation method. He had never heard of anyone turning themselves into a lifeless lump of ice when they cultivated. Thinking about how Shen Yuanyin had collapsed, Qin Yu's complexion became dignified. It was likely that her injuries were too heavy, causing her strength to go out of control. Ignoring his own discomfort, Qin Yu stood up and walked over. He placed a hand on her body and immediately shivered. He hurriedly lifted his hand. Frost had already formed on his palm, spreading all the way to his wrist. Qin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Currently, this woman was like an ancient block of ice. As he moved his palm, there was a loud cracking sound as pieces of ice fell to the ground. His complexion became even more dignified. Indeed, she had lost control of her cultivation. He feared that if he didn't lend a helping hand, this woman would soon die from the backlash of her berserk strength. But now, the temperature around her was terrifyingly low. With Qin Yu's current condition, let alone saving her, he feared he would lose his life in vain. What should he do? Qin Yu paced back and forth several times. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Although he didn't know whether or not this would work, in the current situation, he could only try everything he could. He didn't dare to delay any longer. He walked over to Shen Yuanin's side. Suppressing the bone-chilling cold, he sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and with a thought, the demon body appeared. Blood energy erupted within his body, billowing like red magma. It raced through his body, emitting an astonishing heat. The bone-chilling cold outside immediately weakened by a great deal, becoming bearable. Qin Yu's thoughts were simple. If Shen Yuanyin was a block of ice, then he would become a ball of fire. Perhaps he could save her. Suddenly, a trace of icy cold energy drilled into his body, fusing together with the burning heat and turning into an extremely comfortable and gentle strength. Qin Yu was startled. He didn't know what was happening, but he carefully sensed that this gentle strength wasn't harmful to him. Thinking about it, he didn't stop. This was Shen Yuanin's only chance of survival. Whether or not he succeeded, he had to try. Even if they weren't friends, the two of them had experienced life and death situations together. He couldn't just ignore her. Even though he had woken up, Qin Yu was still incomparably weak. As the gentle strength spread through his body, after an unknown period of time, his consciousness became increasingly hazy and he finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 580. Shen Yuanyin controlled the power of yin in the heavens. Wherever her thoughts went, an extreme cold would descend, freezing all life and delivering a death sentence. She never thought that one day she would be injured by the power of extreme cold and even lose her life. In a world of ice and snow, strong winds howled, rolling up the hard ice particles and causing them to crash against each other. Shen Yuanyin wore white clothes. As she stood in the wind and snow, her figure seemed to be assimilated and submerged within. Her consciousness was very clear, and she knew that she was currently in a dream. However, this dream was a reflection of her current situation. Her cultivation was unstable and she lost control of her strength. Once she was assimilated, her consciousness would dissipate and she would turn into a mass of pure cold energy. For Shen Yuanyin, once her consciousness dissipated, her soul would wither away. In the end, She feared that all that would be left behind would be a body covered in ice. The sublime lost emotion code obliterated all emotions. The only thing that remained was the fear of death. She had already tried her best to free herself from this dream and gather back her strength, but all her attempts were in vain. Shen Yuanyin frowned. Her eyes revealed a bit of confusion and absent-mindedness. Could this be karmic retribution? She had obliterated her humanity and used extreme cold to kill others. Now, she would die in this extreme cold. Shen Yuanyin closed her eyes, her expression indifferent. Since she couldn't escape, she could only quietly wait for death to arrive. She only hoped that before she died, that person would be smart enough to stay far away. Otherwise, if they were wrapped up in the erupting cold energy, they would likely die together with her. Was she worried? How could she have such disturbing emotions? Thinking about it, it must be because she was on the verge of death. As if sensing that Shen Yuanyin had given up resisting, a thought of death bloomed in her heart. The strong winds between the heavens and earth became stronger and colder. Her body shivered. Her figure became even thinner, as if she would be swept away by the strong winds in the next moment. Her consciousness floated in and out of existence, as if it could dissipate at any moment. But suddenly, Shen Yuanyin felt a trace of warmth. It was like a fire had been lit in a house of ice. At first it was weak, but as time passed, it burned more and more fiercely. Billowing waves of heat wrapped around her. Water vapor tumbled around her and the thick layer of ice and snow beneath her feet began to melt. In this world of ice and snow, it was as if a dormant volcano had suddenly awakened. With its astonishing temperature, it caused the entire world to melt. Finally, the world that had become incomplete due to the melting of ice and snow collapsed with a loud bang. Mist rose from his hiding spot and the thick layer of frost and snow had all melted away. Tiny beads of water hung from Shen Yuanin's long eyelashes. As she opened her eyes, they fell onto her face. Her white dress was soaked by the steam and stuck to her body, revealing her graceful figure. But right now, she didn't care about any of this. Her eyes fell on Qin Yu, who was sitting not too far away. This man was like a sun, releasing powerful light and heat. Shen Yuanin's calm and tranquil heart was suddenly struck in a soft spot. She earnestly looked at this strange face in front of her, and emotions surged out from the depths of her heart. She raised her hand to cover her mouth. Blood stained her veil and dripped down through the gaps between her fingers. The supreme Wang Qing, since she had already forgotten, she would not allow it to happen again. Otherwise, the backlash from his cultivation technique would cause his soul to wither and he would die. He wore light blue robes and held a folding fan in his hand. He wore a square scarf on his head and his steps were calm and steady. His every movement was graceful and magnanimous. Unfortunately, the grey skies above his head and the corpses of monster beasts littered the ground. The smell of blood wafted from his nose and mouth, completely inconsistent with this person's temperament. Xu Wenze had an excited expression. His lips trembled as he bowed. Descendant Wenze greets the ancestor of the Xu clan. Although he didn't know this person's identity, his aura couldn't be wrong. Saint Wengong's bloodline cultivated a vast and righteous aura that harmonized with the world. This was something that no one could disguise. Rise. The middle-aged scholar's attitude was warm and genial. Your scholarly aura is weak, so you should know that the bloodline of the outside world has already declined. This is as I expected. The cycle of the world has its own rules, and since ancient times, there has never been an evergreen. Xu Wenze felt as if he had been filled with wisdom. The resentment that had been buried deep in his heart suddenly dispersed. His mind became clear and his aura shrank. Then, it suddenly rose. He broke through his bottleneck and his cultivation took another step forward. The middle-aged scholar revealed a gratified expression. Your talent is outstanding. If you cultivate well in the future, as long as you uphold the righteousness of the world, you will surely have achievements. Although the Xu clan has withered, that doesn't mean it can't rise again from your generation. Xu Wenze kowtowed. I thank the ancestor for bestowing this lucky chance upon me, allowing me to break through the demons in my heart. Although the sea of purgatory is dangerous, this great change is also a lucky chance for you. Follow by my side and struggle for the great Tao with fellow Taoists from all over. Yes. Xu Wanzi stood up and respectfully stood behind the middle-aged scholar. At this time, the middle-aged scholar gasped, a look of surprise on his face. Ice and fire, this is quite strange. He lifted a hand and grabbed onto Xu Wanzi. With a single step, the two of them vanished from sight. Beneath the vault of heaven, a towering mountain towered high. Although it was only a phantom, one could still feel the invisible pressure it emitted. One could see that half of this mountain was covered in ice and snow. An extremely cold aura tumbled about and snowflakes fluttered in the air. On the other side, waves of heat billowed. Magma flowed between the crimson mountain stones. Within this mountain, there were actually two completely different phenomena. But, what was most surprising was that when this extreme cold and extreme heat met, there actually wasn't the slightest bit of conflict. Mellow and harmonious, flowing naturally, this mountain phantom was extremely high, as if it would break through the horizon. But, if one looked from afar, they wouldn't be able to sense it at all. It released an invisible potential that disturbed yin and yang and shielded one's aura. Only by reaching a profound level of cultivation and touching upon the essence of the world would one be able to sense anything wrong from the feedback of the world. Then, a door was opened and they entered this seemingly ordinary world that was actually isolated from the outside world. Now, beneath the towering mountain phantom stood a person. To be more precise, it wasn't appropriate to call him a person. This was because his tall and sturdy body was wrapped in a thick death energy. His pale face didn't have the slightest bit of blood. This was a corpse that had died countless years ago. But now, his appearance was no different from that of an ordinary person. His eyes were filled with dignity and dignity. If Qin Yu and Shen Yuanyin were here, they would definitely recognize that this robed figure with an aura that seemed to support the heavens and earth was the rotten corpse that had chased them before. But now, he no longer had his previous distressed appearance. His rotten body had been restored and his aura had become even more unfathomable. Looking at the mountain phantom where ice and magma coexisted, the rotten corpse's eyes were deep. He could feel a familiar and exciting aura coming from it. Suddenly, the rotten corpse furrowed his eyebrows. He turned and looked to the side. Space quietly separated and a middle-aged scholar walked out. Behind him was Xu Wanzi. Being shrouded by the rotten corpse's gaze, Xu Wanzi stiffened. His face paled and sweat dripped down his body. The middle-aged scholar stepped forwards, blocking all the oppressive aura. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Shuxian greets Mr. Dark Parasol. Dark Parasol. The rotten corpse's eyes turned. You recognize me? Shuxian lightly said, when I first came here, I was fortunate enough to see Mr. once. Even after tens of millions of years, Mr.'s elegance is still the same. The rotten corpse seemed to fall into deep thought. After a long time, he shook his head. I don't remember. He looked away, no longer speaking. Shuxian faintly smiled. He brought Xu Wanzi several steps away. Then, he looked up at the mountain phantom, a look of praise in his eyes. But, these two juniors were actually able to cause such a stir. One could imagine how extraordinary they were. Every generation had a proud son of heaven. Even if these people had long since vanished from the eyes of the world, the outside world was still a wonderful place. It really made one yearn for it. The third person to arrive was a person completely shrouded in a tattered black robe. Although he was a person, he didn't seem to have a body. Rather, there was only a mass of pitch-black fog that floated in the air. Two dark red motes of light fell on his head, these were his eyes. Behind him followed another person. This person had a handsome and delicate appearance, his red lips revealing a wild and untamed expression. But at this time, he lowered his head, not daring to be insolent. As long as one had the qualifications to open a channel here, each one was a transcendent existence in the world. Killing him would be easy. But soon, this handsome young man's complexion darkened. He stared at the mountain phantom. Although his cultivation was lacking, because of his background, he was extremely sensitive to auras. It was that person. The young man clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. If it weren't for him interfering, his body would have already been fully formed. Although he might not have been able to do so, it wasn't difficult for him to protect himself against these undying monsters. If he planned carefully, he might have been able to obtain a share of this great good fortune. But now, his congenital deficiency had caused his strength to be unstable. He had been captured by this old ghost and could only submit to him. This handsome young man was the human form of the hellish evil spirit that had escaped that day. Now that he met his mortal enemy, his eyes reddened with hatred. "Arkath, you seem to recognize the two little fellows in the mountain phantom." A deep voice echoed out from the black robes. Dark red motes of light fell onto his body. In the language of the fiends, the name of the hellish evil spirit was Arkath. He fell to one knee and respectfully said, "Reporting to you, my respected master. One of the people in the mountain phantom has caused me to fall into my current state. If master can hand him over to me, Arkath is willing to contribute his own talent to help master struggle for the great Tao." A strange cackle echoed out from the black robes. "Arkath, you cunning fellow. The underground furnace is about to open. If I waste my strength here, I fear I won't be able to restrict you." Although he was cackling, the air suddenly became thick and viscous, as if it would freeze in the next moment. The hellish evil spirit revealed a panic-stricken expression. A lowly servant would never dare to plot against the great ruler. "There is no need for you to worry too much." The following words were transmitted into the black robe's ears through sound transmission. It was unknown what the hellish evil spirit said, but the terrifying aura around the black robes began to slowly fade away. Two dark red eyes fell on the mountain phantom, as if he were considering something. The decayed corpse suddenly said, "They are mine." Calm and steady, every syllable of his words conveyed a formidable confidence. The black robes turned around. He said in a low voice, "Dark Parasol, do you want to be my enemy?" The decayed corpse had no expression. "They are mine." Repetition meant that there was no doubt about it. The black robes fell silent for a long time. Then, with a cold humph, he led the hellish evil spirit away. Retreat didn't mean fear. Rather, it was because the furnace was about to open. That was the good fortune that he had been waiting for countless years. Breaking through the mountain phantom wouldn't consume too much strength, but if he were to fight the decayed corpse, the consequences would be unimaginable. The black robes knew that the decayed corpse was a man of his word and that he would never back down. He didn't want to take the risk of losing the greater good because of a small gain, so he could only choose to give up. But an ominous light surged in his crimson eyes. The fusion of ice and fire was so perfect. It had reached the source level and was protected by the heavens and earth. With their strength, it wouldn't be difficult to break through it. But what they were more worried about was the backlash from the world. It had to be known that these people should have died to begin with. Although they were still alive, they had found a loophole in the rules. Once they were discovered by the world's will, no one could guarantee what the consequences would be. If the decayed corpse wasn't too damaged, then the overall situation would be the most important. But if there was a chance, humph humph, the black robes didn't mind seizing his mortal body. He had long coveted this body that had rotted away over the years. Mist rose into the air. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. His aura revolved and he was startled. His injuries had completely recovered. It wasn't just his mortal body, but also his soul that had suffered a backlash from his guardhood. What was going on? He looked up and saw a graceful figure reflected in his eyes. His heart skipped a beat and his eyes widened. It was only when those indifferent eyes opened that he regained his composure. He awkwardly coughed and lowered his head. But, within his chest, his heart was still beating vigorously, releasing a trace of lingering fear. In his mind, he constantly replayed the tempting scene he saw just now. A warm current howled through his body. Qin Yu quickly restrained his thoughts. Luckily he hadn't lost face, but his face became increasingly stiff. "Thank you." Shen Yuanin's tone was as cold as before. Qin Yu waved his hand. "There's no need," he subconsciously said. Then, he blinked. In truth, I don't know what happened. His injuries had completely healed. He looked at Shen Yuanyin and saw that her face had regained some color. It was clear she was fine. Shen Yuanin's eyes were faint. "You saved me." I will definitely repay this favor in the future. In the end, his heart was strong. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu composed himself. Seeing that she wasn't willing to speak further, he nodded. All right. If a favor was delivered to his doorstep, he wouldn't refuse it. Moreover, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Qin Yu had saved her. Shen Yuanyin stood up. Since you've woken up, restrain your aura and remove the barrier. Qin Yu discovered that boundless hot and cold auras were fusing together with the two of them at the center, forming a barrier that was half white and half red. As he sensed it, he was secretly startled. The might of this barrier surpassed his imagination. Although he and Shen Yuanyin weren't weak, there was still a considerable disparity between them. There was clearly a problem here. Perhaps Shen Yuanin's unwillingness to speak before was related to this. Qin Yu's thoughts raced and he soon gave up on thinking about it. Even if this barrier was astonishingly strong, he wouldn't be able to create it by himself. If so, then he didn't need to care too much about it. He thought about something else and furrowed his eyebrows. You still haven't prepared to leave. The current sea of purgatory truly deserved its reputation. Even a calamity immortal realm supreme elder had to tremble in fear here. If you didn't leave, did you want to stay here and die? Shen Yuanyin remained expressionless. It has nothing to do with you. Looking at her indifferent expression, Qin Yu felt anger surge out from his chest. It has nothing to do with me. I saved you just to watch on helplessly as you send yourself to your death. Bullshit. Don't forget, you still owe me a life-saving graciousness. If you die, who will repay me? Do you think I am the type of person that does good things without asking for anything in return? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I am not. His words were cold and aggressive, leaving no room for negotiation. But there was a bit more warmth in Shen Yuanin's eyes. She was silent for a long time. Then, she lightly said, I need something from the sea of purgatory. Otherwise, even if I leave, all that awaits me is death. Qin Yu frowned. He stared at her, not saying a word. Shen Yuanyin lifted a hand and an icy cold aura spread out. She released her self-sealing barrier, allowing Qin Yu to feel her true situation. Her aura was unstable and there were signs of her foundation collapsing. What this woman said was true. Qin Yu's lips moved. There is no other choice. Shen Yuanyin lowered her head and restrained her aura. If there is, then I won't keep you. She looked up again, her expression calm without a single ripple. I owe you a favor. If I die, then I can only owe you. Qin Yu's heart surged. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress it. He was also puzzled. He wasn't a good person, so when did he become so concerned about the matters of others? Whether this woman lived or died, was it important to him? After several breaths of silence, Qin Yu nodded. I won't stop you, but I ask you to wait here for a moment. I will leave the sea of purgatory. After I leave, the barrier will disperse. Shen Yuanyin nodded. All right. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and 9 four-legged furnaces appeared on the ground. Each one was pitch black and the phantom of a giant demon appeared on their surface, each one rearing its head back and roaring into the heavens. As the saint son of the Holy Palace, safety was his #1 priority. Naturally, he had made ample preparations. These 9 giant demon black furnaces were left behind for Qin Yu to use in a desperate situation. With his blood essence, he galvanized the strength of the 9 furnaces and resonated with the 9 mysterious demon phantoms in the demonic path Holy Land's small world, borrowing their strength to forcefully break through space. Breaking through Ying City's Great Array formation was far too difficult. But, tearing open a gap and allowing Qin Yu to escape was still possible. With a flick of his sleeves, the 9 furnaces lined up in order. Qin Yu bit down on his fingertip and his feet moved like the wind. His fingers fell down one after another, each one leaving a dark red mark on the black furnace. 9 furnaces, open. With a loud shout, the blood-red finger marks on the 9 furnaces rapidly dispersed. They were like beads of blood that fell into water, spreading out in all directions. Faint traces of blood marks covered the top and bottom of the 9 furnaces. They violently trembled and the tops of the furnaces exploded. Blood-red light shot out from within. Bang! A space violently trembled. Layers upon layers of fluctuations appeared, and in the next moment it collapsed inward. But the space within the sea of purgatory was different from the outside world. After one layer collapsed, there was another. It was like two overlapping worlds. The first layer was easy to break through, but the second layer was exceptionally difficult. This was because this second layer was supported by Ying City's Great Array formation. Even if a calamity immortal were to attack, it would still be difficult to shake it in the slightest. Violent shaking fluctuations spread outward. Outside the mountains of ice and magma. Xu Xian's eyes flashed. He quietly grabbed onto Xu Wenze and flew backwards. Beneath the black robes, dark red eyes swept over him and he sneered again and again. Dark parasol, if you don't do anything then that little thing inside will run away. The hellish evil spirit clenched his fists, a nervous look in his eyes. He didn't want Qin Yu to escape. Otherwise, unless the world underwent a massive change, he would never have a chance to take revenge. The decayed corpse frowned for a moment before composing himself. After restoring his original appearance, he looked even more dignified and dignified. His eyebrows changed slightly, causing the surrounding space to quiet down a bit, as if it had been suppressed. He lifted a hand and pressed forward. Since he said that the two little fellows inside were his, then it had to be so. No one could change this. The black-robed figure couldn't, and neither could they. Outside the mountains, an invisible cage appeared. This was the protection of the world so that it wouldn't be damaged. It was originally hidden, but now that the decayed corpse attacked, it had been activated. But what happened next left everyone shocked. This was because even if it was the protection of the world, with a casual press of his hand, it still collapsed. The decayed corpse's strength surpassed their imaginations. Rumble rumble, there was a loud explosion as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking apart. Terrifying cracks appeared, like a great maw that was mercilessly mocking the world. The world had its own spirit and would naturally punish it. In the skies above the decayed corpse, the color of blood suddenly appeared in the gray skies, rapidly spreading outwards. In a breath of time, all one could see was crimson red, as if it were soaked in endless blood. As one looked up, it was like they could see trillions of corpses. If the world was enraged, trillions of corpses would fall and blood would flow for millions of miles. The decayed corpse was expressionless. He didn't even glance at the changes occurring above his head. He lifted a hand and ruthlessly slammed down another palm. The originally collapsing world protection completely disintegrated. Bang! A blood-red bolt of thunder fell from the skies. The moment it fell, the skies were restored to normal. This wasn't a strong start but a weak finish. Rather, this blood-red thunder had absorbed all of its strength. Gathering all of its strength into a single strike, it was a sure kill. The black-robed figure cried out and hurriedly retreated with the hellish evil spirit. In his current state of life, he feared the world tribulation even more. But his dark red eyes were filled with excitement. Although he expected that attacking the mountains would cause a backlash from the world, he didn't expect it to reach such a degree. No matter how strong the decayed corpse was, it was no longer the same as when it was alive. Moreover, the world tribulation had an additional terrifying killing power to it. Even if it didn't die, it would surely be severely wounded. At that time, the black-robed figure's chance would arrive. If it could smoothly seize the body, its strength would inevitably rise. At that time, who would be able to compete with it for the great good fortune within the underground furnace? This was simply wondrous to the extreme, but the black-robed figure's excitement only lasted for a short period of time. When the blood-red thunder was about to strike the decayed corpse, a mass of fire suddenly appeared. Although it was called a flame, in truth it wasn't appropriate. This was because it was only a mass of pure and absolute strength. It was just that its form was similar to a flame. Facing the blood-red thunder, this flame split apart from the middle, as if it had opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. Then, there was no then. The flame vanished from sight. Just as it had appeared, it was extremely quiet. The black-robed figure froze. His dark red eyes glared at the corpse. After a long time, he spat out a deep breath. Bastard. The decayed corpse had taken advantage of a loophole. No wonder he was so calm and unworried. Thinking about it, the world furnace was about to open, so how could it allow the outside world to be insolent in front of it? The decayed corpse remained expressionless. It was clear everything was within his expectations. His descending palm continued to grasp downwards. The world protection had already collapsed. Even if the fusion of ice and fire was incomparably firm, it wasn't anything in front of him. Catcher, catcher, cracks instantly appeared on the mountain phantom. They spread out at an astonishing speed, covering every inch and corner. Cracks appeared on the 9 furnaces. Strength erupted to the limit. Suddenly, a strange aura gushed out from the shattered space. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He knew that a gap had been torn open in Yin Capital's Great Array formation. He hesitated for a moment, but this was immediately suppressed. Shen Yuanyin had already made her choice. No matter what the result was, she would be the one to bear it. With a step forwards, Qin Yu stepped into the shattered space. He was about to leave the sea of purgatory. Bang! The barrier around him shook and countless cracks appeared. A cold and callous voice pierced straight into his heart. Chapter 581. Deep underground, many boiling rivers gathered from all directions. Their entire bodies were crimson like lava, and each of them contained an extremely terrifying aura. This was because these things that looked like underground rivers were in essence spirit veins buried deep within the earth. Wherever spirit veins passed through in the world, they were all heavenly paradises. Naturally, they gathered heaven and earth spiritual strength and were greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. But even the peak cultivation Holy Land had never seen such an astonishing sight before. As far as the eye could see, there were at least several hundred spirit veins, and none of them were weak. Each and every one of them was like a coiling dragon, releasing their powerful auras to their heart's content. And what was even more shocking was that these spirit veins buried deep underground had gathered together. It was like a sun was hanging underground. The decayed corpse held his hands behind his back. He stood atop the mountain peak, calmly looking at the great sun below. There was no joy or sorrow on his face. It was just that there was a bit of confusion in his eyes. He didn't know why he hadn't killed those 2 little fellows after capturing them. His mind was in turmoil, as if he had forgotten something that was extremely important to him. It seemed that a long, long time ago, there was also a woman like that by his side. He was willing to live for her, willing to die for her, willing to disregard everything for her. But why had he forgotten her? What sort of person was she? The decayed corpse's eyes became increasingly blank. He subconsciously clenched his fists. At the mountain peak, space instantly froze. A stuffy cough sounded out from behind him, startling him awake. He frowned and slowly restrained his aura. He looked up at the great sun hanging underground. A firm light flashed in his eyes. If he obtained a great stroke of good fortune, reversing yin and yang, life and death would only take a single thought. Perhaps at that time, he would know everything, and remember who he had forgotten, just who it was. The decayed corpse turned and left. Shen Yuanyin looked up. She looked in the direction he left and then at Qin Yu. She lightly said, "Why didn't you leave?" Qin Yu shook his head. "I wasn't sure." To tear open a crack in Yin Capital's Great Array was already extremely difficult. If it were struck by an external force, it was likely it would collapse. This reason was ample, and it was indeed so, but was there really no other reason? Shen Yuanin's expression was still faint, but between her eyebrows, there was a bit more inexplicably complex. She seriously looked at him and didn't say anything else. She turned and walked towards her cave. Qin Yu revealed a helpless smile. He secretly mocked himself in his heart, because he discovered that even now, he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. If this wasn't obsession, then what was? He took a deep breath and suppressed his restless mood. His face was firm. Perhaps a catastrophe would soon befall them, but since they weren't dead yet, they had to live on. Putting oneself on the brink of death and coming back to life. The affairs of the world were always unpredictable. Perhaps there would be a turn for the better, but no one knew. Underground, where the great sun was located, was a huge valley. Due to the shockingly high temperature, the mud and stones had long since melted into magma, rolling about like a pool of red soup. Mountains stood in great numbers in the surroundings. Every single one of them reached the heavens, towering and majestic. Apart from the innermost ring, which was shrouded in scarlet light and had a half-melted surface, anything that was closer to it was shrouded in a terrifying aura. Although their auras were restrained and they didn't clash, this invisible confrontation nearly caused the world to freeze. No wonder the rotten corpse didn't leave behind any words when it left. It was likely that it knew that Qin Yu, Shen Yuanyin, and the others wouldn't flee. In such a situation, if they left the mountain beneath them, they would likely die even faster. In a cave, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. He wasn't cultivating, but was constantly visualizing in his mind. The spirit veins gathered into a great sun, brilliant and incomparably dignified. The energy here surged like raging waves. The inheritance he obtained from the Holy Palace was the visualization demon body art. It gathered the strength of the world and condensed the body of an ancient demon. This was because this art required an extremely high level of the world's strength. If it wasn't enough, its might would be greatly reduced. It was because of this that Qin Yu thought it was mediocre and that it would only have some benefits in promoting the cultivation of the demon body. But in the current environment, every time he took a deep breath, his chest would be filled with thick spiritual strength. If he could condense the body of an ancient demon, his strength would surely rise. Even if he condensed the body of an ancient demon, in front of the rotten corpse and those who occupied the surrounding mountain peaks, he still wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. But, when Qin Yu was humble, he had a tenacious heart that refused to give up. If he made some preparations, then perhaps he could preserve his life in a life-or-death situation. Even if he died in the end, it would only be a waste of time. Thus, Qin Yu diligently visualized, causing the phantom of the ancient demon to become increasingly solid. Once he needed it, he could immediately use supernatural powers to condense the body of an ancient demon. In his mind, the towering ancient demon ran forwards. It was over 10,000 feet tall, and every step it took caused the mountains and rivers to tremble. On its head, 2 horns gradually condensed, pointing towards the heavens. A wild and unyielding momentum appeared, as if even the heavens couldn't force it to bow its head. Within Qin Yu's chest, his heartbeat accelerated, causing all the blood in his body to rumble and roar. Like a vast and mighty river, the ancient demon ran faster and faster, its figure like a bolt of lightning. Within the world of his mind, its aura became increasingly strong, but it always felt like it was lacking some foundation. It was empty. The stronger it appeared, the weaker it was inside. This intense contrast between inside and outside caused Qin Yu's chest to feel heavy and his breathing to become hurried. Suddenly, the world of his mind violently trembled. It was like a great bell had been struck. The world violently twisted. Mountains and rivers, the skies began to rapidly collapse. The ancient demon stopped. Disregarding the collapsing world around him, a faint look of joy appeared in his eyes. A formidable aura spread out from the collapsing world. It was their impact that caused the collapse of the world of his mind. Overbearing, dignified, valiant, cruel, unexcelled in the world. Absolute strength. It could not be provoked, it could not be resisted. It was this aura. At this moment, Qin Yu was enlightened. He finally understood what the ancient demon was missing. What it was missing was an indomitable momentum that could break through all. The ancient demon was born to support the heavens and earth. It would never bow its head in defeat, never fall in death. It could fight the heavens, it could fight the earth. Opening its mouth, the ancient demon reared its head back and roared. Within the world of his mind, a tyrannical aura rushed into its body like 100 rivers returning to the sea. With a quiver, Qin Yu's eyes popped open. His face paled. His mind had been damaged and he had suffered a bit of backlash. But the terrifying aura outside left him in no mood to think about anything else. Light flashed and he flew out of the cave. He looked up. The underground world had collapsed. A 10,000-foot-long bone dragon howled in pain as it tumbled backwards. Wherever it went, everything was broken. The wild strength left one's mind shaking. This bone dragon's bones were pure black like jade and their surface shined with a brilliant light. The flames in its eye sockets were a brilliant deep purple. Its terrifying aura was no less than that of a rotten corpse. But now, its ribs had been broken and a horn had been snapped off its head. It was in an extremely distressed state, as frightened as a stray dog. Qin Yu's eyes widened. He found it hard to imagine just what sort of existence could force this terrifying ancient dragon to such a degree. Suddenly, his heart shrank, as if it were being grasped by a giant invisible hand. 3 figures walked out from the shattered space. But right now, all of Qin Yu's attention was focused on the person in front. He was like the center of the heavens and earth. Naturally, he could draw in all attention and make others feel awe. Qin Yu froze. A numb feeling erupted from the top of his head and swept through his entire body. His soul froze and his thoughts sank into a swamp. It was nearly impossible to think and his mind went completely blank. Even when he was at Four Seasons City and had personally fought a calamity immortal, Qin Yu hadn't felt this way. It was like this person in front of him was the incarnation of the heavens and earth. With just a thought, he could control life and death. Within his soul space, the purple moon suddenly lit up, sprinkling down dazzling moonlight. The deep purple light revealed a dignified expression as if it were facing a great enemy. The cosmic sea-cross bell rang out. A short and urgent sound echoed through the air, releasing strange fluctuations that counteracted the terrifying pressure. Qin Yu seemed to come back to life. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat covering his forehead and soaking his robes. He lowered his head, not daring to look. There was only one thought in his mind: who was this person? Who was he? Emperor Zhu. The first voice sounded out. It came from the 3rd mountain peak on the right. It was deep and low, as if every syllable contained the weight of a mountain. Although it was calm, everyone could feel a sense of unease and dread from this voice. It really is him. He hasn't decayed yet. How is this possible? Loud shouts rang out one after another. Terrifying auras appeared, shooting into the heavens. This wasn't a show of strength, but an instinctive display of strength in the face of a natural enemy. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a blank look. In the land of divinity and demons, where did this Emperor Zhu come from? Could it be that this was an exclusive title? He swept his eyes over Shen Yuanyin. Her complexion was pale. It was clear she had been suppressed just now. Her eyes were wide open. This was the first time Qin Yu had seen clear fluctuations of emotion from Shen Yuanyin. It was clear she knew of Emperor Zhu's origins. Who is Emperor Zhu? Shen Yuanyin was silent for several breaths of time as she heard Qin Yu's words. Then, she replied, before the 7 empires, there was only a single dynasty in the world. Its name was Zhu. Qin Yu's heart shook. The 7 empires of the world were divided into endless territories and their strength was unfathomably deep. In the land of divinity and demons, they were existences that were second only to the immortal and demonic paths. But, they were actually formed by splitting apart the Great Zhu. Then just how powerful was the Zhu Empire of the past? Just thinking about it left his mind shaking. Perhaps, in front of the Zhu Empire, the immortal and demonic paths could only be rolled over. If one were to delve deeper into the matter, for a group of old monsters to be able to see through his identity with just a single glance, and for them to be so shocked, fearful, and even fearful of him, he was definitely not an ordinary monarch. Could it be that he was the founding monarch of a nation? Just a single person facing so many terrifying existences was calm and composed, his every movement suppressing the world. Such momentum, such majesty. Indeed, only a great emperor that founded a country and ruled over the entire mysterious land could possess such an ability. Qin Yu's guess wasn't wrong. At this time, the ones that arrived were the Chu Empire's founding great emperor, Zhon Lingtian, and Lin Weiwei. Emperor Zhu's eyes were icy cold. He looked at the bone dragon. "I want you to die." The deep purple flames in the bone dragon's eye sockets violently trembled, emitting an intense feeling of fear. "Everyone, Emperor Zhu has arrived here to seize the great good fortune. If you and I do not join forces, who can contend with him?" This was the truth. In the underground world, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Whether they wanted to believe it or not, the truth was right in front of them. Emperor Zhu had arrived. Chapter 582. In the underground world, terrifying auras wove together. It was like a bottomless abyss that could swallow 1 trillion lives. Emperor Ju's complexion was cold, as if he had been chiseled by a saber. His eyes were as deep as a sea of stars. His voice was low and deep, carrying with it an endless pressure. Every word he spoke was like a thunderclap. "Do you all want to stop me?" There was a sudden deathly silence. At this moment, even the super powerhouses that reached the very essence of the world and stood at the limits of the world felt their hearts tremble. The long silence demonstrated the unsurpassed dignity of this great emperor. No one dared to offend him, because even they weren't willing to withstand the consequences. But in the end, someone had to stand up. Everyone had evaded the rules of the world and struggled to this day, all for the sake of this only hope. How could they bow their hands and retreat like this, even if the one they faced was the terrifying Emperor Ju? The decayed corpse looked up. This simple movement caused his bones to crackle and the ground beneath his feet to instantly turn to powder. But his expression remained calm and his eyes remained calm. "Your Majesty Emperor Ju, your words carry enormous weight. I wonder if your arrival today is truly as the Bone Dragon says." Emperor Ju had a faint expression. Yes. His status and his pride didn't allow him to deny it. Moreover, even if he did say it, so what? Although there were many powerhouses here, when he roamed the land of divinity and demons in the past, he had experienced far more astonishing scenes than this. There was no fear at all. The decayed corpse cupped his hands together. "I thank your Majesty Emperor Ju for speaking the truth." He straightened his body, pointing a spear towards the heavens. "I know that I am no match for your Majesty's invincible might, so I can only shamelessly join forces with you to struggle with your Majesty." Bang! He took a step forward. His robes fluttered in the wind as he locked onto Emperor Ju from afar. "Mr. Kang Wu is right. Your Majesty's status is too noble, so we can only offend you." Xu Xian slowly spoke. The phantom of a great scholar appeared around him. His chanting filled the air and a vast and noble aura pierced through the skies. Bang! A second lock. "Your Majesty Emperor Ju, although this is not what we want, we cannot retreat today." Bang! A third lock. Then a fourth, a fifth, a sixth. In terms of individual strength, Emperor Ju was more than enough to roll over everyone here. However, they were, after all, people who had reached the apex of their respective eras. Every single one of them possessed heaven-shaking strength. Now that they were working together, their auras were gathered in one place. Although they were far from being able to fuse their auras together, just the overlaying of their auras was already terrifying enough. Zhon Lingtian clenched his fists, worry in his eyes. Even though the records of the sovereign race stated that the founding emperor possessed an invincible might that could pierce through the heavens and earth, that was still something that was said when he was alive. Now that he had been asleep for tens of millions of years, no one knew just how much strength the newly awakened Emperor Ju had left. One against many. Moreover, they were a group of old monsters who would never back down. If things got out of hand and they were forced to resist desperately, who knew what would happen in the end? Emperor Ju turned and glanced at him. Although he didn't say anything, his gaze seemed to pierce straight into his heart. Zhon Lingtian hurriedly lowered his head, feeling anxious and fearful. Emperor Ju's eyes flickered with coldness and self-mockery. If it was back then, who in this world would dare to threaten him? After all, time and tide wait for no man. After several breaths of silence, Emperor Ju suddenly said, "No one can stop me from doing what I want to do." The bone dragon's soul fires began to wildly tumble about. It screamed in pain and wanted to escape, but in a short breath of time, the purple soul fires had quietly extinguished. Bang! The bone dragon's massive body crashed into the ground. In the blink of an eye, it was swallowed up by the spirit veins and pulled into the pool. An unfathomably strong bone dragon that had lived for countless years had been quietly killed in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. And what was even more shocking was that from start to finish, they hadn't been able to sense anything wrong at all. This meant that the strength Emperor Ju possessed far surpassed their imaginations, or, to be more precise, he had touched upon an even higher level. Could they really contend with the incomparably terrifying Emperor Ju? How terrifying! Undying's voice sounded out in Qin Yu's mind, his voice dignified. This Emperor Ju, even in his era, was an incomparably dazzling existence. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. "Undying, Can you sense Emperor Ju's depths? I can't. He paused for a moment and continued to say, but Master does not need to think too much about this. Emperor Ju is indeed strong, but he might not be as invincible as he seems. If he could casually kill an existence on the level of a bone dragon, why would he waste his time? He could just kill everyone here and this great good fortune would naturally be his. Qin Yu suddenly understood Undying's meaning. Deterrence. It's hard to say. But without accident, Emperor Ju should compromise. As if to prove his words, Emperor Ju's callous voice echoed out. Today, I can kill all of you, but I will have to pay a great price to do so. This is not what I want. Since you are willing to fight to the death, I will give you a chance. He lifted a hand and grasped towards the great sun beneath him. Billowing grey energy gushed out, gathering into a mass. On the surface of this mass of energy, countless lines appeared, constantly tumbling and changing. These lines gave Qin Yu an extremely familiar feeling. They were the power of the rules. I will use the infernal energy of the earth to form an illusory world. You and I will each send one person in. The one who survives to the end will obtain the great good fortune. To casually create a world, even if it was an illusory world that couldn't exist for long, it was still amazing enough. The decayed corpse said, "Good. We will do as your majesty says." Yes. Emperor Ju's words are as precious as jade. No one objected, because they knew that with Emperor Ju's status, it was impossible for him to keep retreating. Moreover, in their eyes, the two people behind Emperor Ju weren't dazzling at all. Perhaps this was a better choice. The black-robed figure turned and whispered something. The eyes of the hellish evil spirit flashed with a fanatical light. He looked at Qin Yu and licked the corners of his lips. His tongue was bright red. Shu Wenze clenched his teeth. He bowed and said, "This disciple is willing to fight for ancestor." Shu Xian frowned. He sighed and said, "I originally wanted to give you some lucky chances, but the affairs of the world are fickle. You will have to bear the risk first. But, you can rest assured that in a life or death situation, just crush this key and you will be able to escape." He lifted a hand. Grey energy condensed between his fingers, forming a pale white key. The decayed corpse turned, his eyes ice cold. Before he could speak, Shen Yuanyin said, "Allow me." Catcher, catcher, the ground beneath his feet instantly froze and ice and snow fluttered around him. The decayed corpse shook his head. "The exalted oblivion is fierce, but your foundation has been damaged. The more you activate the law formula, the faster you will die. Although I don't care, I can't allow you to ruin my great plans." He looked at Qin Yu. "You go. If you can seize this great good fortune for me, I will forgive you. Otherwise, when you die, I will send her along with you so you can reunite in the Yellow Springs." Qin Yu nodded. All right. In this matter, he didn't have a choice to begin with. Shen Yuanyin wanted to say something, but the decayed corpse didn't give her the chance. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger between her eyebrows. His movements weren't fast, but for some unknown reason, Shen Yuanyin wasn't able to dodge. As the finger fell, her body froze and all of her aura was sealed away. Chapter 583. On the long snake-stone tablet, the skeleton placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. This lowly person greets His Majesty the Emperor. Emperor Ju stood with his hands behind his back. His calm face contained supreme dignity. When his eyes opened and closed, it caused the clouds in the sky to change. Tens of millions of years have passed, yet your race has yet to be annihilated. Now that you've appeared before me, are you seeking death? Sinner. The deep voice rumbled like thunder, reverberating in the air and resounding in all directions. The skeleton straightened its body, black flames surging in its eye sockets. Your Majesty's pressure is unrivaled. If you wanted to kill me, it would only take a flip of your hand. But, the current land of divinity and demons is no longer the great Ju Empire. The 7 empires are divided. I'm afraid they won't just watch as His Majesty rules the world again. Are you warning me? A lowly person wouldn't dare to offend your Majesty. But now that I'm alive, perhaps it would be more beneficial for your Majesty. Because my clan and His Majesty now have a common need, which is to plunge the world into chaos. His Majesty can take the opportunity to restore the great Zhou dynasty, and my clan can also return to our homeland, avoiding the calamity of extinction. Emperor Zhu's eyes suddenly brightened like a vast nebula. The cold wave of the north has arrived. The skeleton nodded, yes. He understood the reason why the founding emperor was concerned about this matter. With his esteemed status, he should have been able to enjoy supreme glory and rule over the world for countless years. However, he was willing to abandon everything and willingly sink his consciousness into eternal darkness. Wasn't it all for this one and only chance in billions of years? Emperor Zhu revealed a smile. After several breaths of silence, he slowly said, "Since you brought me this news, I will give you a chance to forgive yourselves." The skeleton knelt down. "If my clan can escape from this great calamity, then in the future, life and death, honor and disgrace will all be in your Majesty's hand." Emperor Zhu turned. "Remember your promise to me. There will only be one chance." With a single step, the figure dissipated with the wind, revealing itself to be an incarnation. On the long snake stele, the skeleton stood up. Black flames surged in its eye sockets. It was unknown whether it should be happy or sad. The Zhou dynasty unified the world and expelled the sinners into the northern border's cold region. For tens of millions of years, the number of people who died or were injured because of this was uncountable. But now, he had made a choice for his race and had become Emperor Zhu's disciple. Would the surviving clansmen understand his difficulties? Would his dead clansmen forgive him for his choice? After a long time, he let out a soft sigh, concealing all the difficulties in his heart. When had the matters of the world ever been truly perfect? As long as the tribe could be preserved, the infants of the tribe could grow up smoothly, and the old and weak didn't have to voluntarily die in the snowy plains, it was enough. Virtual world. Although it was a world condensed from a great divine ability, it was not stable and could not endure the powerful aura of the outside world for long. That was why the cultivators who entered the vortex had no choice but to be active at all times. If they stopped for even a moment, the space they were in would collapse, forming a terrifying vortex. Using the word world in its name meant that the illusory world already had the characteristics of a relatively complete world. For example, this spatial collapse. Its might was terrifying. If so, then Qin Yu's plan of hiding and waiting to reap the benefits from the others would be ruined. He couldn't help but shake his head, a look of regret on his face. With the cosmic sea-cross bell and the help of Purple Moon, if Qin Yu wanted to hide, he wouldn't be discovered. With the situation like this, thinking about it was useless. He gathered his thoughts and howled forwards. There were mountains and rivers in the illusory realm, but there was no sign of life. All he could see was a hazy gray, as if it were shrouded in mist. Everything was blurry, making one feel an invisible pressure on their mind. Suddenly, Qin Yu's heart shrank. Before he could think further, his body instinctively reacted. He stepped forwards, clenched his fist, and punched forwards. Bang! With a loud explosion, space violently twisted. A black shadow appeared from within. It was forced back several steps, a look of surprise in its eyes. It clearly didn't think that the boy with the weakest aura would be able to discover its attack. Across from him, Qin Yu's complexion paled. As he thought about how he had just brushed shoulders with death, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart and became increasingly angry. From start to finish, he hadn't received any warning at all. This was the first time this had happened since he obtained the cosmic sea-cross bell and Purple Moon. The world was vast and there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Today's accident had taught Qin Yu a profound lesson. He couldn't be careless. Even if he had a treasure in hand, that didn't mean he could control everything. As he thought about how he had felt regret over the instability of the illusory realm just now, Qin Yu felt embarrassed and his face darkened. So what if he could hide? He feared that at that time, someone would quietly sneak up on him and take his life before he could even react. That would be a true joke. Qin Yu secretly warned himself. He looked at the figure that appeared across from him, his eyes cold to the extreme. He wouldn't feel even the slightest bit of gratitude for this person's warning. "Hehe, I originally wanted to save some strength, but it seems I underestimated you. I'll have to spend some effort." The cultivator across from him lightly said, his eyes filled with confidence. When he entered the illusory realm, this person had already noticed Qin Yu. His aura was ordinary and there wasn't anything special about him. When he discovered Qin Yu, he was secretly pleasantly surprised, thus he attacked without hesitation. Sure, this person's eyes turned a pure silver white, icy cold without the least bit of warmth. Then, a terrifying divine sense impact erupted like a tide. A moment ago, this person had been arrogant and complacent, but in the next moment, he had attacked without any warning. Those that were chosen to be sent into the illusory realm weren't stupid. Even if they were confident, they wouldn't be careless. There was a reason why this cultivator could hide from Qin Yu's senses. His special and formidable soul gave him the strength to roll over his opponents in the soul level. Once his soul was injured, his life or death would naturally be in his control. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his complexion paled. The cultivator across from him rushed forwards and slammed his hand down between his eyebrows. Before his hand fell, a terrifying aura had already arrived. He didn't hold back at all. But at this time, a palm rose up and grabbed this person's wrist. In the next moment, a forceful pull was pulled back. The cultivator staggered. Before the shock and panic on his face could disperse, a fist smashed into his chest. Blood wildly gushed out from his nose and mouth, mixed with fragments of his organs. Qin Yu's fist landed without pause. Then came a second punch, a third punch. With a casual toss, the cultivator fell to the ground. His entire body was paralyzed, his flesh and bones turned to mush. He had died. After killing someone with 3 punches, Qin Yu didn't have any expression on his face. He turned and left, vanishing without a trace. Soon, 4 figures arrived. As they looked at the corpse on the ground, dread appeared in their eyes. From the time they sensed the aura to the time they rushed here, an extremely short period of time had passed. But after exchanging blows, the person had actually been killed and the killer had calmly left. This level of strength left them startled. The 3 of them glanced at each other. Without pausing, they turned and left. No one knew whether or not these fluctuations would draw in more people. Everyone wanted to live to the end, but no one dared to recklessly start a chaotic battle. Outside the hot spring, on a certain mountain peak, there was an angry roar. Then, a cruel and evil aura locked onto them from afar. The decayed corpse remained expressionless. He continued to look up at the situation in the mirage world, not caring about what was happening. The cruel and evil aura hesitated for a long time before slowly dissipating. Although he was angry and filled with resentment, he didn't dare to be too insolent. This was because the one who set the rules was Emperor Ju. Time slowly passed. The decayed corpse suddenly frowned, a gloomy look appearing in his eyes. Even now, he still hadn't discovered any traces of that boy behind Emperor Ju. The mirage world wasn't complete, so it wasn't able to block his attention. Although he didn't know what caused this to happen, a foreboding premonition began to grow in his heart. Qin Yu had decisively ended the first battle. This wasn't because he had overwhelming strength, but because his opponent had chosen his strongest defensive soul and exposed his mortal body to his strongest offensive body. Thus, he continued to be extremely cautious. Fortunately, he wasn't ambushed again. Instead, he was able to sense the fluctuations from the battle of others. Of the people who were sent into the illusory world, only one would be able to stay. Although hitting someone while they were down was not honorable, it was also the best opportunity to eliminate one's opponent. Qin Yu was not pedantic, nor did he boast of being a good person. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he quickly followed the direction of the fluctuations. As the saying goes, only a fool would not take advantage of an opportunity. A moment later, Qin Yu restrained his aura. When he saw the 2 sides fighting, he couldn't help but frown. How could it be him? One of them was Shu Wenze. Since Qin Yu had recognized Feng Yunyun's favor, he naturally wouldn't forget him. Although Shu Wenze had most likely spoken up for him because of Feng Yunyun, he still owed him a favor, so it wouldn't be good for him to attack again. But even if he didn't touch Shu Wenze, he might as well make a move against his opponent. A hellish evil spirit. This fellow had changed his appearance, but his aura couldn't be faked. Moreover, this hellish evil spirit had repeatedly shown malice towards him just now. Did he really think he didn't know? The two of them were locked in battle. If he joined forces with Shu Wanzi, it wouldn't be difficult to kill them. But how could he make Shu Wanzi trust him? As Qin Yu was thinking, his complexion suddenly changed. More people had arrived, and there was more than one. Qin Yu looked up into the distance. Two figures were rapidly approaching. Although they had hidden their tracks as soon as they landed, they still couldn't hide from his eyes. This was troublesome. With two cultivators waiting outside, Qin Yu didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he might be plotted against. The hellish evil spirit paled. He originally thought that this was a soft persimmon, but he never imagined that his hand would grab onto a hard stone. He was already filled with regret. He shouldn't have coveted this person's pure soul aura, but with things having come to this point, what use was regret? The two of them fought for a long time and still hadn't decided victory or defeat. In a place like the illusory world, how could it be hidden from others? As the hellish evil spirit thought that there might already be people staring at him from the shadows, he felt as if there was a blade on his back and his expression became increasingly gloomy. In particular, Shu Wanzi's attacks became increasingly swift and fierce. Overwhelming righteousness soared into the heavens, making the hellish evil spirit feel as if it were being pierced by needles. It was difficult for him to retreat, and if he revealed any signs of weakness, he feared he would be severely wounded. "Brat, since you want to die, I will help you along." The hellish evil spirit was originally extremely noble and had an extraordinary life. But because he was born with a congenital deficiency, his strength was greatly reduced. Even so, he still had his own life-preserving methods, otherwise Black Robe wouldn't have brought him along. Arcus. For him to call out his true name, this was an extremely important meaning to a demonic being. Blood-red flames gushed out from his body, wrapping around the hellish evil spirit. They burned away his fur and flesh, revealing his true body. What appeared in the blood-red flames was a demon covered in scales, with sharp claws on each hand and foot and a tail behind him. Its blood-red eyes glared at Shu Wanzi and it opened its mouth to silently roar. At a certain frequency, it rapidly trembled, producing an incomparably terrifying strength. Shu Wanzi took a deep breath. He lifted a hand and pointed between his eyebrows. Endless light erupted, making him seem even more dignified. Within this light, the phantoms of great scholars appeared. They chanted the Book of Philosophers and the vast righteous energy of the world gathered, rejecting all evil spirits in the world. Bang! There was a thunderclap. The surroundings of the phantoms of the great scholars began to tremble and rapidly turn blurry. This was the cursed strength that came from hell. It could kill all life and annihilate all life. Even if it was a departed heroic spirit, it could weaken it until it finally dissipated from the world. Shu Wanzi's eyes flashed with hesitation, but it immediately turned into firm determination. He loudly chanted, fusing with the phantoms of the great scholars. He cupped his hands together and deeply bowed. The phantoms of the great scholars disintegrated, turning into countless golden characters. The first sentence of the opening was, "The heavens are vigorous, so must a gentleman ceaselessly strive to improve himself." A grand aura from ancient times arrived. As more and more golden characters appeared, it seemed like the majesty of the heavens and earth, making it impossible for anyone to resist. The hellish evil spirit miserably cried out. Most of the blood-red flames around him were extinguished. He glared at Qin Yu with hatred in his eyes and then turned to flee. But at this time, a change occurred. A giant hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed hold of the escaping hellish evil spirit. "Ah!" The hellish evil spirit roared in anger. But before he could respond, the giant hand suddenly clenched. There was the sound of breaking flesh and bone, causing one's scalp to tingle. The blood-red flames around the hellish evil spirit were instantly extinguished. His body slumped down and blood flowed out from every orifice of his head. With just a single grasp, he had been directly killed. Qin Yu's eyes widened and his heart skipped a beat. Although the hellish evil spirit had fled, he still had the strength to fight. But he had been easily killed like this. The strength of the one who attacked was absolutely at the tribulation immortal level. Moreover, it wasn't the strength of an ordinary tribulation immortal. Qin Yu's scalp tingled. He no longer cared about Shu Wanzi. Just as he was about to quietly leave, he froze. This was because at this moment, a terrifying aura fell down from the heavens, locking onto him from afar. Qin Yu's intuition told him that if he left, he would be greeted by a terrifying attack in the next moment. At this time, the cultivators that were drawn over by the battle between Shu Wanzi and the hellish evil spirit all had the same feeling as Qin Yu. In other words, the master of the heavens aura had locked onto all of them at the same time. How strong, how tyrannical. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky above their heads. Grey mist was tumbling there, and then the space was collapsing inwards. A tall figure stepped out, his steps steady and powerful, as if 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers could be trampled beneath his feet. His actions were filled with unparalleled might. It was him. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. Behind Emperor Ju, there was a young man with an invisible aura. What sort of status did Emperor Ju have? Since he had appeared, how could he leave empty-handed? So from the very start, Qin Yu had dreaded this person. And now, could this be considered confirming his guess? It was just that this person was a bit too strong. The good fortune of the Sea of Purgatory belongs to His Majesty the Great Ju Emperor. All of you must die. A low and deep voice exuded an unquestionable momentum. The cold killing intent caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Humph! With a sneer, a figure on the ground suddenly exploded into shadows that filled the skies, howling in all directions. In the current situation, since he dared to leave, he naturally had the confidence to do so. Of these shadows that filled the skies, each one was illusory and each one was their true body. Unless they were all instantly erased, even if only one escaped, they would be able to draw strength from the outside world and rapidly restore themselves. Zhong Lingtian was expressionless. He lifted a hand and pressed downwards. Space violently trembled and then exploded. With a single point as the center, a terrifying strength swept out like a tsunami. Wherever it went, the illusory space collapsed, turning into a horrifying maw. Forgive me. Before he could finish his terrified scream, the shadows that filled the skies were swallowed up. Zhong Lingtian's hand tightened and the person's aura instantly vanished. To kill the hellish evil spirit with one hand and destroy the shadows that filled the skies with the other, such might and momentum was truly shocking. Run! It was unknown who roared out. Everyone gathered here, whether they were in the open or in the dark, all turned and fled. No matter how strong Zhong Lingtian was, he couldn't chase down everyone at once. It all depended on who was unlucky. It wasn't that they didn't want to resist, but that the strength Zhong Lingtian displayed left them in despair. He was so strong that it wasn't something that could be made up for with numbers alone. At least, with just the few of them here, it was far from enough. Qin Yu forcefully suppressed the impulse in his heart. He didn't immediately move. When there was the sound of breaking air, he stepped forwards. He drew backwards like a bolt of lightning. Just as he moved, that terrifying aura became sharp and swift. But before he moved, he had already made a prediction. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed into the shadows. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. But to a tribulation immortal, this distance was nothing more than a moment. It was so short that it could be ignored. So, the moment he appeared, he used Shadow Step once more without hesitation. But his complexion didn't relax at all. This was because that aura that had locked onto him was like a maggot in his bones. He couldn't shake it off. Zhong Lingtian frowned for a moment before composing himself. He took a step forwards and his figure vanished before reappearing again. A fleeing cultivator's face instantly drained of blood. He cried out loud as his mortal body wildly expanded. But Zhong Lingtian didn't give him the chance to fight to the death. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger. That person's body exploded, turning into broken bones and flesh that filled the skies. After killing a person with a single finger, Zhong Lingtian turned and left. 2 breaths of time later, he killed a second person. His face was expressionless, like a god descending from the heavens. But, in his heart, there was a bone-chilling cold. This was because Zhong Lingtian was well aware that the terrifying strength he possessed now wasn't something he truly possessed. Rather, it was an overdrawing of his source. The more glorious he was now, the more miserable he would be in the future. He didn't want to do this, But he had no other choice. The will of the founding emperor could not be questioned, even if there was a high chance he would die because of it. Sure, Zhong Lingtian stopped. He sensed the auras of two people and immediately chased after them with his divine sense. Within shadow step, his heart skipped a beat. It was like a falling mountain and a great calamity had arrived. He took a deep breath and calmed the tumultuous waves in his heart. In his mind, the ancient demon reared its head back and roared. This was his strongest technique right now, he wouldn't hold anything back. If they wanted to kill him, then come. At almost the same time, Zhong Lingtian frowned, surprise in his eyes. He couldn't help but turn around and look to the left. This person's aura was so strong that even he felt a sense of dread. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Lingtian took a step forwards and chased after the fleeing cultivator. He narrowed his eyes and the fighting spirit within him surged. Chapter 584. Emperor Ju. Angry roars sounded out one after another. Icy cold eyes gathered from all directions. Outside the hot spring, space froze over and all fluctuations were suppressed. Emperor Ju was expressionless. I have not broken the rules, so you had best abide by your previous promises. After a brief pause, his voice darkened. Otherwise, everyone here will become my enemy and I will not rest until I die. If you don't keep your promises, I might retreat today, but in the future, I will wait for you all. No one will be able to escape. This was a naked and undisguised threat. With Emperor Ju's status, saying such words was a loss of face. But from another perspective, the dignified Emperor Ju didn't even care about his face, so who would dare to not take his words to heart? The enraged people all paled. Their minds shivered and a deep fear rose up within them. With Emperor Ju's status, he would definitely do what he said. No one wanted to truly provoke him. They clenched their teeth and their complexions became increasingly ugly. But they could only suppress this in their hearts and curse their own miscalculations. Who would have thought that Emperor Ju would do something like this? Looking at the people fleeing in all directions in the phantom world, they couldn't help but grit their teeth. What a bunch of idiots. That boy had already given up his source energy and his strength had risen dramatically in a short period of time. If they continued to flee like headless flies, they would all be killed sooner or later. Join forces. With so many people attacking together, they might be able to survive. As long as their source energy dried up, that boy would die. The more they ran, the greater the fear in their hearts became. This was because they discovered that they seemed to have fallen into a giant spider web. In this web, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape. That terrifying evil star behind them could easily lock onto them. Every once in a while, terrifying fluctuations of strength would erupt. Then, an aura would rapidly vanish from sight. This meant that another cultivator in the phantom world had been killed on the spot. We cannot continue like this, otherwise we will all die sooner or later. As this thought appeared in their minds, the pale-faced and panic-stricken people all revealed fierce expressions. Since they couldn't escape, they would fight him to the death. If one person wasn't his match, then they would all attack together. Stop running, let's fight him to the death. Fight him to the death. Let's join forces and kill him. Angry roars exploded everywhere, like thunderclaps. Sure, in the illusory realm, cultivators appeared one after another and headed straight for one place. Zhong Lingtian's terror caused them to feel fear. If they couldn't kill him, they could only be killed by him. No one thought themselves clever and chose to hide in the dark, because that would only lead to them being killed first. One person, two people, three people. More and more cultivators appeared, each of them as if they were facing a great enemy, the aura around them erupting crazily. Space had long since collapsed, forming black vortexes one after another. But now, everyone's auras were connected, turning into invisible mountains that suppressed everything. The destructive power produced by the collapse of space could not even get close to it before it was directly crushed. Without a doubt, this gave the crowd some confidence. Their pale faces gradually calmed down. Even a collapsing world would not be able to shake them in the slightest, much less a mere Zhong Lingtian. No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than the heavens and earth? If he dared to come, they would attack together and kill him on the spot. Time passed breath by breath. Zhong Lingtian's aura vanished without a trace. He didn't attack again, as if facing the joint attack of so many people, he also felt that it was difficult to deal with him. This knowledge emerged from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone's chest was instantly filled with more confidence. Qin Yu stood in the crowd. He frowned, but he didn't relax at all. Was Zhong Lingtian's silence really because he was afraid? Although this was indeed a reasonable explanation, he always felt that things weren't so simple. Perhaps, he wasn't afraid, but was deliberately letting them gather together to catch them all in one fell swoop. Qin Yu's breath quickened and his scalp tingled. If this was really the case, just how strong was Zhong Lingtian to be so bold? He took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling emotions. Then, his eyes fell on a figure not too far away. That brat Shu Wanzi. Everyone else had no choice but to stay behind because they had nowhere to go. But he had a life-saving treasure in his hands and yet he still hadn't left. If he continued to stay here, was he just waiting for death? Or could it be that he wanted to take advantage of the situation and wouldn't give up until the end? No matter what the possibility was, it was extremely stupid. Did Shu Wanzi really think that no one could sense the treasure in his hands? Qin Yu no longer dared to underestimate anyone. Since he knew, there would definitely be others who could. If he stayed here, even if he didn't die under Zhong Lingtian's hands, he would still be killed by others. But this was his choice. In this current situation, it was difficult for him to even protect himself, so how could he care about others? Thoughts raced through his mind. Of course, Qin Yu wouldn't admit that deep in his heart, he was indeed filled with envy and jealousy, as well as a bit of greed that couldn't be concealed. But even if he obtained a life-saving treasure, so what? If he escaped here, wouldn't he have to die? Don't be naive, in the end, it was this brat Shu Wanzi's good life that couldn't be envied. Suddenly, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He looked up into the skies. At this moment, it wasn't just one or two people who did the same thing. It was clear that everyone had already sensed the terrifying aura that was arriving. Zhong Lingtian had arrived. Even those with slow senses discovered that many people's faces paled once more. No one here was a fool. They could still comfort themselves just now, but now that Zhong Lingtian had arrived, there was no way they could continue lying to themselves. What bullshit was he afraid of them? This madman actually had the intention of gathering all of them together. Bastard. Was he really so confident that he could eliminate everyone here with his own strength? No matter how much they cursed and roared in their hearts, they couldn't help but admit that the one who was afraid right now wasn't Zhong Lingtian, but them. Bang! The heavens collapsed. Zhong Lingtian stepped out, his robes fluttering in the wind. His face was as hard as stone, and he emitted a horrifying pressure. His eyes fell on the people within the black vortexes. They were cold and indifferent, without the least bit of emotion. Everyone is here. Very good. He lifted a hand and pointed between his eyebrows. His eyebrows split open, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. Instead, faint traces of golden light appeared. Although the golden light was extremely weak, anyone who saw it would instantly go stiff. Endless fear rose up like magma from an awakened volcano. It brought with it a dreadfully high temperature that burned their organs. They absolutely could not be touched by this golden light. Kill him. It was unknown who spoke first, but the eyes of all the cultivators revealed a crazed and cruel look. Strike first and gain the advantage. Rumble, rumble, wild fluctuations of strength erupted. It was like an avalanche that swept through the mountains, its momentum shaking the heavens and earth. All sorts of divine lights wove together. It was like a dazzling rainbow hung in the air in an illusory world. There was no fear on Zhong Lingtian's face. He slowly drew back his hand and pulled out a golden sword from between his eyebrows. He raised his hand and chopped down. There was no sound at all. All of the interweaving divine light that was surging over like a vast avalanche was evenly split in two. Then, between the eyebrows of the cultivators who attacked, a wound appeared. It was incomparably red, as if they had opened a third eye. How is this possible? A cultivator whispered, shock and disbelief in his voice. His eyes moved, fear flooding through them. In the next moment, with the space between his eyebrows as a boundary, This person's body was split in half. All of his life was extinguished and his soul also disintegrated. At this time, he wasn't the only one who died. This was only the beginning. A second, a third, a fourth. Cultivators fell to the ground, dying one after another. Ah! A cultivator whose body was split in half cried out loud. The two halves of his body joined together once more. Flesh and blood crazily wriggled on the surface of the wound. Flesh and blood wove together, growing back together in the blink of an eye. But before joy could bloom on this person's face, he emitted another miserable scream. His body that had just grown back was torn apart once more. After this happened several times, all of his strength was exhausted. This was clearly a cultivator who practiced some powerful life-saving secret art. But in his despair and unwillingness, he died. With a single sword strike, almost all of the cultivators here died. Since it was almost, there were naturally some fish that escaped the net. For instance, the black water demon that had turned into a mass of black water vapor. Because of its life form, even though most of its black water source had been dispersed by that sword strike, it still managed to preserve its life. Not too far away, Shu Wanzi staggered to the ground, his face deathly pale. A pure green bamboo slip had been split in half. It was covered with golden ancient characters. Although it was unknown what was written, the vast and boundless momentum it exuded was like a great sun in the skies. Now, these characters were collapsing and fading away one by one. It was because of this ancient letter that Shu Xian had given him that Shu Wanzi was able to preserve his life. Now, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura became increasingly miserable. His eyes revealed a bitter helplessness. The reason he had stayed until now wasn't because he didn't know when to advance or retreat, but because he didn't want to disappoint ancestor Shu Xian. Although he didn't know what this so-called great good fortune involved, it was bound to be extremely important to ancestor Shu Xian. But in the end, it was all in vain. Shu Wanzi apologized inwardly. He flipped his hand and a pale white key appeared in his palm. He only wanted to do his bit to repay his ancestors' favor, but he wasn't a stupid person. Between life and death, he naturally knew what choice to make. His fingers tightened a little. But at this time, Shu Wanzi's complexion changed. At some unknown time, a mass of black water had wrapped around him. The water demon's deep and low voice echoed out. "If you don't want to leave, then I won't be polite." Bang! A wild strength rumbled outwards. The black water wildly tumbled about as it was forcefully sent flying away. "It's you. You hateful brat." With a hateful roar, the black water condensed into the water demon's figure. It glared at Qin Yu. If looks could kill, he would have already been turned into meat paste. "Let's leave," Qin Yu slowly said. Besides his pale complexion, his aura hadn't weakened much. The golden sword slashed down. What it killed was the soul, affecting the mortal body from the inside out. So, no matter how many times that cultivator's body was restored, his soul had already been cut apart. He was doomed to die. Of course, Qin Yu didn't pay a price for this. Within his soul space, a deep sword mark had appeared on the surface of the cosmic sea-cross bell. Mai had already fallen into a deep slumber. The purple moon's light dimmed, becoming even smaller. All that remained was a curved willow branch. Shu Wanzi's lips moved, but in the end he didn't say anything. He gratefully nodded and crushed the key in his hand. Catcher, a grey current of energy wrapped around his body, turning him into motes of light that vanished from sight. "No!" The water demon screamed, its eyes filled with madness. This was already its last chance to survive. It originally thought that Qin Yu's goal was to fight for the key. As long as he attacked, the water demon would have a chance. So, it silently gathered strength. But who could have imagined that Qin Yu would casually allow Shu Wanzi to leave like this? This bastard, did he not fear death? Even if he didn't fear death, why would he drag him down with him? It was over, it was all over, it was all because of this bastard in front of it. If it weren't for the fact that it had been tricked, it would have already seized the pure yin body as well as that formidable divine spark. How could it have fallen to such a degree? "I'll kill you," the water demon howled. But just as it moved, its body froze. A golden line appeared between its eyebrows, extending downwards until it split in two. Bang! The water demon exploded, turning into a mass of black water that was swallowed up by the black vortex formed by the collapse of space. Zhong Lingtian grasped his golden sword and stepped through the void. His voice was deep and dignified. "Your opponent can only be me." He lifted a hand and pointed his sword. "Make your move. Today's strongest enemy, let me see your true strength." By now, the majority of his source energy had been consumed. He no longer held any hope that he could continue living. Since he was going to die, then before he died, he would fight a grand battle. Qin Yu had a calm expression. This was the sort of person he was. When the situation couldn't get any worse, he would instead calm down. The strongest enemy? He didn't know how Zhong Lingtian came to this conclusion, but that wasn't important. Then let's fight. In his mind, the ancient demon reared its head back and roared. Qin Yu was like a boulder that had been smashed into a calm lake. In that instant, all tranquility was crushed apart. A wild tide of strength swept outwards with loud rumbling sounds. The originally collapsing world now turned into chaos. It submerged Qin Yu's figure and turned into an incomparably massive vortex. In the next moment, this vortex began to spin. A terrifying swallowing strength erupted from within. Endless heaven and earth spiritual strength gathered. The quantity was so great that it was like a raging river. A loud roar spread out from the vortex. A desolate and boundless aura flooded the world, bringing with it an ancient aura. The heaven and earth spiritual energy that had gathered suddenly became even faster and more abundant. It was so vast that it shocked the heavens and the earth. Zhong Lingtian grasped the golden sword in his hands. His eyes became increasingly bright, like stars in the night sky. He stared at the vortex, the fighting spirit in his chest becoming increasingly strong. The little bit of source energy he had left to begin with began to burn. The golden sword trembled, emitting a low cry of joy and sorrow. The aura it released became even more terrifying. Outside the hot spring, there was a deathly silence. Zhong Lingtian had killed everyone with a single sword strike. Besides Emperor Ju, everyone else was shaken. If he wasn't powerful enough, then even if he burnt his source, it would have been impossible for him to possess such a terrifying strength. Calamity Immortal Realm, at least Zhong Lingtian's strength had reached that of a Calamity Immortal. At such a young age, he had such a cultivation. Even in their eyes, this was already stunning enough. But such a stunning young master had actually been treated as a chess piece and thrown out without hesitation. Emperor Ju's methods were truly astonishing. Moreover, if this young man could stand behind Emperor Ju, then it was likely he was a descendant of the great Ju's imperial bloodline. This wasn't something that could be described with just a single word. The ruthlessness and callousness of his actions left one unable to help but admire him. But Emperor Ju's arrangements didn't achieve the desired effect. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Some old fellows that didn't die looked towards the mountain peak where the rotten corpse was. They hoped from the bottom of their hearts that the person they chose would win. They indeed didn't dare to have any designs on Emperor Ju. But, if it were anyone else, even that troublesome Kang Wu couldn't swallow up the good fortune for himself. As for those that died in the fantasy world, they didn't care. After sleeping for tens of millions of years, perhaps the only one that still cared about old friendships was Xu Xian. Big brother. Lin Weiwei's face paled. She was about to rush out. Once his source energy was burnt, Zhong Lingtian would die. She naturally knew just how dangerous this was. Emperor Ju flicked his sleeves. Her body went limp and she fainted, wrapped up by an invisible strength. Ignoring the gazes around him, Emperor Ju looked at the young man holding the golden sword in the fantasy world, his eyes indifferent. The spinning vortex was like a monster. After swallowing up an immeasurable amount of heaven and earth spiritual strength, it expanded to 100,000 feet in size. It was like a channel to the 9 nether hells. Just by looking at it, endless fear rose up from the bottom of one's heart. Suddenly, the giant vortex came to a stop. Then, it loudly exploded, erupting with a terrifying energy. Zhong Lingtian took a step forwards. He lifted the golden sword and held it between his eyes. With him as the boundary, The raging tide of energy split in half. His entire body was like a stabilizing pillar, not shaking in the least. In contrast, what was even more striking was that the entire fantasy world was violently trembling as it was impacted by this raging tide of energy. On the earth, mountains collapsed and rivers broke apart. The heavens were torn apart, like a bowl of tumbling water. A towering figure appeared in this collapsing world. It was 10,000 feet tall, and every inch of its flesh and blood vibrated with a strength that caused the soul to tremble. 2 horns jutted out from its head, pointing towards the heavens. Its unyielding will could break through all obstacles. The heavens could make it lower its head, but the earth could not make it bend its back. It was born to support the heavens and earth, and after death, its spine would not fall. It was an ancient demon. Sparks suddenly burst out in Emperor Ju's indifferent eyes. He finally understood why an ant-like junior had the qualifications to absorb his aura. Ancient demon. So it was like this. Emperor Ju revealed a faint smile. Originally, he only had a 50-50 chance of succeeding, but now there was an ancient demon. Although this wasn't its true body, it still increased his chances by 30%. The decayed corpse had been paying attention to Emperor Ju from the corners of its eyes. As it sensed the smile on his face, its body stiffened. He had fought for a lifetime, slaughtering trillions of lives. In the end, he unified the world, becoming the ruler of the 9-5 and establishing the Great Ju Empire. Such a character actually didn't conceal himself at all, revealing his emotions on the surface. Just what was it that he hadn't thought of? The decayed corpse's heart chilled. It suddenly felt as if it had forgotten something important. But no matter how much it thought about it, its mind was muddled and it couldn't produce any results. What was it? What was it? Within the fantasy world, the strongest battle had already erupted. The golden sword-wielding Zhong Lingtian against the ancient demon-incarnated Qin Yu. Both of them possessed unfathomable strength. If it weren't for the fact that this fantasy world was condensed by Emperor Ju and contained his undying will, it would have likely been shattered by now. 2 juniors were actually able to erupt with such astonishing strength. Even some existences that had been slumbering for tens of millions of years were secretly startled. The instability of the fantasy world caused its aura to leak outwards. Waves began to rise up in the calm pool. The crimson magma tumbled like boiling water, as if some terrifying existence were about to awaken from its slumber. Ying Capital, Great Chu Imperial Palace. The Chu Emperor had a dignified expression. As he heard this, a rare excitement appeared in his eyes. He could already feel the restlessness coming from deep within the sea of purgatory. The most critical moment was about to arrive. As he thought about the people that had gathered deep within the sea of purgatory and were desperately fighting for their lives, his lips curled up in a mocking smile. Indeed, the greatest good fortune in the world existed there. The Great Chu Empire had been founded for 30 million years and had experienced several generations of emperors. How could they not know of this? Why didn't they think about why the Chu Empire controlled Ying Capital's Great Array Formation and was blessed by the heavens? Why hadn't they coveted it? The Chu Empire suddenly said, the reason is simple. It is because this great fortune already had a master a long, long time ago. This could be called the most hidden secret in the world. When the Great Chu Empire was on the verge of collapse and the world fell into chaos, the Mi clan discovered this secret. Thus, they established Ying Capital as their capital and established the glory of the Great Chu Empire. If anyone dared to touch something that belonged to him, if that wasn't seeking death, then what was? The golden sword cut through the vast skies, cutting apart all darkness. All that was left was a wild strength that could destroy all. It pressed forward, leaving no room for retreat. Zhong Lingtian's bright eyes dimmed. The dazzling sword in his hand began to collapse little by little. All of his source energy had been fused into this sword, there was no more strength left. His field of vision darkened, as if he had fallen into an icy lake. A chill drilled into his pores, making him feel an incomparably cold chill. His entire body seemed to freeze and his blood nearly solidified. Even his thoughts began to slow down. Zhong Lingtian took a deep breath. Energy drilled into his chest, bringing with it a burning pain. It was like he was pulling a rolling blade forward. He struggled to stand up straight, a solemn expression on his face. He had to send off his opponent with the most respectful gaze possible. This was indeed the strongest person he had ever fought in his life. It was no wonder Emperor Ju had ignited his source energy. If he didn't do this, he feared he wouldn't have the qualifications to stand in front of this person. Killing him was indeed a fluke. His only regret was that he didn't know his name. It was just that Zhong Lingtian didn't know that his opponent would be so formidable. Not only did he have the geographical advantage, but he also had the support of Emperor Ju. That domineering aura of supremacy was the key to condensing the body of an ancient demon. Qin Yu stubbornly stared at the golden waterfall. He didn't feel any regret in his heart. The only thing he could do was curse. You were destined to die, so why did you still try so hard? Wasn't it good to be a man who died in peace? His soul screamed and his body stiffened. There was only one thought in his mind: he absolutely could not collide with this sword. But how could he do what he wanted? At the very least, Qin Yu discovered that he couldn't avoid it. If he couldn't avoid it, he could only touch it. Even if his mind was clear, touching it meant death. Touching it meant death, waiting for death also meant death. With Qin Yu's character, there was no need to say what he should choose. Moreover, what mattered now wasn't just his life or death alone. There was also a woman outside who had fallen into the hands of a decaying corpse, waiting for him to return alive. If he died now, she would likely have her neck broken immediately. She might even be brought to his mouth and eaten clean. That scene wasn't beautiful at all. Just thinking about it caused Qin Yu's eyes to turn red. Even now, he couldn't figure out just what was wrong with him that made him place such importance on a woman. Fine, life or death was right in front of him. Qin Yu couldn't lie to himself anymore, but there was no meaning in delving into this any further. I can't die. Qin Yu looked up at the golden beam of light. He thought to himself once more, I cannot die. In this world, in the end, there were only two things. Either he lived or he died. Since he couldn't die, he could only live. This wasn't nonsense, but a belief that Qin Yu needed to remember. A loud roar rose up from his chest. Then, it trembled up his throat until it passed through his mouth and descended into the world. Qin Yu's heart raced at an unprecedented speed. Boundless strength gushed out from his exhausted mortal body once more. This strength was so formidable that it made him feel an unsuppressible urgency in his heart. He had to vent it all out. He lifted his hand and clenched his fist. Then, he faced the golden beam of light and smashed it down like a meteor. The ancient demon was born to support the heavens and earth, and even in death its back would not fall. Even in the face of death, it could still issue a final resistance. At this time, Qin Yu's will to live stimulated the true strength of the ancient demon. At this moment, he wasn't a true ancient demon, but he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient demon's will. Emperor Ju's eyes brightened. Before this, he had an 80% chance of success, and now that this junior had activated the essence energy and will of the ancient demon, it could be said that he had reached perfection. Now, he was only a single step away from borrowing strength to break through this shackle and leave this world, returning to where he should be. Although he didn't know who was behind today's plan, he knew that they were far too confident in themselves. Did they really think that things would develop as they expected? The good fortune in front of him was truly astonishing. Even he was moved by it. But if he could take it, he would have done so before he fell asleep. How laughable it was that someone had schemed against him. But this was also good. If it weren't for someone secretly helping him, even if he could escape, it wouldn't have been so simple. The golden beam of light cut through the ancient demon's chest. Blood exploded, dyeing the air red. Qin Yu tried his best to open his eyes wide, but he couldn't control his consciousness from rapidly falling into darkness. In the next moment, the illusory world collapsed. What maintained its existence was Emperor Ju's undying will. It smashed into the pool of soup like a sledgehammer. Some sort of tremor suddenly appeared. What followed was an aura that seemed as if it would freeze even the bones and souls. The decayed corpse fiercely looked up. Deep within its mind, a memory fragment exploded. Its eyes widened and it turned to flee. It finally realized what it had forgotten. Great good fortune, it was indeed great good fortune, but it didn't belong to this place, nor did it belong to anyone in this world, damn it, damn it. Shen Yuanin's eyes fell on Qin Yu. The moment the decayed corpse fled, blood silently flowed out from the corners of her lips. She had broken through the shackles within her. She took several steps forwards and leapt down from the mountain peak. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind like a fairy. Strong winds blew away her blood-stained veil. She reached out and held the unconscious Qin Yu in her arms. Suddenly, a powerful pulling strength erupted from the pool of soup. Shen Yuanyin frowned. She looked at Qin Yu in her arms and after a moment of hesitation, she slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, absolute cold erupted. A giant sphere of ice condensed in the void, sealing the two within. Dong. Chapter 585. Underground spirit veins gathered from all directions. At this time, they began to tremble and release a dazzling light. These lights wove together in the air. A blurry face appeared from within. Shua, its eyes opened. They were cold and indifferent, without the least bit of emotion. It was like a god sitting on the throne of the heavenly palace. All of you shall die. A low and deep voice carried with it a grand and irresistible aura. It exploded in the air like roaring thunder. Invisible fluctuations erupted. Wherever they went, everything was annihilated. Not destroyed, but all life was erased. Panicked roars rose up one after another. The old monsters that had been slumbering for countless years, all of them had fear on their faces. They instinctively realized that perhaps their lives would come to an end today. Emperor Zhu lifted his hand and grasped. The unconscious Zhong Lingtian appeared behind him. Then, with a loud shout, 9 phantom dragons appeared and the aura of a transcendent sovereign erupted. In the land of divinity and demons, in the skies above the trillions of territories, 9 phantom dragons appeared at almost the same time. Their bodies were tens of millions of miles long. All living beings in the world could clearly see them if they looked up. Then, awe and fear rose up from the depths of their hearts, as if they were facing a sovereign that controlled life and death. Although the great Zhu had perished tens of millions of years ago, as the only super-country that had unified the world since ancient times, there was still a portion of its national destiny that hadn't dissipated. The 9 dragon phantoms that covered the land of divinity and demons were the last remnants of the great Zhu's national destiny that had been activated. Roar, roar, the 9 dragons reared their heads back and roared. Outside the hot spring, invisible fluctuations had already arrived. The 9 phantoms around Emperor Zhu wailed in unison before shattering into motes of light and fading away. But their destruction gave Emperor Zhu a chance to live. Although his complexion paled and his aura weakened by more than half, he still managed to preserve his life beneath this strike. Looking up, the rock-solid Ying capital's great array formation began to violently shake. Catcher, catcher. Cracks began to appear on the great array formation. Emperor Zhu took a step forwards. He brought Zhong Lingtian and Lin Weiwei with him, instantly vanishing from sight. In the skies above Ying capital, the 9 dragon phantoms that shocked countless cultivators had already collapsed and dissipated. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Then, countless bolts of thunder rumbled in the sky. The berserk sound waves, bringing with them an aura of fear and despair, erupted in all directions. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. The entire Ying capital seemed to be in the midst of raging waves, as if a terrifying creature was about to break out from the depths of the earth. Cracks appeared on the majestic and indestructible city walls. In the blink of an eye, they covered every corner like a spider web. Standing on the city wall were the elite imperial guards of Great Chu, who had an awe-inspiring presence. At this moment, all of them, including their generals, had pale faces. They had no idea what had happened, but they knew very well what the city wall beneath their feet meant to Ying City. It was a part of Ying City's Grand Array, so it was reinforced by the Grand Array's power. Even if millions of lightning bolts struck it, it wouldn't be able to damage it in the slightest. It was precisely because of this that the scene before them caused their hands and feet to feel even colder. Had something gone wrong with the Grand Array of Ying capital? How was this possible? Within the imperial palace, The great Chu Emperor Mi Guanyuan's chamber suddenly emitted an angry roar. Bang! The violent energy caused the entire secret chamber to instantly turn into dust. The palace maids and attendants standing guard outside the chamber were sucked in as the chamber was destroyed, their bodies and souls destroyed. With a single step, Mi Guanyuan appeared in the skies above the imperial palace. His complexion was pale and a cold light flashed in his eyes. As the great Chu Emperor, he was the most respected figure in the world. Even in the entire land of divinity and demons, he had the qualifications to make a move. With a single thought, he could cause the winds and clouds to change. With a raise of his hand, he could force trillions of lives to bow their heads. But now, he had been ruthlessly used by someone, and what Mi Guanyuan found even more unacceptable was that from start to finish, he had fallen into a trap without even realizing it. This was an extremely heavy blow to a magnanimous emperor who wielded the power of the world. If it was just losing face, then that was fine. But, if today's matter wasn't handled well, there would surely be great changes in the land of divinity and demons. The Chu Empire's dream of unifying the world would become even more distant, and it might even become nothing more than a fantasy. Mi Guanyuan could not allow such a thing to happen. He absolutely could not. He took a deep breath. He lifted a hand and pressed down. All of the palaces of the imperial palace erupted with divine light. Roar! A golden true dragon howled upwards from the imperial palace. Although it wasn't as large as the 9 dragon phantoms that appeared before, it was incomparably solid, as if it were a living creature. Mi Guanyuan stepped forwards, directly fusing into the true dragon's forehead. A brilliant light flashed in its giant eyes. Dragon finishing touch. With the dignity of the great emperor, the true dragon had been enlightened. The golden true dragon that rose from the imperial palace was the energy of the Chu Empire, the spirit of the nation's destiny. As the cabinet minister saw this, his heart shrank. Although he could faintly feel that His Majesty the Emperor was secretly plotting something, this involved the Emperor's secrets. In addition, Mi Guanyuan clearly didn't want others to know about it, so he rationally put it on the side and pretended he didn't know. But now it seemed that His Majesty the Emperor must have made a massive mistake, otherwise how could he have awakened the nation's destiny true dragon? This was something that should only occur when the country collapsed and the country was unstable. Suddenly, the cabinet minister's complexion changed and his lips shivered. To become the #1 official of the Chu Empire, ranked above the princes and members of the royal family, he already had the qualifications to touch upon Great Chu's greatest secrets. And now, the Sea of Purgatory was about to open. Could His Majesty really have? How foolish. The cabinet minister no longer cared about watching. His figure flickered and he appeared above the imperial palace. Yuan Qing. The Chu Emperor's deep and low voice came out from the true dragon's mouth, a hint of regret in it. The cabinet minister's body swayed. How could he not know that his guess was correct? All blood drained from his face. He nervously looked at the emperor, no longer caring about the dignity of a king. Your Majesty, he escaped, the Chu Emperor coldly said, I must keep him here no matter the cost. The cabinet minister was silent for several breaths of time. He said, Your Majesty's safety concerns the nation. If anything goes wrong, Great Chu will be thrown into a storm. He lowered his head and looked at the shaking Ying capital. I will leave this matter to Your Majesty. I only hope that in the future, Your Majesty will place the Chu Empire above all else and think twice before you act. Yuan Qing, I will not allow it. The Chu Emperor roared. The cabinet minister bowed. In my body flows the bloodline of the Emperor clan. To sacrifice my body for Great Chu is my unsurpassed honor. Bang! Blood-red flames fiercely ignited, wrapping around his entire body. In the blink of an eye, his body was turned to ashes. Then, all of these flames rapidly shrank, condensing into a rune before vanishing from sight. The golden true dragon's eyes revealed pain and sorrow. But, deep within, there was also a hint of relief. How could an outsider understand the thoughts of an emperor? Even if he did something wrong, he wasn't willing to make up for it with his own body. Of course, the cabinet minister's sacrifice for Great Chu would surely be rewarded handsomely in the future. Bang! The earth of Ying capital broke apart. Countless giant cracks spread out in all directions. Emperor Ju howled outwards. In the skies, Thunder roared and suddenly rose up. Dragon roars echoed out from the thunder. An invisible suppressive aura descended, like a million mountains crashing down. Countless people felt as if a great stone was pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Twin emperors. One was the founding emperor of the Great Jew. He had slaughtered trillions and trillions to establish the Great Jew Empire, ruling over the world. The other was the current emperor of Great Chu, the leader of the Seven Empires. His strength was unparalleled and he looked down on the world without fear. The moment their gazes met, a million bolts of thunder exploded. The lightning nearly blinded the eyes. Countless weak cultivators began to bleed from their noses and mouths as they fainted. Emperor Ju. Mi Ganyuan said in a low voice. Emperor Ju had an indifferent expression. The reason I was able to escape today is all thanks to you. There is no need. A golden true dragon reared its head back and roared. A vast imprisonment descended, suppressing the destiny of a country. Who in the world could stop it? But now, he faced Emperor Ju. Tens of millions of years ago, he had already stood at the peak of the world. Even if he lost the destiny of the Great Jew Empire, he was still a rare superpowerhouse in the world. He lifted a hand and touched his forehead, drawing out a golden sword. Compared to this, Zhon Lingtian's aura from before was like the difference between the heavens and earth. With a sword in hand, Emperor Ju's hair began to move without wind. His robes fluttered in the wind. A powerful emperor aura that couldn't be suppressed by the heavens and earth caused one's soul to tremble. He lifted his hand and a golden waterfall appeared. It was like a waterfall that fell from the highest heavens, piercing through the endless skies. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. With the point of collision as the center, a wild strength swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed and turned to powder. Ying City's cracked walls finally gave in and collapsed piece by piece from this berserk force. The entire imperial capital instantly turned into a purgatory. It was unknown how many lives had been lost in this collision. Ever since the Great Chu Empire was founded and Ying capital was established, this was the first time something like this had happened. Mi Ganyuan's complexion became extremely ugly. No matter what he did afterwards, this matter would be recorded in the annals of history. It would become the greatest scandal under his rule. At this time, a blood-red rune suddenly appeared. It seemed to have its own spiritual wisdom as it howled forwards. Emperor Ju's complexion changed. For the first time, a dignified look appeared in his eyes. Without hesitation, he reached out a hand and pulled Zhon Lingtian in front of him. A powerful aura instantly poured into his body. With loud crackling sounds, Zhon Lingtian awoke from his unconscious state. His eyes widened as he howled in pain. The approaching blood-red rune hesitated for a moment before it sank into his body. Just as Zhon Lingtian's pitiful screams began, he was ruthlessly pressed down. His body couldn't move, but the twitching flesh and blood on his face as well as the blood-red color that spread out from his eyes were enough to let one know just what sort of terrifying pain he was withstanding right now. Blood God Seal. Emperor Ju's voice was ice-cold, killing intent tumbling between his words. Fake Emperor, I will remember today's event. There will be a day when my cavalry will trample over Ying capital and destroy the Great Chu Empire. I will exterminate your bloodline of the Emperor race and send them into the endless abyss, never to reincarnate. Bang! Space collapsed, swallowing his figure. The golden true dragon roared out loud. Its giant tail swept out and it shot forwards like a bolt of lightning, drilling into the shattered space and chasing after Emperor Ju. Today was Emperor Ju's weakest moment. If he couldn't be killed, there would be endless troubles waiting for him. After a moment, the golden true dragon flew back. Mi Ganyuan's angry roars echoed through the highest heavens. Shua, the golden true dragon flashed. It arrived outside the third assistant governor's residence. It opened its mouth and a golden dragon breath rapidly condensed, its terrifying aura rising up. Within the study, the third assistant governor tidied his clothes and smiled. Your Majesty, if taking my life can make you feel better, then I am willing to accept death, as the last thing I can do for you. The golden true dragon's eyes filled with a cold chill. As the golden dragon breath fell down, the grand and majestic assistant governor's residence instantly vanished from sight, vaporized into nothingness. Demonic path, holy palace. Dang a deep and solemn bell suddenly rang out, carrying with it a sad aura that spread throughout the entire demonic path Holy Land's small world. A total of 99 rings. The demon envoy stood in the grand hall, his complexion pale. His eyes were filled with anger and regret. With 99 supreme numbers, the only one that could cause the Holy Palace's sacrificial bell to ring was His Highness the Saint Sun. Had he died? Cloud Grove City, Mu family. The Mu family old ancestor rushed out of seclusion. As he heard the ringing of the bell reverberate through the world, his eyes widened. His wrinkled face was now filled with ecstasy. The Saint Sun had perished. To the Mu family, this was undoubtedly the best news. The Mu family might be able to use this chance to extricate themselves from this quagmire. Men, immediately open the clan's treasury and bring out all the precious treasures. No matter the cost, we must restore Mu Mo to his original state. Currently, the one closest to the throne of the Saint Sun was him. As long as Mu Mo could smoothly inherit the throne, all problems could be solved. The Mu family would still be the number one family of the demonic path. East Sun City, Holy Palace. The normally orderly palace was now in a state of chaos. The proud and aloof palace attendants all had pale complexions. His Highness the Saint Sun had died. In the inner hall, Ningliang's eyes were red. Large beads of tears fell down her cheeks. Hai Lanlan sat across from her, her expression calm. But her trembling hands revealed her surging emotions. Little sister, don't worry. His Highness has handed you over to me. I will definitely protect you. Her voice was hoarse, unable to continue. Heavens! Why are you treating us like this? At the endless seabed, cries filled Holy Nether City. The death of His Highness meant that the dawn of hope for the Holy Netherguard had vanished. Even if a new Saint Lord appeared in the future, would they still be able to accept people like them who had changed masters? If not, then eternal darkness would descend and their clan would no longer have any chance of survival. A month passed. Ying Capital's Great Array was activated, sealing away the Sea of Purgatory. Elder Chen sat in the audience. His complexion was faint, but his heart was icy cold. He had already received news from the Holy Land, but he wasn't willing to believe it. But even today, the Saint Sun still hadn't returned. The true demon guards that followed him had all remained in the Sea of Purgatory. All of this proved that the Saint Sun had indeed perished. Within his sleeves, he clenched his fists. His breathing quickened and anger tumbled in his eyes. He had already said that the son of a noble family wouldn't take such a risk. As the dignified Saint Sun of the demonic path, how could he take such a risk? And now, something like the heavens collapsing had occurred. Elder Chen's eyes fell on the highest throne. The Chu Emperor's expression was faint and it was impossible to see what he was thinking. But not too long ago, news of the Great War that implicated Ying Capital couldn't be concealed. Emperor Ju hadn't died and had returned to the world. This had become the most explosive news in the land of divinity and demons in recent times. Was the Saint Sun's death related to this? Elder Chen shook his head and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. This Sea of Purgatory was 10 times, 100 times more dangerous than any other time it had been opened in the past. The Chu Empire's side had also suffered heavy casualties. Without absolute evidence, it was impossible to question this. Moreover, no matter how much they investigated this, it was meaningless. The Saint Sun's death was a tremendous blow to the demonic path. After the Sea of Purgatory was sealed off, there were no traces of outside cultivators. Peace was gradually restored. The 12 stone tablets still stood tall in all directions. But now, the tablets were all broken. Underneath the half-snake stone tablet, there was a rune skeleton. The black fire in its eye sockets had long since dissipated. But even as it died, its mouth was still open, a happy smile on its face. To play a game of chess with the Chu Emperor and obtain a complete victory in the end was certainly something to be proud of. Of course, they also had to thank Emperor Ju for this. If it weren't for his existence, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Deep within the Sea of Purgatory, the spirit veins that gathered together continued to pour their strength into the great sun. The pool below was quiet without the slightest fluctuation. If it weren't for the surrounding broken mountains and the terrifying cracks that hadn't yet disappeared, who would have thought that a destructive strength from beyond the world had descended here not too long ago? His gaze continued to move, entering the shockingly hot pool. Only then did he discover that it was unexpectedly deep. Down, down, all the way down, until a mountain peak appeared in his line of sight. It was only 1,000 feet high. Half of it was flowing with magma and the other half was covered in ice and snow. Moreover, this mountain peak was still sinking. It was unknown where it would end. In the vast sea of stars, countless stars dotted the darkness. Not too far away, a burning star illuminated this broken continent. Pieces of land tumbled through the nothingness as they floated into the distance. They constantly disintegrated, becoming smaller and smaller. Occasionally, one could see burning palaces and panic-stricken lives, begging for mercy from the heavens. It was just that they would never have imagined that in their moment of despair and helplessness, two great figures that could save them were standing in the skies above the broken continent, talking to each other. "You have crossed a boundary." The person across from him frowned before immediately composing himself. "I know, but there is a reason for this." The other person shook his head. "There is no reason. Crossing a boundary is crossing a boundary. The remnant space channel is an extremely unstable factor. I will solve it. Just like what you're seeing." "No." The first person to speak turned and left. "You have already attracted attention. Don't cause any more trouble for the time being." "Humph." The other person's complexion darkened. After a long time, he coldly sneered and left. From start to finish, the two of them didn't care about the collapsing continent or the desperate and pleading lives on it at all. They were nothing more than lowly ants. So what if 1,000,000,000,000 lives perished? It wasn't worth wasting their strength. Qin Yu finally woke up from his coma. The first feeling he had was that he had slept well, and the second feeling was that she smelled really good. This caused his thoughts to turn slower than usual. In addition, he hadn't woken up yet. As he saw Shen Yuanin's face so close to him, he found it hard to regain his composure. How could this icy cold woman be so fragrant? Moreover, why was she here? And where was she right now? Questions popped up one after another, causing Qin Yu's already muddled mind to become even more confused. "You're awake." A cold voice entered his ears, like a cold wind blowing against him. Qin Yu's mind was shaken and his eyes became clear. He really was a miserable wretch. Shen Yuanyin stood up. The lingering fragrance scattered. She seemed to guess what Qin Yu was going to ask. She directly said, "We were pulled into the pool of soup. We should still be in the sea of purgatory." Qin Yu only remembered that his ancient demon body had been cut apart by a sword and Shen Yuanyin had been controlled by the rotten corpse. What happened afterwards? A dignified look appeared in Shen Yuanin's eyes. A terrifying aura descended upon the sea of purgatory. Although I don't know what it was, when the rotten corpse sensed it, it was scared away. Even when facing the heaven-shaking Emperor Ju, the rotten corpse didn't have any thoughts of retreating. Just this point alone was enough to prove just how terrifying that aura was. The rotten corpse had fled and Shen Yuanyin had regained her freedom. But why hadn't she fled? Why was she here? Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He couldn't help but glance at her several times. As he saw Shen Yuanin's faint expression, he coughed and changed the topic. "How long have I been unconscious for?" 17 days. Qin Yu nodded. "It's been so long. Thank you for looking after me." He suddenly stopped, his body stiffening. "How long?" Shen Yuanyin lightly said, "You didn't hear wrong and I wouldn't miscalculate. If I'm right, then the Sea of Purgatory should have been sealed off by now." At this time, Qin Yu really couldn't remain calm. The Sea of Purgatory was connected to Ying City's Great Array Formation. If the Sea of Purgatory was sealed off, that meant that unless they broke through Ying City's Great Array Formation or if the outside world opened it on their own, they would never be able to leave. The former was clearly something that was impossible to accomplish. The latter required him to wait for at least several million years, or perhaps even longer. Looking at the indifferent and incomparably calm Shen Yuanyin, Qin Yu couldn't help but rub his temples. This woman's heart was far too big. If they couldn't break through Ying City's Great Array formation, would they have to stay here for the rest of their lives? After a long period of silence, Qin Yu let out a long breath. No matter what, we are still alive. As long as we don't die, there will definitely be a chance. Deep in Shen Yuanin's eyes, a fluctuation flashed. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, but in the end she didn't say anything. Qin Yu rubbed his face. Let me formally introduce myself. I am the demonic path's Yarobin, Shen Yuanyin. It really was her. Qin Yu had already expected this. This woman was a female cultivator from the immortal sect. With such a cultivation at such a young age, and what she cultivated was the sublime lost emotion code, she could only be the new master of Nine Heaven Mirror Moon Palace. Although he was already prepared, he still couldn't help but have a strange feeling when he heard her personally admit it. One was the saint son of the demonic path's holy palace, and the other was one of the three giants of the immortal sect. Even if they didn't immediately kill each other upon seeing each other, they definitely wished for each other to die without a grave. How had he and Shen Yuanyin become like this? You save me. I save you. You save me. I save you. They were just playing house. If this matter were to be known by others, regardless of whether they believed it or not, they would definitely laugh their heads off. The relationship between the immortal sect and demonic path, don't joke with me. Qin Yu rubbed his nose and dryly laughed. I've heard so much about you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Seeing that Shen Yuanyin didn't have any intention of responding, he could only broach the subject. Palace Master, I have a matter that I hope you can honestly tell me. Shen Yuanyin lightly said, it does not involve the secrets of the immortal sect. This woman was really boring and inflexible. She didn't even think about what sort of situation they were in right now. How could he have any other thoughts? Of course not. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu said, I heard that before Palace Master succeeded the throne, you worshipped Great Elder Purple Moon? Yes. Qin Yu was overjoyed. He hurriedly asked, then, Palace Master, do you know a woman named Ningling? Shen Yuanyin shook her head. I don't. How could you not know her? Palace Master, think about it carefully. According to what I know, Shen Yuanyin is also a disciple of Great Elder Purple Moon. Shen Yuanyin lightly said, your information is wrong. I am the only disciple under Honorable Master. I have never heard of any other disciples. Qin Yu frowned and his complexion darkened. With his understanding of Shen Yuanyin and their current situation, there was no need for her to lie. But Ningling was clearly a disciple of Purple Moon. She had personally experienced this matter, so there was absolutely no mistake, just what had happened here. Where was Ningling? Shen Yuanyin looked at his angry and restless expression. For some unknown reason, she subconsciously frowned. This woman, is she very important to you? As she asked this, she furrowed her eyebrows even tighter. Was she concerned about his matters? Qin Yu didn't notice her expression. He took a deep breath and nodded. Palace Master and I can be considered friends who have gone through life and death together. If I can leave this place in the future, I ask that Palace Master consider this friendship and help me search for her in the immortal sect. This woman is indeed very important to me. If it were anyone else, they might have used Ningling as a method to threaten Qin Yu. But he believed that Shen Yuanyin wasn't such a person. His words conveyed the trust in her. Shen Yuanyin was startled. Her eyebrows relaxed and she nodded. Of course. Seeing Qin Yu solemnly thank her, Shen Yuanyin thought for a moment and said, there is something I need to tell you. If we stay here, we won't be able to last much longer. Qin Yu's complexion changed. Shen Yuanyin pointed at the barrier above their heads. You will know once you sense it. The fusion of water and fire was formed by their auras. Qin Yu closed his eyes and his mind smoothly fused in. Soon, his complexion became incomparably ugly. He opened his eyes and said, Palace Master has been awake this entire time. According to your estimation, how much time do we have? The destructive strength of the pool was constantly corroding the barrier of ice and fire. Once the barrier was pierced through, the result could be imagined. Shen Yuanyin lightly said, it should be around 3 to 5 days. The corners of Qin Yu's lips twitched. With his shrewdness, he also wanted to curse out loud. Being trapped in the sea of purgatory was one thing. Even if it was the Ying capital's great array formation that was known to be unshakable by calamity immortals, he still had the confidence to fight it out. But there was only 3 to 5 days of time. What the hell could he do with that? For a time, Qin Yu fell into a daze. It seemed that all he could do now was wait for death. No one spoke. The air was quiet, making one feel restless. But this clearly didn't affect Shen Yuanyin. She closed her eyes and calmly adjusted her breathing. If she couldn't find the Jade Soul Ice Heart, she would eventually die. Thus, to her, being trapped in the sea of purgatory wasn't important at all. In fact, even if she only had 3 to 5 days of life left, it didn't matter. On the contrary, deep in Shen Yuanin's heart, she felt a sense of peace. Perhaps it was because there was someone who would accompany her in death. She told herself this. Although she still felt it was strange, she didn't want to think too much about it. But Qin Yu wasn't willing to accept this result. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and stood up. He roused his spirits and walked back and forth in the barrier, making all sorts of attempts to save his life that was nearing its end. But unfortunately, without exception, all of his attempts ended in failure. Chapter 586. Fourth day. The 1,000-foot-long shadow of the mountain of ice and fire in the pool was now less than 100 feet wide. It was like the translucent membrane within an eggshell, ready to shatter at any moment. And what was astonishing was that the mountain shadow was still sinking, as if this pool were a bottomless abyss. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. His eyes pierced through the thin barrier and he could clearly see what was happening outside. The deeper he went, the richer the color of the pool became. It was like countless drops of blood had been simmered down. The rich scarlet color actually formed a soul-stirring beauty. It was like an endless sea of resurrection lilies, tumbling in the wind and stretching into the horizon. But right now, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to appreciate this beautiful scene hidden deep underground. Moreover, he was well aware that once the final barrier was corroded and shattered, the beautiful scenery in front of him would instantly eat him up without leaving a single trace. Although his life was far longer and more wonderful than he had imagined it to be, Qin Yu still hadn't accepted the reality that he was about to die. He was going to die, he was really going to die. There were still many things he hadn't done, there were still many wishes he hadn't fulfilled, but thinking about these things was meaningless. He just didn't know, if he died here, would there be anyone in this world who would shed a tear for him? His lips twitched several times, finally turning into bitterness. So deep in his bones, he was also a very sentimental person. To think that he would think of such things. Indeed, in the face of death, all living things would appear. Qin Yu somewhat admired Shen Yuanyin. Her calmness wasn't faked. He had no idea just what she had experienced that she could calmly face life and death. His waist relaxed and he fell to the ground. Qin Yu's eyes were wide open as he gasped for breath, as if he wanted to vent all the depression that had accumulated in his heart. Shen Yuanyin opened her eyes. After several breaths of silence, she said, "Have we met before?" With death approaching, she didn't want to leave this world with doubts in her heart. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have asked. Qin Yu didn't stand up nor did he look up. "I and the palace master first met in the Sea of Purgatory." He suddenly paused and shook his head. "Since things have come to this, there is no need to hide it anymore. The truth is that Yarrow Bin is only an alias. My true name is Qin Yu." He suddenly felt a burst of joy in his heart. To be able to speak his name out loud, especially in front of Shen Yuanyin, one of the 3 giants of the immortal sect, was a very good feeling. "Qin Yu," Shen Yuanyin whispered. His eyes blurred and deep in his soul, he felt his heart race. A trace of paleness appeared on her face. Her brows furrowed for a long time before they slowly relaxed. "I feel like I recognize you." Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. "Palace Master, have you never heard of my name in the immortal sect?" The events that occurred in Four Seasons City had caused an uproar and it could be said that everyone under the heavens knew of them. Shen Yuanyin shook her head. "I don't care about matters of the sect." With her cold personality, this was actually quite normal. Qin Yu bitterly smiled inwardly. Most of the happiness he felt just now had dissipated. So it turned out that from start to finish, these people didn't know just what sort of character he was. He turned around and looked at Shen Yuanin's calm appearance. Indignation rose in his heart. If Palace Master doesn't know, then I will tell you. Regardless of whether she was willing or not, Qin Yu began to speak. The story of the lowly boy from the land of exiles and the proud daughter of Heaven's senior apprentice sister. It was a long story of knowing each other, of being separated for many years, and finally, after entering the land of divinity and demons, they were reunited in the infinite realm. I thought that my suffering would eventually pass, but who knew that great elder purple moon would prepare such a great gift for me? Even the self-detonation of yin and yang energies wasn't able to kill me. I think she must have been surprised. After saying so much, was it really because he was ignored by Shen Yuanyin? Perhaps it was even more because he was unwilling to part with her. He was unwilling to part with the person he spoke of, unwilling to part with her forever. Shen Yuanyin had been silent the entire time. She shook her head. Honorable Master isn't a cruel and ruthless person. She must have had her own difficulties. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. Palace Master doesn't suspect that I am slandering you. You wouldn't. These 3 simple words caused Qin Yu to pause for several breaths of time. He let out a long breath and said, with Palace Master's status, it is truly unexpected that you would trust me so much. I won't hide it from Palace Master. I originally planned to wait until I succeeded the throne of the Holy Monarch and wield the authority of the demonic path. Then, I wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to retaliate against the immortal sect. Regardless of whether or not Great Elder Purple Moon had her own difficulties in her actions, from my standpoint, she is an enemy that will never rest until she is dead. Of course, I no longer have the chance to take revenge on her. He gently sighed, a bit disappointed. Shen Yuanyin frowned. As you said, Ningling is a disciple that Honorable Master values highly. Honorable Master even had thoughts of raising her to become the next sect master. But, there is no trace of her in my memories. What did Palace Master do in her early years? Shen Yuanyin was silent for a moment. Seclusion. That's right, she seemed to have been in seclusion all this time, perceiving the sublime lost emotion code. Only when she made a breakthrough did she leave seclusion and succeed the throne of Palace Master. Qin Yu nodded. Palace Master has been in seclusion for many years, so it's normal that you don't know what is happening in the outside world. It hasn't been too many years since Ningling entered the immortal sect and disappeared. He bitterly smiled. There is no way for me to take revenge now. I can only hope that Great Elder Purple Moon isn't a cruel and merciless person and can give Ningling a path to survival. Even if he was about to die, he still hoped that Ningling could live a good life somewhere in the world. It would be best if she never learned that he had died. To put oneself in her shoes and consider everything for her sake, perhaps this was true love. Unfortunately, his luck was poor. In the end, he didn't have the chance to live a life hand in hand with Ningling. Even though he struggled and worked hard for all these years, he still met a tragic end. Qin Yu couldn't help but think that if he hadn't worked so hard and hadn't come to this world, if he had stayed in that barren land of exiles, would Ningling not have encountered such an accident? Perhaps he wouldn't have lost his life so early. Of course, these were all meaningless thoughts. Qin Yu didn't have any intention of gathering them. In these past years, he had lived a sufficiently calm and cautious life. Now that he was about to die, what did it matter if he indulged himself a little? In a trance, his thoughts drifted far away. Across from him, Shen Yuanyin lowered her head, as if she were also thinking about something. However, her complexion seemed much paler than before. Although they didn't explicitly say it, the 2 of them were well aware that they were strangers to begin with. Although they had experienced some things together, they didn't have many common topics to talk about. Moreover, on the edge of death, who would be in the mood to waste their breath? They might as well save their strength. Without accident, the 2 of them would remain silent like this until the final moment arrived. But the matters of the world were always unpredictable. Just as Qin Yu accepted his fate and waited for death, an accident suddenly appeared in front of him. The crimson color in front of him had been separated at some unknown time, replaced by a pure black color. It was like a deep sea, cold and silent. Qin Yu blinked his eyes. He blinked again and again. Then, He determined that he wasn't hallucinating. A trace of joy drilled out from the depths of his heart. He didn't fear any changes, he feared nothing would change. The situation had already reached this step, so how could it possibly worsen? He quickly stood up and took several steps forwards. Then, he leaned against the inner wall of the barrier and stared at the black color that had appeared outside. Soon after, the ground beneath his feet shook. The barrier formed from ice and fire slowly stopped sinking, falling where the crimson and black colors met. Qin Yu closed his eyes and sent out his divine sense. After several breaths of time, he opened his eyes, his face filled with joy. The heavens would never bar one's way, the heavens would never bar one's way. The black color that appeared in the depths of the hot spring was an unknown cold energy. It was the complete opposite of the crimson color, it belonged to the two extremes of yin and yang. Although he didn't know why this situation would appear, it wasn't important. What was important was that yin and yang blended together, counteracting each other's destructive attributes. The terrifying corrosion that the barrier had suffered had already disappeared. In other words, as long as they stayed between the black and crimson colors, they wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. After escaping from death, even with Qin Yu's calm temperament, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, his voice filled with joy. Accepting one's fate and being willing to die were two completely different things. If there was a slim chance of survival, no one would give it up. As he said before, as long as a person was alive, there were infinite possibilities. Crimson and black colors pierced through the thin barrier and shined onto Qin Yu's body, dyeing him two different colors. As the two colors reflected against each other, he suddenly frowned. He felt as if he had forgotten something. Extreme yin, extreme cold. He seemed to have heard something similar not too long ago. He lifted a hand and slapped between his eyebrows. Joy lit up his eyes. He turned his hand and a seed appeared in his palm. Its surface was gray and without any markings, no different from a stone. This was the seed he had obtained from UYA when he was in Ying Capital's capital city barracks. Because this seed was related to his strange sudden inspiration, he had asked the little blue lamp to help him appraise it. This is indeed a seed. It needs to be in a place where extreme yin and extreme yang meet in order to hatch. Before he could finish speaking, Emperor Chu's divine sense swept out. But these words were firmly engraved in Qin Yu's heart. So when he saw the crimson and black colors confronting each other, and that they were two attributes of extreme yin and extreme cold, he suddenly thought of this. Wasn't this the so-called extreme yin and extreme cold meet in a place where yin and yang meet? Qin Yu looked at the seed calmly lying in his palm, his eyes growing increasingly bright. No wonder he had inexplicably been aroused by this sudden inspiration. Although he hadn't verified it yet, Qin Yu's intuition told him that if he could survive this calamity, the turning point would lie on this seed. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu lifted his hand and loosened it. The seed touched the barrier. Like a stone falling into water, it directly passed through and was exposed between the black and crimson colors. Like cold water being poured into a pot of boiling oil, it immediately stirred up a violent reaction. The peaceful coexistence of extreme yin and extreme cold instantly erupted. A vortex appeared, the core of which was the seed. The rampaging extreme yin and extreme cold wildly spun along the vortex before finally fusing into the seed. Cracks suddenly appeared on its gray surface. They were extremely small and weak, but they caused Qin Yu's mind to tighten. Luckily, it was just a false alarm. The seed's surface shattered into powder that fell to the ground, gradually revealing its true appearance. On the surface of the purple gold, runes began to grow. They were originally dim, but now they seemed to come to life, erupting with a brilliant divine light. When the seed's gray surface completely fell off, although it had shrunk by a size, it had become dazzling. In particular, as the runes on its surface lit up, the aura it released was vast and boundless, as if it contained millions of changes and trillions of karmic causes and effects. It seemed to cover everything in the world, unable to tolerate anything. Tao Spirit. Shen Yuanin's eyes widened. Her calm and indifferent voice revealed clear shock. Qin Yu hurriedly asked, "Does Palace Master recognize this?" Shen Yuanyin didn't reply. She earnestly looked at it for a long time and then let out a long breath. "Yes, it is indeed a Tao Spirit." Her eyes fell on Qin Yu. Because of my cultivation, I inadvertently learned that there is a spirit fruit in this world called the Great Tao. It hatches in 100 years, blooms in 100 years, and bears fruit in 100 years. It contains the profound rules of the world, and if one swallows it, they can immediately become a calamity immortal. The Great Tao fruit is not something that can be planted by humans. Its seed is called a Tao spirit and it is bred by the heavens and earth. For such a precious treasure of the heavens and earth, it would take countless years for it to form. Moreover, a Tao spirit has an ordinary appearance and doesn't reveal any aura at all. Even if someone were to obtain it, they might not be able to discover the good fortune it contains. Moreover, a Tao spirit needs to be in a land of yin and yang in order to hatch and grow. Although the world is vast, there are only a few places that can satisfy these conditions. All of these difficulties have already determined how difficult it is for the Great Tao fruit to appear. Thus, it only takes a short 300 years for it to form. It isn't that it isn't difficult to breed it, but that all of the difficulties are concentrated before the Tao spirit hatches. This was the first time she had spoken so much since they met. Her words flowed endlessly, and it could be imagined that her emotions were violently fluctuating right now. Even Qin Yu never imagined that this seed would have such an astonishing origin. The Great Tao fruit could be swallowed and one could immediately become a calamity immortal. There was no need for more. Just this alone was enough to cause all the cultivators of the world to go crazy. The Great Tao was emotionless. The further one walked on the road of cultivation, the more difficult each step became. Looking at the trillions of lives in the world, all of them bitterly struggled to cultivate. But just how many people could truly become a calamity immortal and reach the peak of the world? As his mind shook, Qin Yu's expression changed unpredictably. He didn't notice that across from him, Shen Yuanin's complexion was becoming increasingly pale and translucent. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood and a terrifying cold energy erupted. Palace Master. Shen Yuanin's eyes dimmed. To be able to obtain a Tao spirit and even successfully activate it in a life or death situation, you do have a great destiny, but we cannot wait 300 years. I am sorry, she fell backwards. A layer of frost appeared on the surface of her body, covering her eyelashes and long hair. Qin Yu's heart shrank. Whatever Great Tao fruit, he tossed all thoughts of it to the back of his mind. He stepped forwards and held her in his arms. A bone-chilling cold erupted from within her, constantly invading her body. But Qin Yu didn't care about this at all. He probed her body with his aura. Shen Yuanin's voice became weak. Because of my cultivation method, even though I have extinguished all emotions and desires, I still feel awe towards death. The reason I was calm was because I already knew that whether or not I was trapped here, I would still die. Looking at Qin Yu's gloomy complexion, her eyes dimmed. It is indeed because of me that I ruined your monstrous lucky chance. Otherwise, if you obtained the Great Tao fruit, you might have had a chance to escape. In my life, I have never owed anyone anything but you. Qin Yu shouted out loud, "Shut up. I won't let you die. Listen clearly, I won't let you die." There was only worry in his words, not anger at all. Shen Yuanyin was stunned. Then, she gently sighed, "I really feel like I've seen you somewhere before. I keep feeling that you look familiar." Before she finished speaking, she closed her eyes. The strength that had gone berserk had completely gone out of control. In an instant, ice and snow spread over Qin Yu's body. His face paled. His eyes fell onto Shen Yuanin's face. This woman's lips were slightly curled up. Was she smiling? She could actually smile. This woman that was cold to the point of freezing could actually smile in the face of death. Qin Yu's heart fiercely shrank, as if a giant hand was gripping it. It was so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. "I didn't tell you, but in truth, I also feel that we know each other. Shen Yuanyin, I still haven't investigated you. Just who are you and how can you so easily shake my mind? How can you die? You absolutely cannot die." He gathered strength in his arms and held her in his arms. The demon body revolved to the limit and billowing heat erupted. At the same time, Qin Yu clenched his teeth and roared out, "Little blue lamp." He couldn't care about anything else. There was only a single thought in his mind, and that was that he could not allow Shen Yuanyin to die. The great Tao fruit could immediately allow one to become a calamity immortal. It contained great good fortune of the heavens and earth. It could definitely save her. He couldn't wait for 300 years, but he had a method to shorten this time. Between the black and crimson, the world suddenly collapsed inward and the phantom of a great sun descended. But it didn't do anything. It only remained silent, looking at Qin Yu. I know that this place contains a great secret and summoning you out is inappropriate, but I have no other choice. Qin Yu said in a low voice. I want to save her. Just consider it as me begging you. The great sun phantom sent out a thought fluctuation. I will do my best, but whether or not she can last until the great Tao fruit ripens will depend on her own good fortune. Sure, the great sun phantom appeared. Light sprinkled down from the vortex where the Tao spirit was, covering it within. The runes on its surface suddenly became even brighter. They trembled and hummed as if they were cheering. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang was galvanized, forming a vortex that rapidly expanded. Round after round. The range of the vortex rapidly expanded. After several breaths of time, it filled the entire field of vision, having expanded by 100 times. This meant that the growth of the great Tao fruit had been accelerated by 100 times. It only needed 3 years. This speed was astonishing enough. But there wasn't the least bit of joy on Qin Yu's face. With Shen Yuanin's current condition, how could she last for 3 years? As if it knew what he was thinking, the little blue lamp's thoughts fluctuated. This is the limit of what I can do right now. Qin Yu said in a low voice, is there any other way? After several breaths of silence. There is. But, you must understand that to do extraordinary things requires extraordinary methods. If you want to save someone, you will be in danger. Even if the barrier around you breaks, I still have a way to ensure your safety for 3 years. Qin Yu, you must consider this carefully. If he abandoned Shen Yuanyin and obtained the great Tao fruit 3 years later, he could immediately reach the calamity immortal realm. He might even have a chance to escape from the sea of purgatory. On one side was a shining future filled with infinite vitality. On the other side, he didn't know if she was dead or alive, but the dangers were endless. Qin Yu decisively said, I want to save her. The feeling this woman gave him was becoming more and more different. He didn't know why, but his intuition told him that if he allowed Shen Yuanyin to die, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The little blue lamp didn't try to dissuade him again. It directly gave him a solution. My strength is limited right now. I need to draw support from external forces to increase my strength. To do this, I will need to sacrifice your lifespan. In addition, although the Tao spirit is tough, if the strength it absorbs surpasses its limit, it will still collapse. I will need to draw out your blood essence to strengthen its ability to withstand this. Qin Yu nodded. I can withstand it. The great sun's void image trembled, releasing dazzling radiance. A portion of it separated, condensing into the void image of an altar. 2 beams of light shot out from the altar phantom. One connected to the great sun phantom and the other shined on Qin Yu's body. His body suddenly stiffened and he let out a muffled groan. His forehead was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. Although he was prepared, the pain of sacrificing his lifespan was like having all the marrow in his body extracted. All living beings in the world had a limit to their lifespans. To be precise, lifespan should be referred to as vitality. This type of power was formless and immaterial. It was one with living beings, supporting them as they traveled between heaven and earth. When its life force was exhausted, it would die. At this time, Qin Yu could clearly feel his life fading away. A faint yin chill rose up from deep within his heart. Bang! The vortex that had swelled to 100 times its original size suddenly expanded once more. With a loud rumble, it swept up the scarlet and black colors, transforming into a world-shaking tide. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to a shocking size of 1,000 times. In the center of the vortex, the speed at which the Tao spirit absorbed the power of extreme yin and extreme yang also increased by 10 times. The runes on its surface grew brighter and brighter, almost surpassing that of the great sun, making it impossible to look directly at. Kacha, a small sound spread out from within the Tao spirit, like gears grinding against each other. The little blue lamp sighed. The Tao spirit cannot withstand a thousandfold acceleration. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and roared, "Take my blood essence." Another beam of light fell down. Qin Yu subconsciously looked up, blue veins sticking out from his neck. After that pure white light touched his body, it immediately turned scarlet red. It was like a blood vessel condensed from light, drawing Qin Yu's boundless blood essence into the vortex. Drip, drip, like drops of water falling from the eaves after the rain, dark red beads of blood condensed on the other side of the light and fell onto the Tao spirit. The shockingly hot furnace needed to release heat, otherwise it would explode. To the Tao spirit, these dripping beads of blood were like cooling water. The speed at which it absorbed the power of extreme yin and extreme yang didn't slow down at all. Instead, the brightness released by the runes slowed down by a great deal, and the sounds of collisions within also gradually subsided. But this was the result that Qin Yu had exchanged for with his life. Sacrificing his lifespan and extracting his blood essence, any one of these was a horrifying torture, and now he was withstanding it. Not to mention whether or not he could withstand it, just this terrifying pain alone was enough to cause his will to collapse if his mind wasn't firm. At that time, his soul would wither away. Even if his mortal body didn't die, the truth was that he would die. 100 days from now, the Tao fruit will be formed. After the little blue lamp sent out this thought fluctuation, it fell into a long period of silence. Qin Yu was well aware that it was extremely dissatisfied. He felt a bit guilty, but he had no other choice in this matter. Qin Yu looked down at Ning Ling, who was covered in ice and snow. The faint smile on her lips was even more breathtaking than before. "Don't die, we all don't want to die," she whispered. Her voice was blurred by the pain, turning into fragmented syllables. 100 days. Qin Yu didn't know if he could withstand it. As he felt his consciousness gradually blur from the pain, he said in his heart, "Undying, if you wake up, please help me and let her continue to live." After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu's field of vision fell into darkness. Even so, his body instinctively twitched. Deep within the hot spring, between the crimson and black waters, a giant vortex spun and roared, rumbling and shaking the heavens and earth. Time passed. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Chapter 587. As for what death was, unless one personally experienced it, it was hard to say. Shen Yuanyin felt as if she had sunk into a pitch-black sea, icy cold and quiet. Her consciousness was clear, but she had forgotten who she was, where she came from, and what she had experienced. She couldn't feel the existence of her body and was powerless to struggle. She could only allow herself to sink, little by little. The deep sea outside became increasingly cold. A chill seeped in and her consciousness gradually froze. Shen Yuanyin understood. Perhaps when her consciousness was completely frozen and unable to move, that would be the moment of her death. She couldn't resist it. But every time her consciousness was about to freeze, she would hear a voice. "Don't die, none of us can die, who was it?" Shen Yuanyin couldn't remember. But this voice seemed to contain an invisible magic that stimulated her potential every time. It became increasingly cold and she lost the ability to think. But her consciousness remained, maintaining the last trace of vitality. This was because she suddenly discovered that she couldn't bear to part with this voice, and she also wanted to know just who was the one who spoke these words. "Don't die, none of us can die." The person who spoke these words must be lonely and helpless. "I can't die, because only by living can I accompany him." But just who was he? Who am I? In the pitch-black deep sea, time lost all meaning. It was like thousands, tens of thousands of years had passed, an incomparably long period of time. Suddenly, in that calm and tranquil deep sea, fluctuations began to appear. It came from above her head, becoming increasingly strong. It was unknown what was happening. In the next moment, Shen Yuanin's sinking body seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and pulled upwards. The icy cold began to fade. Her blurry consciousness began to gradually awaken. The crimson and black vortex wove together. It was still spinning, but its area had returned to its original size. It was no longer as vast and mighty as before. At the center of it was no longer a Tao spirit, but an ancient tree. Its winding branches exuded the aura of endless years. This aura of time wasn't because it had existed for a long time, but because it was born from a seed. A Tao spirit was bred by the heavens and earth. Only after countless years could it become a Tao spirit. But now, this ancient tree seemed to have lost all vitality. Its leaves were yellow and filled with death energy. Not too far away from the ancient dying tree, between the barrier of ice and fire, Qin Yu gently placed Shen Yuanyin on the ground. Her face was flushed with blood and her chest was rising and falling. It was clear that she had escaped from the clutches of the Grim Reaper. The power of the Tao fruit was healing her injuries. It wouldn't be long before she woke up. The corners of Qin Yu's lips lifted up in a smile. His withered skin and layers of wrinkles squeezed together, adding a bit of desolate twilight to his appearance. 100 days of sacrificing his longevity and extracting his blood essence had turned him into a white-haired old man. An aura of decay filled his body, but his face was calm and placid. He did not consider whether it was worth it or not, because compared to death, the price he paid was nothing. Shen Yuanyin had come back to life. Just this alone was enough. The phantom of the great sun floated above the ancient tree. Its thoughts fluctuated. Your current state is very poor. Don't waste any more time. Qin Yu smiled. I understand. Thank you for this time. He hesitated for a moment and then wrote down a few words on the ground. He had only used a tiny bit of strength, but his chest violently shook and his face paled. Finally, he couldn't suppress it any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. The great sun phantom coldly coughed. A bright beam of light howled out, wrapping around Qin Yu and pulling him out of the barrier. As he fell onto the withered and dying ancient tree, its rough and cracked skin suddenly turned soft, as if it were mud that slowly swallowed up his body. For a woman, you have tossed yourself into such a situation. How stupid. The great sun phantom stared at the still unconscious Shen Yuanyin in the barrier. An icy cold aura appeared. But after a moment of silence, it didn't do anything. Like a shadow, it vanished from sight. Shen Yuanyin opened her eyes. After a brief daze, countless memories gushed out from deep within her mind. She remembered her identity and knew her current situation. She also thought of the voice that she heard in her death. Qin Yu. She fiercely stood up and swept her eyes around. She could see through the small barrier with a single glance. She was the only one here. That man had disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? Shen Yuanyin saw the ancient dying tree outside the barrier. She could feel the boundless strength within her that still hadn't been completely absorbed. Her expression became absent-minded and her eyes filled with confusion. Although she didn't know what happened afterwards, from what she saw in front of her and her resurrection, she could guess many, many things. That man whose whereabouts were unknown, after she fell into the deep sea of death, had used some unknown method to allow the Tao spirit to germinate and bear fruit in a short 100 days. He had even fed it to her. A throbbing feeling spread out from the depths of her soul. It didn't dissipate, but as time passed, it became increasingly strong. Finally, it turned into a tide that swept through her mind, shattering all of her restraint and coldness. Shen Yuanin's cold eyes turned red. Faint traces of water vapor gathered, forming some sort of warm liquid. The fruit of the great Tao was a transcendent lucky chance that a cultivator could immediately become a tribulation immortal. It was enough to make anyone in the world go crazy for it. Qin Yu had given it to her, to bring her back to life. Where are you? Come out, come out. Shen Yuanyin screamed. Her voice echoed through the barrier, but she was destined to receive no response. This was an extremely deep part of the hot spring. Outside, there was a terrifying power of extreme yin and extreme cold that was enough to kill a tribulation immortal. Where could Qin Yu go? Inexplicable panic, fear, pain, all of it gushed out from the depths of her heart. Her eyes became increasingly sour, blurring her vision. She already had a judgment in her heart, but she didn't dare to believe it. This was because there was no reason for all of this. There was no need for him to do such a thing for her. Suddenly, the words on the ground fell into her line of sight. But right now, Shen Yuanyin couldn't care about what was written on the ground. All of her eyes fell onto the dark red bloodstain. She slowly squatted down and touched the surface of the bloodstain with her fingers. In the next moment, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. They fell down her cheeks, shattering into pieces as they hit the ground. Although the blood had already dried up, Shen Yuanyin could still feel Qin Yu's aura from it. Old, decaying, dying. There was also the unconcealable exhaustion. Because she had experienced death, she was even more sensitive to this scent. This blood was filled with the scent of death. Qin Yu had died, he had died. Shen Yuanyin could no longer lie to herself. She lifted a hand to cover her mouth. Intense fluctuations of emotions erupted from the depths of her heart. In her mind, the fragments of images that had appeared and then vanished began to tumble out once more. She concentrated all of her concentration on these fragments. The backlash of the sublime lost emotion code appeared once more, but Shen Yuanyin didn't care. Finally, in the countless tumbling memory fragments, she found a smiling face. He was sitting in a pavilion, holding a jar of wine in his hands. He was incomparably happy, his eyebrows filled with joy. With a stuffy cough, blood flowed down from the corners of her lips. Shen Yuanyin paled. The two faces weren't the same, but when placed together, one would discover that their facial features overlapped perfectly. Qin Yu, it was Qin Yu. They really had crossed paths before. How could she forget him? What was her honorable master hiding from her? 10 days later, Shen Yuanyin stepped out from the mountain shadow. The barrier of fire and water that had been maintained to the limit behind her quietly shattered. She paused but didn't look back. Her aura broke through the crimson power of extreme yang and rushed above the hot spring. Her expression became increasingly faint and her eyes even colder. At this time, Shen Yuanin's sublime lost emotion code was flawless. It had entered a perfect boundary. But in the deepest depths of her eyes, in a place that no one could reach, there was a deep sorrow. The message on the ground tumbled through her mind. When we meet again in the future, I hope that Palace Master can help me with a matter and resolve the confusion in my heart. There might have been more, but they were interrupted by the blood. When we meet again in the future, you will already be dead. That person, even when death arrived and his body turned to ash, he still wanted to hide it from her, to comfort her. Qin Yu, I don't know who you are or what you have experienced with me, but in this life, I will never, ever forget you. Several months later, in the forbidden area of Nine Heaven Mirror Moon Palace, the divine crystal throne trembled. Fluctuations spread throughout the immortal sect. Another 10 days passed. On this day, the winds and clouds changed. The master of the lucid nether realm and the Buddha Bone Lord arrived together. News of this was tightly locked down and no one knew what had happened. After the Chu Emperor negotiated with the two immortal sect giants, he returned to the imperial palace. On this day, there was a strange movement in Ying Capital's Great Array formation, as if it were unstable. Outside Ying Capital, Shen Yuanin's face was thin and her aura was icy cold. She looked at the excited Great Elder Purple Moon and asked, "Honorable Master, may I ask if you know a man named Qin Yu?" Purple Moon instantly stiffened. Time passed year by year. Although news of the demonic path Saint Sun perishing caused a brief sensation, the dead had no value. It soon became a thing of the past and no one paid any attention to it. Mu Mo appeared in front of everyone once more. It was said that after he had tempered himself, his cultivation had made tremendous progress. His demon body cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds and he wasn't too far away from the Emperor realm. The Mu family that had been in a state of panic seemed to have passed through a crisis. The disciples were restored to their former arrogance. Wu Ma Sijan had returned from the Sea of Purgatory. Although he had suffered heavy injuries, he had obtained some formidable lucky chance that no one could speak of. After 2 years of seclusion, he broke into the Calamity Immortal realm and regained the title of the #1 powerhouse of the younger generation, the elder senior apprentice brother. Because Wu Ma Sijan was far too dazzling, the other two rapidly growing disciples of the younger generation seemed unremarkable at all. They were Dong Hanju and Sun Zifu. In particular, the latter had made successive breakthroughs in several years and had a lofty momentum that seemed as if he had caught up from behind. The Holy Palace in East Sun City was now completely sealed off. Besides a small number of people that were willing to keep a festive vigor for the Saint Sun, there was no longer any life here. From bustling prosperity to quiet death, this happened in less than a year. This allowed the entire demonic path to witness what it meant to be a blessing in disguise. These were just some minor matters that occurred in the demonic path. If one were to look at the entire land of divinity and demons, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to recount. The river of time rolled on. It didn't stop because someone was missing. Like this, it flowed into the unknown future. 33 Road Year, Sea of Purgatory. A monster beast with compound eyes and 4 limbs was gorging itself on the ground. In front of it was the corpse of another monster beast that had been killed. The air was filled with the rich smell of blood. Although there were wounds on its body, this monster beast's eyes were sharp. It was clear that it hadn't been injured at its core. As it ate, it looked around, keeping a high vigilance. Without warning, the scales that covered the monster beast's body suddenly tightened. It seemed to sense an extremely terrifying aura. But before it could escape, there was a loud cracking sound. The monster beast's neck twisted at an exaggerated angle and its massive body crashed to the ground. There was the sound of light footsteps. A black-robed man appeared in sight. His expression was calm and his face was fair and handsome. Between his eyebrows, there was an indescribable sense of dignity and nobility. His slender body, handsome appearance, and breathtaking temperament were all combined into a single person. This was enough to cause the hearts of the vast majority of women in the world to sway. Although this face seemed unfamiliar, if one carefully examined it, one would find many familiar aspects of it. The black-robed man walked to the side of the monster beast's corpse. He stretched out his hand and spread open his fingers. The flesh and blood rapidly withered and drops of blood rose up, fusing into a ball of blood between his fingers. The phantom of a miniature monster beast tumbled and roared within the ball of blood, as if it were questioning the murderer as to why something as cute as it had been killed. Unfortunately, the black-robed man couldn't develop any pity for a monster beast, even if it was a beautiful mother beast. He took out a jade bottle and opened the seal. The roar of a beast immediately erupted, billowing like thunder. Slaughter energy surged out, piercing straight into the mind. The black-robed man frowned. He tapped the surface of the jade bottle and the roar of the beast immediately subsided. Whoosh, the bead of blood flew towards the mouth of the bottle. As it did so, it rapidly shrank and fell into the bottle. The black-robed man couldn't help but reveal a smile. In these past years, because he was bored, he had plundered many good things. Although this soul blood jade bottle couldn't be considered a peak treasure, it was actually very convenient to use. After probing it with his divine sense, the black-robed man muttered, "I'll hunt some more and I'll have enough for the purple-back blue-wing ants to awaken to the 3rd stage." That's right, this familiar yet strange black-robed man was Qin Yu. If he walked the world, he would surely have countless fangirls. In the past, in order to save Shen Yuanyin, he had exhausted himself in broad daylight. Luckily, besides the fruit of the great Dao tree, it was also a supreme treasure. In addition, because it had extracted Qin Yu's blood essence and fused it into the Dao spirit, the great Dao tree was connected to Qin Yu's bloodline. And with the help of the little blue lamp, the dying Qin Yu had fused into the great Dao tree, borrowing its strength to restore his source. 15 years ago, Qin Yu had awoken. Unfortunately, Ying City's Great Array formation had blocked him and he hadn't been able to find a way to break it. Qin Yu could only wander around the Sea of Purgatory like a wandering ghost. In these past years, in order to find a flaw in Ying City's Great Array formation, he had walked to nearly every corner of the Sea of Purgatory. Since he had nothing better to do, he would find something to do to pass the time. Wherever he went, monster beasts and evil spirits howled in anguish as he casually killed countless of them. The Sea of Purgatory hadn't opened many times, but every time it did, a massive number of cultivators would swarm in. Moreover, each one of them had a tyrannical cultivation. Not to mention those that left alive, most of those that died had left behind their entire wealth. In the past, that dead water demon had been able to plunder a nearly extinct treasure like the Jade Soul Ice Heart. From this, it could be seen just how rich the life forms of the Sea of Purgatory were. Now, most of it had been placed into his storage ring, becoming Qin Yu's private property. Moreover, there were also some lucky chances and treasures that were bred in the Sea of Purgatory. Qin Yu didn't let go of anything that he could. This so-called plundering wasn't just a few words. Since he had killed them, he naturally wouldn't waste them. Thus, Qin Yu searched for suitable ones and collected their blood essence and souls so that the purple-back blue-wing ants could undergo the third stage of their transformation. Once this was completed, the purple-back blue-wing ants would possess the strength of a calamity immortal. Their might would be terrifying to the extreme, leaving one filled with anticipation. They would punch the monster beasts of the north and step on the evil spirits of the south. If anyone was displeasing to the eye, they would go up and beat them up. It had to be said that these past 15 years had been a bit boring, but Qin Yu had truly enjoyed himself. But being happy was being happy. If he really couldn't leave the Sea of Purgatory, then even if he managed to survive, he would be able to ruthlessly take a bite out of the good fortune that had been cultivated a long time ago by that unknown but extremely fierce character. Regardless of whether it was a mouthful or not, if he couldn't leave, Qin Yu would still end up in a tragedy. Qin Yu didn't want to become a tragedy, especially now. He already had the qualifications to enter the immortal sect and Ningling was waiting for him outside. Chapter 588. In the extreme north, in a land of bitter cold all year round, white snow fluttered in the skies, filling one's line of sight and causing them to open their eyes. Several tents were nailed into the frozen earth. As the strong winds howled, the taut ropes emitted cracking sounds that made one's scalp tingle. Not far away, a few shepherds wearing thick fur robes that covered their heads and faces, revealing only their eyes, were doing their best to herd a flock of sheep into their tents. Hurry, the snow is getting heavier and heavier. The tall and sturdy Duo Luo held 2 thin sheep in his arms as he struggled forwards in the wind and snow. Even though he used all of his strength, his voice still didn't travel too far. He walked in front of the tent and carefully placed the 2 sheep down. In this bitter cold season, he didn't dare to let them be injured, otherwise they would never be able to survive. The cold winter grew longer and longer. No one knew when it would pass. These sheep were the only food for their family to survive. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoed in his ears. Duo Luo shivered and turned around to look at the skies above him. The fear of the unknown caused his face to pale. The sky, which was dark all year round and covered with thick cumulus clouds, was like a piece of soft cream that was split open by a burning red long knife. The scorching temperature caused the clouds to burn, and the falling snow below directly evaporated into nothingness. Sunlight fell onto Duo Luo's face. His eyes widened as he looked at the miraculous scene in front of him. A giant blazing fireball cut through the skies like a comet. The flames on its surface condensed into the phantom of a heavenly phoenix. It had gorgeous feathers, a long tail, and a cold and indifferent gaze. It had an aura that disdained the world. All of this revealed its strength and nobility. In the 10th era of the Divinity and Demons era, a divine stone fell from the heavens. Starting from the northern frontier, it crossed through the land of divinity and demons and fell into the South Sea. As the stone fell, it stirred up trillions of waves, shaking the entire land of divinity and demons. Sea of Purgatory, 41st year. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly flashed open, a sharp light exploding from them. Excitement lit up his face. His aura spread outwards. The cave dwelling he was cultivating in was instantly smashed to pieces. Whoosh, his figure shot up into the skies, soaring into the heavens above him. The grey skies were like a raging sea in a storm. Clouds crazily tumbled about, emitting an aura that left one terrified. At this moment, even a towering mountain would be crushed into powder if it fell into the roiling clouds. Qin Yu didn't pause at all. He rushed straight in. The barrier around him rubbed against the destructive strength, causing blazing flames to ignite. His entire person was wrapped in a giant fireball. As he sensed it with rapt attention, wild joy lit up his face. Qin Yu didn't know what was happening outside that could cause Ying Capital's Great Array formation to shake so violently. But to him, this was undoubtedly the best chance. Blazing flames illuminated Qin Yu's face. His expression was dignified as he erupted with his divine sense. The tremors had just appeared, and the destructive power was not yet at its strongest. Wait a minute more. The tide of his heart was like the sea, synchronized with the quaking, producing wave after wave of great waves. The waves grew stronger and stronger, until several waves merged into one, forming a monstrous wave. Now, Qin Yu stepped forwards. The space beneath his feet fiercely twisted and began to rapidly collapse. His figure howled as he flew forwards like a burning meteor. He lifted a hand and punched out. His body fiercely shook, and he could hear the painful groans of his bones as they trembled. A wild strength fused into the great waves of shaking, wildly impacting the defenses of Yin Capital's Great Array formation. Catcher, a faint cracking sound spread into Qin Yu's ears. His pale face lit up with joy. Without the slightest hesitation, with a thought, his figure instantly escaped into the tear in the spell formation. The moment Qin Yu entered the crack, he paused for a moment. Then, he revealed a look of understanding. No wonder this place had become the weakest point of the array formation. From the crack, he could feel an extremely cold strength that hadn't completely dissipated yet. This strength carried with it the aura of Shen Yuanyin. She had left from here. In these past years, he had searched through every nook and cranny of the Sea of Purgatory but hadn't found a single trace left behind by Shen Yuanyin. Although he had already expected that she had left, it was only now that he was able to confirm it. Only then did he truly relax. A completely different aura appeared in his senses once more. Qin Yu restrained his thoughts and revealed a happy smile. Land of divinity and demons, he had finally returned. Great Chu Imperial Palace. Mi Ganyuan furrowed his eyebrows. He looked in the direction that the divine stone had fallen. The scene of the divine stone flying over Yin Capital replayed in his mind. That aura was so strong that it caused one's heart to tremble. At this time, a strange fluctuation appeared in his senses. Mi Ganyuan's complexion changed. He took a step forwards and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was in a corner of Yin Capital. Cracks appeared in the space in front of him. They immediately disintegrated, forming a giant crack. A figure rapidly flew out from within. "Who are you?" A low and deep voice carried with it an incomparably strong aura. Qin Yu frowned. He immediately recognized who this person was. This was the Great Chu Emperor, one of the world's peak super powerhouses. At this time, no matter how he tried to explain, it was useless. Qin Yu lifted a hand and thrust out a palm. Mi Ganyuan coldly shouted, "You are courting death." A terrifying fluctuation instantly erupted. It was like a mountain crashing into the heavens, crashing down. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. Qin Yu was sent tumbling backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly vanished from sight. Mi Ganyuan flicked his sleeves. "Stay behind." Everywhere he looked, space began to twist. The strength of Yin Capital's Great Array formation had already been mobilized. Not too far away, space shattered. Qin Yu staggered out, his face even paler than before. The Chu Emperor's strength was unrivaled under the heavens, and he also had the support of Yin Capital's Great Array formation. He absolutely could not be defeated. Qin Yu turned and continued to flee without a single word. Behind him, the Chu Emperor's expression darkened. Deep in his eyes, there was an increasingly cold light. This cultivator was extremely unfamiliar. He had never heard of him before, but his strength was actually astonishing. Although he could only flee in distress in front of him, even with the Chu Emperor's cultivation superimposed upon the might of Yin Capital's Great Array formation, he still wasn't able to kill him. Looking at the world, just how many people could do this? And most importantly, this cultivator had broken through Yin Capital's Great Array formation and escaped from the Sea of Purgatory. That person from the Immortal Sect had an incomparably precious status. Even though he was the Chu Emperor, he still couldn't do anything to her. Today, this cultivator was the best chance to resolve his doubts. Yin Capital. Mi Ganyuan shouted out loud. The entire might of the Great Array formation was gathered together. In his battle with Emperor Ju, Yin Capital had been severely damaged and countless people had died in the city. Today, he would not allow such a thing to happen again. Feeling the thick air and the terrifying aura that began to condense in the skies, Qin Yu shouted out loud, "Undying." In terms of escaping, of course he was stronger, but this bastard was actually watching from the sidelines. All around Qin Yu, space began to collapse inch by inch. It formed a giant black mouth that swallowed his figure. The Chu Emperor revealed a shocked and angry expression. Suppress. The giant black mouth that was about to close twisted for a moment before vanishing from sight. The entire Ying capital was shrouded in the anger of the Chu Emperor. His complexion paled. With his cultivation and the strength of the Great Array formation, this person had actually escaped. Just who was this cultivator? Hash 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 hash.